And we are live back at another day of the Northern League of Legends Championship Summer Split Playoffs. This is day 2 for them, and we have 2 matches ahead of us. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be amazing. And keep in mind, we have leagues wrapped by the end of the split, but we'll talk about that further on, as I would like to introduce the guests today. It is Aragon and Salari. Welcome back. How are we doing?
Hello, hello. I'm doing amazing. Wait, who's muted?
Wait, Aragon was muted?
It's me! Yeah, I don't know how I do this every time. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you trouble? Are you trouble?
Every single damn time. That's the third, by the way. But you know, I'm doing really good. I'm super excited. I think we've had a great start to the playoffs, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
Yeah, people were talking about it was just a sweep, but we have to celebrate those when teams are just above. We have to celebrate what they're able to achieve, and then we can actually make a study from the teams who were defeated. Can they climb back from that one? What about today? Well, yesterday it was LR versus Chaos. They defeated them 2-0, even though the first game was beautiful. Nord versus BDG. The Bulldogs were not able to bite back, and the Nord are just too strong. For today, we have Rich Gang versus DMG and Verdant versus Venom Crest. Not only I expect 2 bangers out of these, but Aragon, there's a bet, correct?
There is.
What?
There is a bet. Okay, so the bet is basically coach of Venom Crest was getting a bit unhappy with me saying things like Ruddy with Don Jake might beat Venom Crest. Okay, so he took it upon himself to reach out and suggest a bet, which is if Venom Crest win a single game today, I bet against that. I have to dye my hair green and become a Venom Crest super fan. The reality is I'm not going to dye my hair green permanently. Okay, that is the caveat.
No.
It's a one day. It's a one day.
Own
yeah.
This.
Oh, you have it.
And
show
that
it.
is something that will change the color of my hair, and I will apply it. Now, if Venom Crest does not win a single game, he must go bald. And he's going to make a video explaining my genius and suggesting to the world that everyone should listen to me. And
So
I think that's
you
very
go,
fair.
you go green for like a day,
Yeah.
and
He
brother
goes
has to go
permanently.
bald.
Yo, it was his
You're
terms.
evil.
He accepted.
I'm sorry. This is
He
like Full
accepted.
Metal. It's a normal exchange, you know. Something gets to something else, and I agree with this 100%. I don't care the terms. I just like the results. It's a good bet.
I have nothing to say
He
about it.
shook
I'm
on it, not me.
speechless.
Well, I did, but you know what I mean. It's a bit weighted.
I don't care. I just want to see either someone bald or I want to see someone at a green. At a green.
At a
green,
At a
yes.
green for nature. I like that. So let's look at predictions. Let's look at what Aragon predicted in Saleri as well. So for the first one, Trouble and Hip Rain believe in at least one game, but the other one, everybody went for the sweep.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
2-1? I don't expect that. After a 1-0 sweep, like, they completely cleared Nord, Rich Gang. I don't expect Rich Gang to drop a game to DMG because they completely cleared Nord and have looked really good all split. So, yeah, 2-0 across the board, I think.
Yeah, if Rich Gang looked the same as they looked in the end of seeding stage, there is no way we're getting a third game there. I'm sorry. And same for the second game. Honestly, I don't think there is going to be a 2-1 there, but apparently nobody thinks so as well.
So let's look at this at the different spectrum, a different mirror. If we can, I don't know, production, can we bring back the schedule? Because now we can talk about something else. If everybody's going for the sweeps, LR will meet Nord moving forward. That is... but it works nonetheless. There you go. Thank you so much. Smart thing. LR goes versus Nord, and this is history based. We have this every single split. The previous split, it was a 2-0 in favor of Nord. So the massive units, the Titans, are facing each other. If Rich Gang goes like predicted, and Verdant moves with a 2-0, we get Rich Gang and Verdant. So we have banger for semifinals, and on the lower bracket, I think it's completely even and fair on the bottom bracket for the dream of the teams with no Guardian Angel. I think overall, this is probably one of the best brackets we ever had on NLC. It looks fair
100%.
moving forward.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Do you
Yeah, I mean-
think Lost Ratons are going through the loser brackets again?
No shot. They're gonna
Come
beat
on,
up Nord.
please.
They're gonna beat up whoever wins, probably Verdant, and then they're gonna go to the finals. I think Lost Ratones look so clean. They look so
You
clean.
know
I like
what?
Lost
It is
League
what it
more
is.
than...
I'll do it. I think North is going to lose versus the Rats, and Verdant will win versus them.
Oh, are you high
Big
on that
if true.
55-minute game? that 55-minute game.
I am. There's
You are.
something there. There's something there.
Oh yeah.
But I've never been known to make good life decisions, so this is only my prediction. But when we look at the history of my life, like, I don't think so. With that in mind, hey, Eragon, so far your predictions have been
I've missed
kind
one.
of good. Yeah,
I missed one.
Diamond Grandmaster. So
Okay.
if we're talking about Elo, Eragon, what is the Elo of this week?
What is the ELO? What are the ELO updates this week? I mean, again,
ooh.
we're bringing back ELO gun. Look at this new interface. You get to see our
I like
faces. How
this.
nice is
Nice.
that? Yeah, it's not too much has changed. To be fair, generally the teams with the highest ELO across the board are still the highest average ELO. Some notable ones, I've got to say, I want to just clarify Chaos real quick. Chaos, I can't find your accounts. You know what? If you want to give me your accounts, I won't leak them, and then I can highlight how high ELO you are. But right now, it looks like you just don't play solo queue or you've got hidden accounts. It is what it is. But for the most important ones, I'd say Velia getting overtaken by Nemesis for Los Returnus is a highlight. Nemesis is now the highest elo player on Los Returnus, as well as Ruddy. Yeah, what are you doing, guys? What are you
Ruddy?
doing? G-Trax is now taking the overtaken Hyper, and Ruddy, yeah, they are now average 109 LP. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake, and it should be minus 45 LP. They have lost 45 LP average as well.
Ah.
At least Don Jake's gaining LP and is winning a bit of solo queue. He's climbed from Emerald 4 to Emerald 2. So
Hey,
not bad.
positives.
Stonks.
Positives.
But look at
Yeah.
this. LR and Verdant, the Elo, it's
Yeah.
quite close. The copium.
It
And
is,
Chachi is
it
still
is.
Chachi.
But we know that Crowny, let's be real, Crowny hates solo queue. So it's like, it's one of those things. I think Crowny absolutely despises solo queue. So it's kind of skewed a little bit. I
doesn't?
think the real interesting one is Nord versus Verdant. I think Nord Elo versus Verdant Elo is super interesting because they're like our second and third best team in theory, right? So with Chachi kind of goating it up at 1400 LP, I think I would edge them out a little bit.
Eragon, I'm going to make the question. What does this mean?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Elo? For the people who don't understand this graphic, how do you feel about Elo?
Basically, I feel like you can get 99% of your predictions correct in a league with unknown players based on average ELO for teams. So if you were to match up, let's say right now, Bulldog versus DMG, I would say DMG would probably win a best of 3 or best of 5 right now, very clearly because they average 100 LP higher generally. So this is why I think ELO is incredibly important and why I bring this up week to week, because going into this split, you could see, going into today, for example, you could probably predict 2-0s based off of ELO. And it hasn't failed me yet. It hasn't
No.
failed me yet. I think it's very valid.
There's a feeling
It
there,
has
Solari. Do you
failed
want to
you-
say anything?
One
The last time,
Listen,
I
one
mean,
time.
yes, I'm having flashbacks. The last time you said exactly these words, Aragon, was the day that you lost the prediction to me. So
That is fair. No guarantee. No guarantee. 99%.
Elo
99%.
green.
But I
Elo
think-
green.
Yeah, I think it's really important to celebrate people's LP and climbing, you know, which is why I bring up Don Jake. You know, props to him. He's climbing as well. That
I'll
sounded
never
like
forget
shade.
that
I promise I didn't mean
Shaco.
that.
Yeah, that Shaco clip. I will never forget it. As
It's
we
a
move
Shaco, yeah.
forward,
It's
so
good.
you brought something up, Aragon, but I'm bringing something up as well. Salati and Aragon, it's time.
no.
It is. There's no way back from this one. Listen to the good old music playing in the background. Who am I? Pixel
Draven.
Edition.
You
Come-
gotta be
I
kidding me.
have to explain the game, Aragon. So we have an image that's pixelated, and as you go forward, you have to give me tips or like, oh, it's this champion, that champion, blah blah blah. And as we go, we unpixelate it further.
Champion.
Yeah, it's only champions, only basic skins as you move forward. Aragon, you said something. Now I can
I said
listen.
Draven.
You think this is Draven, not
Yes.
Also good shot.
Rek'Sai, not
No.
Draven.
Yeah, it's Draven.
It is Draven.
Gosh.
Calm down.
Okay,
Don't
I
don't
see how
put the
that's
next
gonna
one.
go. Okay.
Solari, you gotta step up, man. You gotta step up. Who's this champion? Yes,
that's
Solari,
so
Solari. That sounded no.
Damn. No?
No?
Okay, I would have thought the same.
But close. Okay, Aragon. 3, 2, 1. Okay, unpixelate the picture a bit. There
Fizz.
you go. Aragon is going with Fizz. Do you want to lock it in?
I want to lock it in. Hard
Oh,
lock.
yeah.
He locks it in.
Insta-lock.
So it's Fizz.
Oh, hell yeah.
2
I saw the
points
Sona
for-
vision. I did. The colors made sense.
Real. Hey. I don't know. I should have brought in
Jarvan.
more.
What? How much time do you spend staring And splash arts.
Far too much.
Okay. Hear me out. This is
Okay.
Jarvan, but don't bring the next picture, please. Don't bring
sure.
the next
I'll be
picture.
silent, I'll be
Okay.
silent.
I think Aragon understands this so much. You play the game without the glasses and with the glasses sometimes, so you
I can
kind of
take off
used
the glasses if you want me to.
Yes.
Do you want me to?
Yes.
I'm blind
The
as hell.
glasses.
That's
I'm
a debuff
blind as
on
hell.
Aragon. So this
Okay.
is. Wait, we swapped. What?
Yes.
Solari
Yeah,
now
I
has
gave him my
glasses.
glasses.
Okay, it is Jarvan. It's 2 points for Aragon. Wait, it's 3 points for
Three.
Aragon.
It's
yeah,
3
yeah.
points for
3
Aragon.
points for Aragon. Next one, bring it up. Who's this champion?
Viego?
No.
Not enough white though. No.
Aragon, do you have any idea?
I can't see, mate.
Okay, put the glasses back.
Back, mate.
I didn't know how hard the debuff was. Sorry, I didn't know.
As hell. Hang on.
Who's this champion? Okay.
Ooh, I'm actually not sure.
Oh!
Oh, I know. Can I say?
Yes, you can.
It's Kane. It's Kane.
It's Kane. It's 4 points for Aragon. These last two are going to be raised in points. The 5th champion is worth 2 points. The 6th champion is worth 4 points. So there's a way for you to get back, Solari.
Okay, looking.
Show me the 5th champion.
I won't say. I won't speak.
But he knows. I saw
It's
your
a
eyes.
theory.
I know. Woo! What is happening? It's Nafiri.
Okay.
Let's show
I
it.
like this game. We should do it more often.
No.
Yo, what a great game.
That's an awful
Okay.
game.
Last one. This is the most important one. Who's this
Pantheon.
champion? Do you want to look? Do you want to lock it in?
Oh, Insta. No doubt
Insta.
about it. Yo, that's Pantheon's palette right there. I know
Do
you,
you
my man.
think you're 100%?
Pantherum. Pantherum.
Oh, that's
All right.
brilliant.
I'll give you 2 points.
All right, I wouldn't have got that. That is a beautiful edit, by the way. Who did that? Who's
really
responsible for
good.
that?
Wait,
That's a profile picture, by the way.
That's
That
my
is.
avatar moving forward. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Ahmed, I love you. Ahmed, I love you. I don't care. This is my new profile picture. Okay. Wow! Aragon, congratulations! I could just
Thank
stare
you.
at this all
Do I
day.
get a prize?
Congratulations! Your price is a new pair of glasses.
Thank you. I do need a new prescription. Yeah, let's
Wait,
go
you
with
need?
that.
Wow.
Wow!
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so that's why you're ELO. As we move forward into the show, we're going to look at Verdant versus Venom Crest because it's going to be the second game of the day. That way we can talk about this match. Correct? Wait, oh, I went all the way? Am I lost? No, it's Verdant versus Venom Crest, correct?
There
I
should
thought
be
it
a
was the
second
second
today.
game. I think that's the second
Yeah.
game. Today, the first
it's
game
the
was
second game. So we talk about this one and then we move forward to the Rich Gang. Yes, exactly. As we talk about this then, let's introduce Verdant versus Venom Crest and how the roster changes have been applied recently and what has changed. Man, Aragon, you completely destroyed this, by the way. You,
Yeah, I've completely tapped out now. That took all my energy. I'm sapped. That was a fun game.
No.
I really like that.
I smurfed yesterday's game and I wasn't even on the show. And today I get
I
on the
missed
show
that.
and
Was
you
it good?
destroy me. It was. I'm mad,
Okay.
man.
I'm still shaken. Let's go then. With this in mind, Verdant versus Venom Crest. This is the game we've been talking about and the fact that there's a bet and everything. Verdant is looking extremely good. So when we look into this, I think we should highlight as well SLT and the way he has
Yes.
been playing as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a player! In the LR game, you could argue definitely the MVP. Look at those stats as well. Finding duo kills, 1v2. I mean, this guy on carry, specifically the Aatrox comes to mind, is just a beast.
The most important thing about these stats, by the way, I wanted to look at the damage percentage. This guy, as a top laner, has almost 30% of the team's total damage. This is
Yeah.
insane stat for a top laner.
Do you know how hard it is to get such a high KDA on top lane? Look, I'm going to be real with you. Top laners generally have KDAs but about 2.5, right? That's a realistic... 5? 5 when you played against teams like LR? I mean, sure, you're maybe farming buffs, but like, legit? That's a crazy stat line. That's
Yeah.
a crazy stat line for him.
I like it. So when you look into this team, you believe this is at least top 3 at the moment, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd solidify my opinion as third. I think as a very solidly.
Okay.
Third, fourth? I'm not sure. I'll need to see how they play today.
Who
but...
you got third over them?
Yeah,
Out of
now
curiosity.
I'm curious, yeah.
Ooh, I am... Okay, maybe I'm on Corpion,
Rich
but of
Gang?
course I have Lost Returns, I have Reach Gang, but I'm also still not lost on Nord, so I am a bit torn about my third place.
I see a reasoning. I see the Rich Gang, Verdant, Nord, and LR as a top 4, and then we need to find a way in positioning for them, and there you go. But for Verdant, I do believe like the top 3 or top 4 if you want to include Rich Gang at the moment. But the way they also draft their scaling as well, they did it versus DMG, and we bring it up to talk a little bit about this team. I think this is something we need to talk about, correct?
Yeah. I mean, this is where I really wanted to highlight Verdant outdraft, and then also DMG struggling in drafts, where it feels like they drafted 3 scaling lanes, where you had losing top lane matchup, you had very slow to scale Cassiopeia pick, you had a scaling farming jungler Wukong who has low agency, and then also a Smolder, right? You had no tools to really win, and that really bit them versus Verdant here, who had so many opportunities to play the game, lots of crowd control that they could snap with, and play from the early through to the late game very comfortably. So I think DMG going forward could be careful with these drafts, where they draft too much scaling, and Verdant, they just have to keep doing what they're doing. I think Verdant are phenomenal right now, and their drafts reflect it too.
This could be the team that can change the entire split right now. But when you look into the other side, let's not ignore the Snake. And it's always the same. I know Hayes is really passionate about the team, but this is a team that usually brings people and they surprise the entire league. And when we talk about Air, I do believe these stats also talk for themselves.
Yep, they did surprise us this time, to be honest, because they brought in a lot of players that we don't know anything about, and about even Air we don't know a lot. But I feel like you don't need to know the backstory of this player, you just need to see how he plays in the game, because his micro understanding of the champions he picks on the mid lane is so grandiose.
That
for the lack
Anivia,
of
right?
better words.
It's crazy.
That Anivia and Talia, those two are engraved in my brain forever.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the way he controlled space in that cast matchup as Anivia, and then the way he laned, developing a lead alone. He's by far the highest elo player on his team, and he's just 1v9, it feels like, every single game. I think Air is really solid on this team, and he's kind of dragging his team through to the wins as well, in my opinion.
So when you bring this up, there is a way for Venom Crest to at least take a game out of Verdant.
No. And if they do, it is going to be through Air. I do think that if they are going to win, it is going to be through Air. He seems very centric to their game plans, as well as using draft resources really well. Like finding that cast, versus the blind cast, I feel like, if I remember correctly, finding the Anivia pick, able to reach down into the pocket of his picks right there. With how deep his ocean is in terms of pool, I think he can be the X Factor that they need, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, the Anivia was one of the most hard things to watch in this league so far. I think his DPM on that game was the highest so far in the league. But yeah, just highlighting.
Any ideas what it was, out of curiosity?
I think it was 1600.
1600.
What?
Oh my word.
Yeah, I would need to
in
go
a range
back.
matchup. It's not like he was farming a melee champ either. That's crazy.
I need to go back and check it, but I'll bring that stat as soon as they start their series. I'll try to bring that stat for you back at home so you understand how hard it was to play versus Air versus Ready. It was versus Ready, by the way. As we move forward, now we can talk about the first series of the day, which is going to be Rich Gang versus DMG. Solari, we're talking about this team that has been turning the tables. Rich Gang so far, how good are they? Let's bring up the roster to talk a little bit about them. And there you go.
No, let's not bring up the roster. Let's bring up their game versus Nord, straight up, because that is the most important thing that happened. We had the group with both Nord and Rich Gang. We're looking forward to see their matchup, and Nord were the expected favorites in this one. Rich Gang obliterated them. I absolutely love how they approach this game, because it's not an easy one to play, especially if you look at the matchups on the top lane, on the jungle. They destroyed both of these, and their tempo in that game was insane, because they never gave a moment to breathe to Nord. Ever since they started having grasp of the game, ever since they got the first items on that Gwen on Maddox, on that Smolder on Carwo, the moment that happens in a game with them, you know that they're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, in particular, I also want to highlight that their solo laners too. Dehaste, in a matchup where Syndra can win this matchup, you know, it's a control mage into Talia, it can be quite painful. He outlaned, he forced recalls into Swairu. He just straight up outlaned 1v1, and I think they just outplayed them in terms of individual play, in terms of team play. I don't think it was close. I think it was an incredibly convincing upset, which makes us question the top 4 in a league and the standings of it.
Yeah, now that's the one I wanted to talk about. You brought it up, the North factor, Solari. Did you still believe in them, even with that stacked roster? But after this game, it could have been just a game, you know, it's a best of one. So on the cities, you get a little bit more understanding of how they play. But this was ridiculous, no?
Listen. First of all, I see your point, and yes, it was also partial Nord to make some mistakes in that game, especially for Jankas finding himself in the places in the jungle he shouldn't have been, considering that they were falling behind. But it's also due to the fact that Rich Gang have such a good roster that it feels like everybody understands how to play with each other. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, Kahvo, for example, is going to be a big factor going into the best of threes and the best of fives, because he's a silent hero of the team. He doesn't really shine the most all the time, but his DPS is so consistent. His understanding of his positioning is so damn consistent all the time. It's not just about him, it's about everybody in the team. But for me, Kahvo is like the epitome of why Rich Gang are so good as a team now.
Yeah, I think Kevo is like really flexible too. Finding the smolder angle into the blind Zaya, I remember we saw last game. And then just being able to pilot that, and also bringing out the really crazy bruiser build I quite liked. I just want to highlight where he built a snare axe, overlords, and so on. I thought that was really great because it just countered the dive composition so well. So really, really impressed with how that worked out. Every single time he was dove on by the Vi Syndra, he just never died. And I think Kevo played the lane really well too, scaling up.
We're now changing our focus to DMG, and this is a gentleman that we've been hyping up a lot. As we talk about this team, we need to talk about chance to win and what he's been doing individually. Hey, Aragon, you're a top laner, okay?
Yeah.
Probably one of the easiest roles in League of Legends.
Okay,
but
mate.
getting solo, I'm a top laner, but solo kills, getting 6 on the team that is struggling. How hard is that?
That is crazy. That indicates such a level of individual prowess. And considering he's a rookie too, I want to highlight that Chance has like 30 followers. This is his first team. He's just completely unknown. And he comes he's in contention for rookie of the split, in my opinion, right? Like, absolutely.
Ooh.
He's so damn good. When you watch his micro, like the biggest things you want to look at for a rookie is like micro, their ability to spot engages, like stuff like this. And the way he's playing individual 1v1s, especially on like Asante, is just so nice to watch. I think his Mbessa was good too from memory, but Chance, really insane individual play.
My only concern so far for Chance is the fact that we only have seen him like really pop off on that Xante, and now we hit the
and now it's banned.
Draft. Yeah. Now, can you even play it? What else do you have in the bag to surprise other people? Because the MG is going through a rough time, and keep in mind, if the MG loses and they go into the lower bracket, there's a potential where they have to go through relegations. So this is how hard the history for DMG is. It's the DMG, LLS, and let's see as the history moves forward. But DMG is like, if we win today, we good. But if we don't, relegations could be our future. And I don't know if I can propose this question to both of you. I do believe when I look into the roster of DMG, they should be winning. But they're not.
Into Rich Gang specifically or generally?
Generally, the thing is, it's so hard to win an NLC right now with the rosters that we have.
Yeah, it's tricky.
But it's a good roster.
I mean, personally, I don't know how you feel, Solari, but I think DMG are solidified as like 5th, 6th. I think they could be about a 5th, 6th team, and that's exactly what they built, and that's already impressive to me. I think they can clearly beat the teams underneath them, like Venom Crest, Ruddysack, and but going forward, beating the rest, that's a tall task, I think.
To be honest, I mean, the numbers speak in your favor here, Aragon, because that's kind of the legacy that they have built for themselves throughout this year, right? If you look at the history of DMG throughout the splits of the year 2025, so we have winter split, spring, and summer, and in all of these 3 splits in the seeding stage, DMG consistently end in 4th place in their groups. And it's interesting because at first, from winter to spring, they didn't really bring a lot of changes in their roster, so they only changed their jungler. They changed from... just looking because I forget the names, I'm sorry, from Beta to Tandem. And after that, they decide to change absolutely everybody from spring to summer except for the bot lane. So this is a massive change, but they still end up with the same result in the groups. And I'm just hoping that maybe now that we're not in the groups anymore, that we're in the playoffs, that is going to bring some changes to their final result.
Okay, but when we look into Rich Gang, the team we were talking about, the powerhouse of Group B, nobody thought they would land first. That is a tweet from someone that you taught us how to pronounce his name, Osman, who was talking about something specifically. Osman? No?
Oh my god.
Did I fail? She's
Ozhan!
Ozhan. Ozhan. Okay. So this was before Nord, correct? I don't know who spotted this one, but this was before Nord. You can watch me beat Yankees at 10 p.m.
Yeah, it was pretty good, right? Like, this guy, he clearly has an ego, but it's justified, right? I really respect this kind of tweet because it's calling it out before it happens, saying, see me at 10, watch me beat Yankos at 10, and then it happened. He completely crushed him. So, you know what? I respect it. I want to see more of this going forward. I didn't quite catch to see if he tweeted something similar this morning or this afternoon. But
that would be good, yeah.
But it would have been good too, because it did come true, and low-key, the guy is kind of smashing the NLC.
Well, when we talk about smashing, let's talk about the players that have been at the top of the food chain. And there he is, 24 KDA, then followed by LR, which is Reckless, which we know that is usually the first, followed by another Rich Gang, and followed by another LR. Kedrell hasn't lost his touch.
I feel like the big thing here is the KDA King has lost his throne, no? LR Reckless
100%.
is no longer number one, and by a lot. Yeah, by a lot. And considering, you know, Ozhan plays primarily engaged champions, stuff that likes to go in. He's not back playing an Ivan or something, hanging back. He's actually on champions like the Wukong and the Xin Zhao going in, where dying is a real possibility. My guy is smurfing. What else could you say? That's a crazy KDA.
It is. I was looking at this, and it's the first time, even on Imiyamasas, when you look into the stats, it's always Reckless. Always Reckless as the first one. And this is the first time the throne, as you said, has been lost towards an LR member as well. So that's why I think this could be a good match as well. Rich Gang versus LR, to understand the top of the food chain of Group A versus the top of the food chain of Group B. And this is the first game we're going to have. So Rich Gang versus DMG. When we look into this, what should be the lane to watch for both of you? Is it the top lane? Is it the jungle? Because Osman is there versus Lulash. Where should I be looking?
It's even, to be honest, it's so hard to pinpoint a specific lane to be looking at, but maybe, you know what, personally to me, and that maybe doesn't make a lot of sense, but I can justify that, okay? For me, it's going to be the bot lane, because on one side, we have Kakvo, who I have already talked about a little bit, and I think this is an AD carry that we should be watching going further into this split, but on the other side, we have the bot lane of DMG that has not been changed, so apparently, DMG as a team think that the bot lane is the most stable part, and has been the most stable part of the team. So to me, to see how Fayettski and Kamsky are going to be faring up in this matchup is going to be the most interesting part of the matchup.
Okay,
yeah, I was just refreshing myself on the rosters because for some reason I just blanked. But like, chance to win versus Matix, Matix. That's a crazy matchup. I mean, Matix was rolling on that Gwen versus Nord, right? Versus Chachi. So, I mean, how could I not say that? I think Matix is your bog standard top laner, but very good at that role. You know, for those LP enjoyers, like he's a Xiaoshu, right? He's very, very good at champions like Renekton and playing weak side or being relatively flexible. And then chance to win is also quite similar too. I think we've got two very similar players, and it's like a clash of who's better at that bog standard top lane style, which I love. I really, really love that. It's the Casantes versus the Casantes. That's what I'm looking forward to now.
Okay, I think I'm sold. I want to see top lane too now.
I was watching something because I've been getting this non-stop. It is players DMing me or coaches DMing me after the matches. And it was Alaric, as soon as they defeated Nord, he just went onto my DMs, not a single message before, and he dropped this. Told you.
Told you.
Simple as that, like, told you. And I'm like, wait, you guys are looking extremely good. And it was like, yeah, we are hitting the numbers. We are working hard. It's ours. So he's also extremely confident when you look into the bot side, because the MG kept Fayettski and Kamsky. Like, facing Kevo and Alaric, when Alaric is this thirsty as well for the W. I also think the bot lane is going to be bloody, but the top lane is also something. Eragon, may I pick your brain, and chance probably being the winning condition for the MG?
I mean, I have to agree. I think I completely agree, actually. I mean, looking at the rest of the roster, I think they have really solid players, right? They absolutely do have really solid players. In specifically, I think jungle mid. I think Phantomisto is really, really good at his style of play with the Gallios and the Talias, that kind of champion and assisting the team. But chance to win, he just has that X factor. He's the carry top that everyone will play for. He's the carry top that will find solo kills. I think it's definitely he's the guy. He's the guy. You know what I mean? Like, he will carry the game.
Rumble and Corky being removed, Pantheon and Gwen as well. Sorry, Pantheon and Gwen being removed as well. This is the first match. Now we hit the Fearless. It's still a best of 3. So if it's a 2-0, you won't see a lot of champions disappearing. But for now, we still have one of those, like at least junglers, aside from Pantheon. It's pretty much all clear. Not the Kiana, but the Talia is open. We didn't get to see Talia yesterday with the amount that I thought we would. But right now, it's still open.
Yeah,
we're not banning Varus.
There's a lot of OPs up, right? Like Varus is up, Azir, Talia are up. I think there's a big trade going on right now where, what do you want? What's the best pick you can take? And I think Azir, to me, is the best mid laner in the game. I prefer the Azir side of things, but some teams prefer the Talia side of things. That is a denial to the Cassante. They're taking away chances Cassante big time. They do not want to give chance that champion.
Yeah, also Maddox, back when he was in Ultra League, he was playing almost exclusively Xante on the top lane. We didn't have the Fearless draft back then, and it was one of his OG champions. Either that or Gwen. The man has the range, you can give him that.
Okay, but the Azir, as you said, the OP
I think the plan is flawed. I think the plan is flawed, though, for Rich Gang, because you pick away the Cassante, but then you give the Azir, and Azir historically can actually shred through Cassantes quite well. So it's like a denial, but you're answered in a way by a meta pick. So we'll see. I also like the Trundle to shred. That's probably the best jungler in the game to me outside of Pantheon right now, and you can also press R on the Cassante. So this 1-2 for DMG, I'm really favoring it.
It might actually be real now. No, I agree with you. This Trundle pick is big here. They should go for Wukong. I saw that a little glimpse of the Nocturne here, but Wukong would make sense. Yes, together with the Xante, you have the front line, and you pair it up with Talia to have even more control and to have even more possibility to force plays around the objectives and around the side lanes.
Yeah, really good as well with the one-shot with the Talia combo on top of the Wukong ult. I really like the 1-2-3 of Rich Gang too, but I'm a sucker for a Trundle. For those who don't know, Wukong's global win rate isn't actually that high, even though it's quite prioritized. I was looking at it earlier on today, and it's got a 35% win rate or something. It's not that good, but it's very highly prioritized. Yorick into Cassante is a good matchup, great to tanks. The only flaw with this Yorick, I think, is that it's into a global. So if you try to split push on this Yorick, you might just get Talia ulted.
Well, but we saw it yesterday with Chachi, for instance, how you can perform with this champion. It might be enough, because Chance wants to take that side lane, and Azir can also work on the sidelines, but the Talia is a concerning. So maybe early game is going to be a deciding factor. We still don't have AD carries, so we're now looking at the support champion pool. All those engages might disappear. The Alistar usually goes through these parts. Still doubt, because I really love that champion. What is the focus for Rich Gang?
Go through. They banned Rel out. Most likely DMG are also going to ban out something like Rakan, just to make sure that Alaric doesn't really have those comfortable picks to play on, and there is no additional follow-up for the engage that Rich Gang already have on their side. Yeah,
I think Alice is generally regarded as the highest prio support right now, with the ability to play dives so well on side lanes, on the mismatch lanes as well. Nautilus, Leona, these are the champs you're looking for as well, but I think the best supports to me right now are Alistair, Rakan. Potentially a Nautilus prio with that Braum ban. But,
yeah.
If I'm looking at DMG, I'm definitely looking for an R5 support potentially, unless it's a very high prio support like the Alistar available R4. I'm just concerned if Rich Gang leave that open, that it could be the direction that DMG go. The only problem then is that the Rakan's available into it, so you have the option right now. Do you pick away a very strong AD carry that's blindable and then give counterpick support, or do you pick away a prio one? And it's of your choice. I definitely think that Alice is viable.
I like the Misfortune denial here, by the way, because I just realized we could have had both Trundle and Misfortune on the same team, and that historically goes rather well together. It feels like DMG are going to pick Jhin in the end for Fayetzke. This is, again, one of those staple champions for Fayetzke. He pilots into it a lot throughout this game, especially if he has to blind pick. We usually are going to see Jhin for him.
So you can go Nautilus here if you want to. It's blindable, especially with that Braum out. Or you can go Rakan to empower the Wukong and the single target burst. Those are your two real options. I suppose Leona could be picked as well, but in terms of support, I suppose they could go towards Leona Ezreal. They need some hard engage and CC. That could work. If they want to win bot lane, they could go Karma Ezreal. Plenty of choices, because it is Game 1 of Fearless.
I like the idea of Karma, but it feels like it's going to be Leona, because Alaric, so far what we've seen from him here in LEC, he has been a big engage support player, and Leona just makes sense again, just to have a non-committal engage for the team to decide from an ultimate whether you want to commit with a Wukong or not.
Yeah, I think R5 here, the champ makes most sense is Alistair. It's the best answer into the hard engage supports that's left available, considering the Brom is banned, and it just works really well as a decent answer. So, all in all, I really like what Rich Gang has brought to the table, but I like a lot of the champions on DMG's side. I think DMG's Trundle Azir picks are generally really, really god tier at the moment. So, from draft, I actually favor DMG.
Ooh.
Yeah, I do believe, well, both drafts are extremely good. I think they got what they wanted, what they came for. But I'm really interested in DMG. And when I see Chance with that Yorick, I see a way. I just see a way. Aragon Solari, take those name tags off and tell me who's going to take the first one.
Name tags off?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You don't know the names.
You know what? DMG. I'm going to go with the right one.
DMG, okay.
Yeah, I think the big question mark to me is how impactful the Talia is, because the Talia can stop a lot of the side laning power that you have with that global threat. So, assuming Talia pops off, I would actually go with left side draft, and Talia plays a role correctly. Outside of that, I think the OP picks for DMG are really, really strong. So, in general, DMG draft for me.
Okay, the MG coming out of this one is favorite in terms of what they draft, but Reach Gang so far are the leaders of Group B, and they are to be feared. But also the casters now screaming at the game. It's gonna be Trouble Inc. and Hey Brain.
But like, come on, man.
I
Kevo
pulled a
picks
trouble!
Ezreal.
I pulled a trouble!
Oh my god, you're muted. Welcome
I was
everyone
muted.
to the caster desk.
Do you know, I'm this bad, I didn't even turn my lights on. There we go. Honestly, I've just completely biffed the whole beginning of this broadcast. Yeah, you talk.
Wait,
you talk.
Arsha did it. You
Yeah.
did it. I haven't
You're
done it
cursed.
yet.
Yeah, you and your Labubu's have cursed us all.
I listen, I will say, Aragon is just plain wrong. He just didn't put nameplates on. Kevo on Ezreal, hello, how you doing?
Yeah.
Have we freaking met? Like, these guys, Ezreal usually gets banned in the first 3 because this is how good it is. And on the side of DMG, they don't necessarily have any tankiness that Ezreal would have difficulty getting past. So I'm really excited to actually get Kevo's Ezreal straight off in the game 1.
Yeah, no, I think Kevo on Ezreal is a real treat to watch. You know, we were talking a little bit. We actually had Jamada
like he speaks
sitting
no
with us
English at
talking
all.
through the champ select. And, you know, one of the things we were hoping for was like a Kai'Sa here. But as soon as that Ezreal was just completely left open, you're like, this is Ezreal. This is always going to be an Ezreal angle for him. And, you know, ultimately, I think the thing about this pick that, you know, I really like is, first of all, it gives you a little bit of kind of safety net on your ADC, because the rest of the team are going to be jumping forwards. Ezreal is one of his greatest strengths is the ability to keep himself safe. He has a lot of self-peel. He can move backwards using the arcane shift, and I think it's going to be quite hard to lock them down. Our attention, though, has been more heavily focused on the junglers coming into this matchup, right? Lulish versus Uzhan. I've really jumped on the Uzhan hype train in the last couple of weeks. We saw him in the Nexus Showdown. He was so good playing in that. And, you know, Lulish, I think his work's cut out for him this series, just off, like, the hands for Uzhan is bringing.
Yeah, I feel like Lulash has a bit of an easier early game since Wukong is the kind of champion that needs level 6, unless you're Tarzan and you do level 2 gank into a level 3 gank and you go crazy, right? But this is Uzhan, is not Tarzan. Maybe he'll take a page out of his book. But I feel like as we move into game number 1, I feel like Lulash right here, in his sides, he should have the haste Talia. Talia makes Azir's life impossible in the early game. The Unraveled Earth makes it really hard for Azir to sort of dash forward and take the more aggressive trades that we see him take into most of the champions, right? So Lulash and that pillar early on can actually be a big nuisance to Talia. You take that flash off of the Talia, suddenly you just free Phantom Mista for the rest of laning phase.
Yeah, it's Lulish definitely needs to have a good read on this. One of the things I really like about Uzhan, though, is his playstyle is like, it's like he's just got clairvoyance or hacks or wall hacks on, because he seems to be able to really efficiently track where the enemy jungler is, and he will always be set up and ready for that play. So I feel like if Lulish does look towards the mid lane, Uzhan will be in position to be prepared to try and play denial on that, and that could potentially turn the tides of it. However, he is on Wukong, and Wukong is kind of like Alistair in the sense where he needs abilities to be able to really do anything. And unlike Alistair, that isn't until level 6. Like, you need the Cyclone or Wukong to actually have any major impact.
I feel like you need level 6 in general on the side of Rich Gang. I feel like in the Discord they were also talking about, chance to win, how difficult it'll be for him to push when Talia is above level 6 and she'll be able to roam on the side lanes, right? So you need that wall, you need that Cyclone from Wukong to actually make an impact over on the side lanes. However, I will say what makes it much, much easier is that you have Ezreal over in the bot side of the map. So that Wukong suddenly becomes Wukong plus Leona because Kevo can just play it safe towards the bot side.
Yeah, exactly. It's you play. I mean, he is actually pathing towards bot on this first clear, so I like this as well. Lulish is pathing down. I assume they do know this actually because they got a ward, so they're going to be aware that Lulish and Uzhan are going to be finishing up their jungle around the same time and then heading towards that bot side crab. You have mid and bot pressure to contest for that crab. So if Lulish wants a crab on the first spawn, he's going to have to walk all the way up to top side to get that top crab. And that's just going to give a massive tempo advantage over to Uzhan early on in the game. So, nice one for him over there.
Okay. Hold
go
my
on.
phone. There is
Go
a
on.
ward on the bot side of the map, and Dihis is about to crash a wave as we... Well, oh, that was a good pulverize.
Luckily, only one tower shot.
All right. So I was going to say, if that ward didn't exist in the bot side river, I wouldn't have it past Lulash to sort of wrap around that mid lane and potentially try to pull a gank onto D-Haste. But
Yeah.
that would majorly slow him down since Wukong is quite a fast champion. Not very fast champion, but like pretty much average champion speed clear in the jungle. Like I think he's a little bit faster than the Trundle right here. Now what's
Yeah.
very important is that because Kevo backed, now Fatesky and Calm Sky have that wave in a pretty much neutral state. So I feel like they will be the one to be able to walk into the river first. So if anything, I feel like it's Uzhan that's going to have to go towards the top side of the map. As you can see, he's pressing B.
Yeah.
He's going to go back, grab his crystal, grab his sword, and head towards the top side of the map.
And that actually is a bit of a
and now
bit of
that
a
I said it,
playoff. Yeah,
didn't.
they do the opposite. They do the opposite. I think that's a play off the fact that Kevo went to base to get that tier. Fatesky's already been forced to use the cleanses. Uzhan's taking a fight with Lulish over off the sideline, but Fatesky ignited, falling down to Kevo, gets the first blood. The pillar is not going to do anything here. Rich Gang, they get their recall off, and they come back and get the kill. That should just be the crab over to Uzhan. He could maybe greed and double crab, but I think it's just going to be a tempo reset for him.
That was an incredible call if it came from bot lane, because they had just lost the priority since Kevo backed for the early tier to start stacking in. The second Kevo came back to lane and they saw that Fatesky and Kamsky were trying to push the wave in, they kept Uzhan down that bot side and managed to grab a kill. They didn't need him at the end of the day, they only needed him to divert Lulash from getting anywhere down that bot side of the map. They managed to 2v2 that bot lane kill, which is very, very important, right? Now that tier will become an extra longsword in the inventory of the Ezreal. Suddenly you'll have a Shin very early on. Get into your Trinity Force when you have a lot of Trinity Force champions early on. Rich Gang will be so happy getting it over on Wukong and Ezreal, and they'll have the same spike at the same time.
I think the really scary thing here for DMG is they are summoner spellless on Fatesky. So Rich Gang, they just play hyper aggressive. Alaric takes a pretty rough trade there, but is going to be able to sustain back up with that. Oh no, he hasn't got a pot. I was looking at Kevo's inventory there, so he's just going to have to go for a cheeky reset. But Kevo's going to be perfectly fine. He hasn't got flash, but he's got barrier, he's got arcane shift. He's going to be hard to punish. And Uzhan obviously going to be trying to farm up towards that level 6 ASAP. Already seeing our first 6 coming in. DeHate's got his Weaver's Wall there, actually. If they're tracking their summoner spells right, they could look towards another bot lane gank onto Fatesky while he's summoner spellless.
Yeah, I feel like the most important part right here is that you force probably a dragon, right? Especially since you mentioned there's no cleanse, there's no flash onto this Jhin. Lane with the Talia's wall, breaking the team fights in half. It's going to be very, very important. I really want Rich Gank right here to back, grab the Sheen that we talked about earlier on with when the Ezreal cashed out, and actually try to play a little bit to retake that bot side, retake a little bit of vision into this river, and potentially try to, if not sneak a dragon, try to get a little bit more deeper vision, force maybe DMG to walk into territories that they have no control of.
Well, if you look at the mini-map, we do see DeHaste moves out of mid lane. Just, I think that's to get vision on the on the dragon to make sure it wasn't getting snuck away. Uzhan's not level 6 yet. He's very close to it. Fatesky still got half of his timer left on his flash, so they're just going to look to go all in. Kamsky's level 3. He's getting heavily chunked out there. Alaric takes a little bit of damage on the tail end, but again, the pressure so heavy for both mid and bot, and it is just giving Uzhan so much room to breathe, and Lulish on this Trundle is just struggling to find that level of impact.
And again, it's the domino effect. D-Haste never got ganked, still has his flash available, can play a little bit more aggressive, push Phantom Misto in. What does that create? It creates numbers advantage for Rich Gang. They can get into the river. Kevo and Alaric, they know that Fateski is summonerless, therefore they're pushing, they're forcing 2 versus 2 skirmishes. What does that do? It forces the bot lane of DMG underneath the tower, which then, in result, gives Rich Gang numbers advantage in the river for that first dragon. Now, the most important thing is that Void grabs, and in a minute's time, they still have time to push the next wave in, crash it through, as you can see, they're waiting around, and then switch over to the tops of the map to potentially even contest for those 2.
I'm curious if Fateski has his flashback by then as well, so there's a world where he doesn't.
I don't
So
think
they
he
may
does.
not even swap. I don't think they'll swap DMG's bot lane in at all. I think Fateski's just going to be happy to catch waves in bot lane. We'll see if they go for the lane swap angle. It actually just looks like it's a walk up here from Kevo and Alaric. Not got those level 6s yet. Lulish grabs the crab. Actually doesn't... Oh, it does hit level 6 off that crab. Okay. I was about to say, he was really behind on XP otherwise. So he's going to be able to hit level 6. Subjugate now available. Obviously, the best target for him is always going to be Matix.
I really love what they're doing here because Matix had pre-TP'd back into top lane a couple of minutes ago, so you definitely don't want to be moving your top lane around too much. They'll lose waves, they'll lose experience. What they do instead is, they know D-Haste has the wall, he can shove in that bot lane whilst the bottle of DMG are resetting, and if he needs to join, he can just walk up river, put the wall down, and get to the top side of the map, right? So again, for Rich Gang right here, this is a pretty dangerous territory. You do not have flash onto the Jhin, you do not even have that level 6. He should catch that level 6 now on the wave, which he just did, but Rich Gang, again, ahead of tempo right here. They're going to take control. It's a 2 and out situation. If you stay for the third one, it's too greedy. You could get caught. So Rich Gang getting the 2 here gives you the tick on the feats of strength, and job is done.
Yeah, that's so DMG. Not really going to be able to contest that one. Flash is only just about to come up for Fateski. And I like it. I think from Rich Gang, that was a very efficient play in the sense where they don't make an unnecessary risk. They are willing to give up that 1 grab, but with the 2 stacks of feat of strength, they've got the... well, they've got 1 stack towards the kill, but they're not actually quite on the kills yet.
I thought things were happening in the pit that were not there. It's kind of like a dream, you know, it's like a fever dream. You kind of see it, but it's not really there, but it was down the bot lane.
Yeah, that was... for everyone, I don't know if that happened for everyone at home, but for us, we had a little blur on our feed there for a second. It was kind of hard to actually make out what happened, but... Regardless, nothing has gone down. It's only been 1 kill. Rich Gang, you know, they're just controlling the pace right now. They have got themselves a 1,000 gold lead from kind of that single kill and just controlling the map. There's Alaric. Got a solar flare, forces the flash out from Chance. That was, honestly, really rough for Chance because Alaric didn't use a single, didn't have any backup, so he's just playing interrupt right now. Maiden is here.
I'm not
Probably
sure what
main.
really happened there, because Alaric was very clearly alone coming through from river. If you look at the river, there's 2 wards, pretty much spotting anyone coming through from river. The wave was pushing in for Chance towards enemy territory, so he knew there was no one there. And Alaric now, pushed too far.
Oh, wall goes up. Alaric's gone very low HP. Nice knockback from Kevo, though. Gonna get some extra damage off. That's 1 kill already picked up. He gets a little bit more, but the slows from the pillar and the curtain call is going to be enough to control that tempo. 1 kill over to the side of Rich Gang, and again, it's riskless play, right? They're making the plays that aren't 50-50. They're like 90-10. They're just really heads up on this. It's really smart.
I just really like how aware D-Haste is. Obviously, maybe this was cold, but it looked like Alaric getting caught in the Tribus, right? But D-Haste was perfect on position. Did stop wave mid, instantly ults down the bot side of the map to try and save his support. So let's watch this one more time. Alaric gets caught in the Tribus. D-Haste wall was perfect. He stopped any entrance or exit going through that Tribrush. And then they covered Alaric as well from the last shot from the Jhin ult. So, well played right there, I think, from the Rich Gang mid laner.
Yeah, really, really smart there, actually. The haste, I mean, it's the one champion I think of him right now is this Talia. I think it's been his best performing mid laner. And honestly, you know, you'd hope that he'd be able to kind of pull it off because we were talking a little bit about the weak spots on Rich Gang coming into this, and the agreement kind of was it is to haste right now. I think the rest of the team are actually having a really, really solid season. To haste, you know, while still being able to exit their group at the top and, you know, looking really, really solid, the haste has definitely been the point that I think you can attack. So, you know, these playoffs are about the haste kind of proving that they are, you know, they're actually a qualified member of Rich Gang in that sense.
Yeah, and also for Rich Gang as a whole, right? If you go all the way back in winter, their seeding stage was fantastic. 4-0, top of their group.
Yeah.
Suddenly playoffs came through and it was absolute disaster. However, you heard it from Duckling yesterday, like this is a team that was put together by hunger for success. They scream a lot, they try a lot, they give their best self, and it actually has showed through seeding stage. Now, of course, I will not sugarcoat it. DMG is probably not their hardest opponent to beat to show how good of a team they truly are from the 4-0.
hold on.
But hold on a minute.
All Out comes in and Matix gets the kill. Very easy for him. Feet of Warfare secure as well.
Whoa, that was a solo kill right then. Chance to win 0-2 on this Yorick. Usually you kind of want to be ahead on this Yorick to try and be a nuisance on a side lane. And then you're going to have to ask for extra bodies like Talia or anyone to come in to stop the Yorick dead in his tracks. But right here, I feel like Matix is just doing the job on his own pretty nicely. He's 1-0.
Yeah.
He's built the anti-heal. He's built the anti AD boots as well. Still caps. Sorry. I couldn't quite think of the word. Everything's just going Rich Gang's way. You've got Trinity
Yeah.
Force already on the Ezreal. You've got your Cassante 1000 gold up. Wukong hasn't even had to speak this game. He's just been permanently clearing his jungle, stealing away camps like he's trying to do here. There's suddenly D-Haste is like covering all sides of the map as well onto the Talia. So far, so good for Rich Gang.
Yeah, and I mean, I was bigging up Uzhan, but, you know, he's actually kind of had his team just do a lot of work for him here. Being able to, you know, I think a lot of games that they've picked up, Uzhan has been the major factor and the big difference maker. I think it's nice for Uzhan this time. I think he's earned a free ride, and this game is definitely that for him. He's been able to sit back, take it chill, and, you know, it's not like he's not done anything. The feat of monster slaying is being secured. I had a brief second where I questioned everything about the name of that feat, but yeah, able to pick that one up. He's been able to get the grubs. He's been able to get both dragons as well. Uzhan is, you know, it's not like he's been quiet. He's just been playing well with the pressure from his lanes, and it has just enabled him to be able to have this much impact just through taking neutral objectives. So with the feat now secured, upgraded boots for everyone, and I mean those ninja tabby upgrades, or plated steel caps, upgrades. Yeah, I know. I'm just a boomer.
You're so old. Yeah.
I know. But those upgrades are going to be nice. I mean, getting an AD shield versus the Jhin and the Trundle going to be super, super nice. Does look like they were thinking about jumping onto Matix. Not going to be the case, though. Matix able to back off.
Well, I wanted to add on the fact that I feel like every jungler would love to have this game. All that Uzhan had to do was pretty much smite as Phantom missed a caught right there. Has to use his ult to get away, right? But that's a tower going to Rich Gang for nothing.
Yeah.
That was pretty much Kevo walking up, using his W, taking the tower, chunking it down. Trinity Force does a lot of damage to the towers as well. So really great job right there. Rich Gang got just so quick on the map. And DMG just quite don't have the answers. When top lane gets pushed, you saw 3 members of DMG towards the tops of the map. The second Rich Gang saw 3 members on the tops of the map, Kevo just walked up in that mid lane tower. Until Phantom Mist was there, the tower was already gone. Now that they're all bunched up over in the mid lane, Matix now gets his chance over on the tops of the map to push that tower. So in just 30 seconds time, both mid and top lane tier 1 are gone for Rich Gang. And you know why this is very unfortunate? Because Rift Trail is just spawning. And these were the 2 bases that they could hide under to try and regain some control in this river, and now they're not there.
And now Uzhan playing full PvE mode immediately starts up that Rift Herald, although he doesn't quite have his team in position yet. Alaric's making his way over. Solar Flare goes down. It does make the connection onto Lulish into the Zenith Blade. There's the Cyclone to knock up the Troll. The ultimate coming in from the side of Kevo, able to get a big chunk out, but Calm Sky actually eating a lot of this damage for his team. Nobody falls yet, but that's enough to force DMG off. I say that Face Key has to flash and cleanse. The seismic shove from the haste, doing massive damage.
Yeah, and I feel like seals the deal, right? It was pretty much chunking the support for chunking the jungler. Obviously, when Lulash is out of the play, that means your smite is out of the play. But that last bit right there from D-Haze, where he plays a little bit more aggro, takes, again, double summoners from Fadeski on that Jhin, means that DMG can no longer contest for this Rift Trail. And again, the 2 towers just take so much vision away from your topside jungle, right? Which I feel like DMG had done a pretty good job at pretty much getting some control, some vision is at their own jungle to be able to walk towards that Rift Trail, but that exchange, that skirmish that happened earlier didn't really favor them. So that is yet another neutral objective going over to the set of Rich Gang. And in a minute, it's about time we have our 3rd dragon. This will be so point for Rich Gang. And so far, I believe that bot lane will be the next thing that they want to attack. Atakan spawns bot, The dragon spawns in about 1 minute, so this would be the other tier 1 tower that you need to take out.
Absolutely. Should be able to pick that one up as well. I mean, I don't really see how DMG can mount a defense at the moment. They are, they're hitting their first power spikes now. The items have started to come in. You've got your Ghost Blade, your Nashes, your Triforce, all of that. But on the other side, Rich Gang are, halfway towards their second items. And they're going to take this tower down. Then at this point, the map is completely opened up for Rich Gang, and they can start playing way more aggressively with their warding and their vision around the jungle towards objectives. And I just think it's going to get harder and harder here for the side of DMG to even play any contest, as Lulush, I don't think Dragon's actually on the cards for him. So instead, he's thinking, let's go for the gank and then see if we can contest fourth Dragon later. Subjugate's going to do some help on a dive. They're also bringing over Calm Sky. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, it's very difficult to take down Cassante as is. Underneath the tower, it's going to become even harder. And he's stopping the wave from crashing underneath the tower.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold for the moment. He's got the all-out, but the wall comes in, and Attilia's going to make their way over. There's the kidnap. Chance to win goes down. Maiden gets taken back off the back of that one. The King's Domain is used for a retreat from Lulush, but Matix continues the chase. Calm Sky, he's got a little bit of move speed, but that's going to be the jump forwards. They try to turn this one around as Calm Sky will sacrifice himself. All the while, Uzhan 0-0-0, the PvE player, just going to be able to get himself Dragon number 3 for the team. Maybe goes for a kill.
Hold up, he's looking at the Azir. He's going to pop the Rift Herald.
Looking for it. Teleport's coming in. That's going to be the backup. Cyclone comes down. Phantomisto sends him packing. Shuffles away. Fate's Key? Ignite Tick. Ignite Tick! Oh. Kevo gets the kill. How?
Okay, let's keep track of what just happened, right? I just want to know who makes the calls for Rich Gang right here. Uzhan is looking again at the Azir. This Azir has flash now, and he also has a friend in the likes of the Yorick over on the bottom of the map. But I just want to say that this rotation right there was a rotation for Dragon, for Rich Gang. They knew that the Dragon was not getting contested, and Lulush was looking to dive top lane. What happens is that Alaric and D-Haste press their B button and start beelining for the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Uzhan has a pretty clear path towards the Dragon, which he ended up not taking, right? Because he ganked for the Azir, but he could have taken the Dragon if he wanted to. But that was a fantastically clever rotation, which netted them yet more pressure on the map by saving Matix as well, who has a big shutdown on his head as well. It's about 2,000 gold ahead of the Yorick.
Matix not going to play interrupt on that reset. Uzhan now is going to start up this Dragon. Does delay it a little bit.
He has nothing else to do now,
Yeah, I mean,
he's bored.
It's Uzhan's KDA is crazy.
He's genuinely bored this game because he should have taken the Dragon, but he went down bot lane to gank the Azir. He's genuinely bored.
He wants something to do, bless him. Yeah. He's literally just his whole team is just gapping in all of their lanes, and he's just having to sit back and just take objectives.
Don't worry, my guy. We only need your smite after all.
Yeah, that's what you're here for. Alaric? Just making sure the haste doesn't get dove there. Tower's quite low, so it's potentially takeable. If it wasn't for one grub, Rich Gang would be online for a perfect game. Which is crazy, as we do see Alaric jumping onto the backline. Lulush puts the pillar down. There's the flash out to safety. Teleport burn as well. His chance to win makes his way over. So this tower should fall to the side of to DMG.
And right now, I believe Reach Gang should have their sights towards the bottom of the map. This is where the next objective is, which is going to be the Atakan. They have mid lane push. They're going to sacrifice the top lane tower since Chance to Win also TP'd over the top of the map for the skirmish. But it's very important to have two pushing lanes, mid lane and bot lane, to actually gain a lot of control in that bot side quadrant of Lulush's jungle, to actually bleed that pressure towards that Atakan. You were mentioning item and a half. Now second item completion have started coming through. Black Cleaver remaining to be completed onto that Wukong. He hasn't really been interacting much with the PvP aspect of this game, so he hasn't really cashed out on any assists or any kills out of the 6 kills that they have on the Reach Gang. Maybe
his opportunity is here. There's going to be the monkey spin as Kevo takes the kill. Solar Flag is a little bit wide. Lulush does get hit as the Weaver's Wall goes down, and Lulush has nowhere to go. Goes for a flash to safety. Is going to be able to escape. But Atakan up. Support dead, and the rest of the team kind of scattered. Should just be a free jungle objective over. Uzhan's on the board, though. 1 assist.
Hey, he finally got some PvP action, and also that wall from Nihes was so funny because he forced 2 of the champions to just jump over the wall towards that mid lane, which was kind of funny, like a funny interaction. But now, DMG are trying to find their way into that river. Alaric just about escapes the wall, and Chance to Win is just looking to see if he can do some damage. Kevo quite low, but he's just so slippery, so difficult to catch. Lulash?
Oh, looks like they actually were able to play Interrupt on Atakan, but Chance is going to lose his life for it. Fanto losing a fair chunk of HP off the sides. DeHaste and Kevo are pretty chunked. Alaric gets caught out. The headbutt Polv comes in. This could be the first kill given over. Alaric jumps onto the backline. Mattix getting some damage off the shield onto Alaric as he stays alive. He refuses to die. Mattix jumps over the ultimate with the all out as Calm Sky will fall. Kevo will not be getting the triple as Mattix takes him down. Rich Gang just continue to press their advantage this game.
I'm pretty sure this Leona got subjugated when she jumped in with W open. Lulash ends up going down so quickly, and this is going to be Atakan. And let's watch this one more time. Chance to Win. Remember, he was fishing for a pick. He was looking for Kevo, but he takes the wrong turn and face tanks 5 members of Rich Gang. And then Alaric, I think this was a mistake from him taking that route, but then he turns it around. Rich Gang has been so quick to turn things around every single time. It looks like Alaric gets caught. The rest of his team is there, and what a fantastic ult right there from Mattix onto that Azir. And the rest is just Rich Gang playing out anyone who gets left behind from DMG.
That was honestly such a nice ult from Mattix. We haven't really talked much about the top lane, but Mattix, I think, has been so consistently good all split long. He's looking really good here. As DeHaste is getting jumped onto. Has to just flash away as the curtain does get called. True Shot Barrage gets a bit of damage off. Mattix just jumps into the middle of 3. He's so tanky. There's the Solar Flare. Uzhan looking for that Cyclone opportunity. Isn't going to be gifted it. Dragon up in a minute. That's Soul.
I'm so confused.
Oh.
Rich Gang just threw everything. Alaric caught.
Alaric. Yeah, he's quite tanky though. W comes out. Actually just jumps in onto Calm Sky. Another pillar place which is going to slow down and stop Rich Gang from their chase. These pillars from Lulash have, I think, saved more lives right now than we're giving credit to.
Okay, I mean, they're using their almost 10,000 gold lead, right? They're just throwing their bodies over at DMG, but in 40 seconds, that's their soul.
Yeah, well, they're all going all in there. They're going to force out Mattix's flash. Honestly, using the cage and the pillar, it's slowly starting to add up and burn some of the spells from the side of Rich Gang just before this dragon comes up. 20 seconds.
That's what I'm saying, right? They were throwing all their ultimates towards DMG on an open field. The Talia ult, the Wukong diving in, but they didn't necessarily get anything for it. 15 seconds on the timer. Unfortunately, DMG have not really regained any control in this river. They actually backed off trying to play from the bottom of the map, looking to see if they can maybe catch the haste. You take that Talia out of the equation, there's no more headache about the Unraveled Earth or that wall that's about to come up in 7 seconds.
Yeah. Uzhan also quite close towards his ultimate. There's the true shot onto Fatesky on the back line. He's just going to get heavily chunked out. Lulash goes down immediately. Uzhan gets his first kill of the game. The Zir Tower's going to do a bit of work, but the Monkey Spin's going to do more. That's another kill over to the side of Rich Gang. The wall goes up. Mattix is on his lonesome, but as you know, he's got Alaric. There's the shuffle back from Phantomisto, and he is able to answer out with the first kill of the game for DMG onto Uzhan. But ultimately, the fight is still heavily in favor of Rich Gang.
And this is going to be solved for them as well, right? 3 members dead, no smite from the side of DMG. Don't worry about seeing all players alive. The only ones who are alive is the Alistar and the Azir. So there's not going to be no contest coming through from the side of DMG right here. This is going to be a free soul for the side of Rich Gang. And pretty much they've gotten every single objective on the map. I think it's as simple as get the Baron, end the game, force another fight.
There's the fight once again.
Force another fight before you end the game, right? But here's the fight. I mean, Fatesky gets sniped right here from Kevo's Ezreal. The support just kills him. Oh my god, he's just grim.
How? I mean, you know the game's bad when a support is a tank support is killing
1v1ing
your
the
ADC.
carry, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he did have Kevo's ultimate, which did quite a lot of damage, to be fair. But regardless,
Phantomisto, I think. If I'm not wrong, he's dead for more than 40 seconds, so...
No, that was a bug on the overlay. Phantomisto is kicking it. He's all right.
He's alive. And here comes the Baron, right? This is the perfect opportunity for Rich Gang to actually force a fight. Try and find anyone who's overextended.
There it is! Lulus takes a true shot barrage. Alarit's going to sit on his pocket. Subjugate thrown there for a bit of stats. Missing out on the Zenith Blade. Lulus has enough move speed to escape. Honestly, the Pill of the Cage. This game had so many more kills if those two tools weren't here.
But again, this is Lulash. Pushed out towards the top, both side of the map. Maddox has to actually be careful right here. So he's going to respect that. He's going to let go of the wave. Try to walk up slowly but surely towards that Baron area, which Rich Gang have occupied by taking down the big purple worm. And I think this is the last kind of like take on the equation right here. You want the Baron to be able to push in. There is not necessarily a lot of wave clear on the side of DMG apart from the Azir. And Maddox is playing so damn respectfully towards that bot side of the map. So now it's as simple as push out the waves, take those last outer towers that remain, which is literally just the bot side. And as you can see, both Leona and Talia
looking for
and
it.
the Ezreal and the Cassante are
Nice
all towards that bot side of the map.
Phantomisto going to teleport out, but look at
my
Kevo's
God.
damage!
Let me tell you one thing. This Ezreal speaks 0 English, by the way. 0.
I did not know that about Kevo. I've casted him for years. I did not know that.
That's why you should know that about Kevo.
Oh, that's
Deep Brain?
crazy. I mean, it makes sense why I've never interviewed him over the years, I guess. Nice escape from Fanta, though. He was able to break away. That is good for them because it keeps some of their wave clear alive. Or their major tool of wave clear, like you were saying. But the final tower outside the base is going to fall. Baron's still sitting here onto a Rich Gang. They're going to crack the base here. That is the ultimate goal. And that tower is going to be undefendable thanks to the wall that was put down by the haste. Inhibitor will be next up on the menu. Rich Gang have pressure through that lane. And honestly, with the fact that they can now just move into this bot side, into this mid lane, sorry, Uzhan was guiding the wave up. Solar Flare makes his connection. The true shot barrage goes a little bit wide this time as the monkey skin spin comes down. Kevo able to find one, but in jumps Matix on that flank. Looking for Calm Sky, just gets headbutted out. But the haste finds the seismic shove. Good snipe onto Fanto as he will go down. The tower will be next up to fall, but they actually just turn their attention towards the Nexus, towards Chance, as he is pulled down, taken out. Rich Gang are going to be able to take everything in this game one of the series. 28 minutes on the clock, and this base is going to be cracked open. DMG, they got a lot to adjust going into the next game.
You'd think DMG having 3 aces up their sleeve would be enough to win the game. 1 being a kill, 1 being a void grab, and 1 being a tower would be enough, but that's not the case. Rich Gang took everything else from the map, pretty much. I love the fact that through the draft, they picked comfort for themselves, took comfort away by even B1 in that Cassante. Like, you don't really see a Cassante B1 literally anywhere else in the world, right? On game 1 of Fearless. But they just did that. They took away their comfort, put Kevo onto that Ezreal, and what a beautiful sight.
1 grab, 1 kill, and 1 tower.
1 tower.
If they hadn't lost that, that would have been a perfect game, which is so crazy to say. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the desk to break down this game 1, so Archer, over to you.
That is a game to remember coming in from Rich Gang, completely dominating over DMG. I think we should just celebrate what they brought into the Rift.
Yeah.
I agree, B1 Xante working like that? What?
It's the whole team, right? The whole team, I think, played incredibly well. I'm just really, really impressed. I mean, we could spend ages just analyzing each player and saying what they all did good, but it just feels like this entire Rich Gang roster is good all by themselves. Every single player. Like, look, watch this. This is accelerating bot lane with the Leona Ezreal, finding leads onto Kevo because you roam down as the haste, which is an insane win con to the side lane. But then he's not the only one to lead. Top lane also popped off too.
Yeah, can I just say very quickly something that you, Aragon, said before we went into the game? You said that the draft on the left, the Rich Gang draft, is going to pop off if the Talia pops off. And Talia did absolutely pop off. Just what we just saw happening on the screen, and also before that, why was she even able to roam? Is because she was bullying that poor Azir on the mid lane, forcing teleports out of him, forcing him not to farm, stay out of mana all the time. He just played his early game so damn well.
Yeah, the Azir, it definitely is a good matchup for Talia, and also the way you can play to sides and shut down any kind of Yorick win con that the DMG had drafted for themselves. With that counter pick onto the blind Cassante, like you said, Archeron, it was just a really good way of counteracting any win condition that DMG had drafted itself. It's also really hard to dash over rocks as Azir and Alistair, right? It was just a great pick.
Well, you brought it up, the Xanta and the priority, and we were talking about chance to win, being their chance to win this series or even match. And when you put Madix into the equation, I think it nullified that winning condition. Look at this!
Yeah.
It's a cycle.
Somehow, I don't understand how chance to win on the Yorick got aggro here. Now, it was an attempt onto a dive from Matix, but he managed to survive an outplay, but also the Alistar should really be tanking with the ulti, so it just feels like a massive outplay across the board from Matix. Not only did he kill here, but he also had a solo kill post 6 on the Kazanta into the counterpick Yorick. So it was just an outclass. I didn't expect to see it. I thought chance was insane, so Matix just showing like the caliber of player he is.
Yeah, I mean, Madix doesn't have a lot of competitive experience, but you gotta remember that throughout the previous 2 competitive seasons that he played, Xante was his most played champion, and by far, by the way, his second most played champion is Renekton, and it's not anywhere close to the amount of games this guy has on Xante. He has all the experience on that champion.
You could see it. No, you could definitely see it. You could tell he sees the lethal angles in the 1v1s, and it's just
Yeah.
super nice, yeah. Really good.
Well, you got an Ezreal with the Trinity Force plus Boots plus Tier by 12 minutes. I think that also signifies the lead that they brought in. I mean, when the opponent on the bot lane, you're playing Jhin, and you know Ezreal has everything that he needs to be an extreme
Yeah, I think it was,
aggressive.
It was a Dirk versus Triforce tier boots. Like, I just don't know how you really play.
You don't.
Like, 'cause, like,
Don't.
you want to play off of pillars. You want to try and chain CC and find picks, but your damage dealers and the Azir and the Jhin are just so far behind. You didn't get complete your first item for Azir until 16, 17 minutes from memory. It just felt like everyone on Rich Gang. We keep saying it, but they all outclass. I mean, Chance, he feels desperate in, for example, this highlight right here, completely overextending, trying to make plays. But again, watch the play. I believe that will happen from Matix. As we go forward into this, the buffer and the CC immunity onto the Azir wall right here, the Azir ultimate was so clean.
Follow him
Just
up,
gonna-
and there you go. You think you're out, but you're not.
So clean! And also the fact that Alaric doesn't die in the end in this fight, even though he's the one getting caught originally because he misplayed a little bit, but in the end that is his team taking advantage. But honestly, by that moment in the game, Rich Gang are so far ahead compared to DMG. The DMG, yeah, they have to look for those desperate plays, but with a very little chance that they will actually get anything out of it.
Yeah. I think, you know what, like, we're just saying they're insane across the board. They won against Nord in a similar sort of fashion as well, where they just outclass across the board as well. Can we just say that they're probably the second best team in the league? I actually think they're just the second best team in the league, surpassing probably Verdant, in my opinion. Even though Verdant had that 55-minute banger, I think the way that they're playing games, the way that they're playing individually, my hot take is that they're probably a second best team.
I can't disagree with that. This is a graphic that showcases what you get with a kill. They got a kill versus 19.
Jhin had 0 damage contributed to kills. Like, usually Jhin is the setup champion on CC to find picks and to play off of. But the Jhin found nothing. They could not play around the pillar. They could not play around the snares and the ultimates and the range. And you could just see the dominance that Rich Gang had there because they did not allow for DMG's win condition to pan out. Super clear.
Well, that's game 1. We're waiting for game 2 on the best out of 3. DMG have to change the entire ideas as they move into the Summoner's Rift, or else Rich Gang are going to follow through on the winner bracket. With that in mind, we'll take a small break and I'll see you soon. Wild statements have been made. Rich Gang could be Where is Aragon Solari?
Did we start without Aragon?
You're muted! You are muted!
Oh my god, it didn't land because I was muted again. This will be the end of me. I swear to God.
We'll
it was
pretend
so
nothing happened.
well
Try
thought
again.
out. It was so no, I'm not redoing the joke. That's not happening. It was so well thought out. I promise you. No. It's okay. Just FF. Move on.
Okay, we
Carry
still
on.
love you, Aragon.
Artyom, do your host job. I'm sad.
You wanted to make a funny
I
appearance.
was prepping that. I thought. It's
And
fine.
this was the best funny moment you had. Because you got
was
it all
muted.
and muted. Oh, Solari, you're the last one.
I'm
You're
so
the
sad.
last
What?
one being hit by the muted. I'm just letting you know.
No.
One more person. I hope, by the way, I hope my microphone hasn't failed today because I have I tried a new solution. So if it fails, please tell me. But I do believe it's working right now. I'm really happy. With that in mind, I do believe Rich Gang is extremely happy as well after defeating the MG on the way they did. A single death, a single mistake like Aragon's entrance. That's all they took. Right now, is there a way for the MG to come back from this, or are we looking at the clean sweep of a 2-0?
You
I don't
want
want
to
to ruin the.
You're
I
not
don't want to
muted,
ruin
Aragon,
the
you can
mood
talk.
to anybody, but I feel like there is not going to be a third game today. It looks like Rich Gang are just so clean, and they understand how their draft is supposed to work so well, and they play so much for the tempo on the map that DMG just cannot keep up with them.
Yeah, I think sometimes analysis is really simple, right? And the reality is when players are better in all three lanes, when your jungle is better on top of that, and you can play to your win cons very well, you draft well, you're just going to win. It's really that simple. When I look at this team, I think their individual players are phenomenal. You've got Ozan in the jungle who's consistently popping off. I think his KDA is perfect still. He died once, so it's untarnished. It's probably just went up to like 30 or something after that game. And you have Matic solo killing everyone. It's just incredible individually.
Champion Select goes through, and Gwen yet again being removed. Pantheon probably following. There we go. It's too powerful. That champion is peak League of Legends. What about the Rumble, for instance? All of those we got on the first game. Are we following the same, or is that an adaptation? That is the question.
We should remove Rumble. We should. I don't care from which
From
side.
the
I just
game.
don't want to see
Okay.
Rumble. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the OPs that are up right now that are still being considered are Varus. What do we trade between Varus, Rumble? Pantheon's out now, so that's not going to be viable. But Renekton, target bans on blue side. Because you have first pick, you have more room for target bans. So getting rid of that Renekton, Matix and Chances, one of their favorite champs, also enables champions like Ambessa. So if they want to go towards something like the Ambessa as a composition, that could be good for both teams here.
Take another shot. Probably a jungler. Or are you taking Varus? You're on the red side as well. DMG picking blue side for this one. There you go.
Yeah.
Another jungler. You want to take away a little bit of power? Osman is comfortable.
Yeah, I think I'm also looking at champions like Vi. Vi is still reasonably strong right now after the nerfs. Jarvan also underneath that. But another power pick with that Gwen ban that I'm thinking of is Sion, because Gwen's so good into tanks, right? So if some teams in the LPL, for example, would prioritize just a B1 Sion here, right? They would. If they want to take that, then they could. But we'll have to see. It depends on what Chance is feeling. And I think Chance's second best champion to me was the Ambessa. So maybe like some kind of Ambessa Sejuani comp. There's a lot of different options that we could go down right now.
Yeah. But okay, they decided not to ban out Varus, which I thought interesting because that is a blue side for DMG. Faetzky has
Varus for
played
Rumble.
Varus. And by the way, so far, the only game that DMG have won in this split was with Faetzky playing on Varus. That was versus light side.
Yeah, so Rumble for Varus trade looks like it's going to happen. I think a good jungler with both these champions is the Maokai. It pairs off really, really well for the outrange and the setup and the way the champions works. So I could see both junglers kind of going towards them. Rich Gang, however, Ozan, I think he's more of a carry player. Every time I watch him, I see him more on AD bruises, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't actually go towards that style with the Maokai. It's just a very EU thing to do, and it works well.
He can play other champions as well. He can play
Yeah.
a bit more of a supportive role. It's just, he definitely shines more on more of a carry style.
He's just so
champions
good,
in
isn't he?
jungle.
Yeah, there's a Jarvan.
But
Okay.
no, it's gonna be a Jarvan this time. Probably just to make sure that there is no Rumble Jarvan on the other side as well,
Yeah,
because
no,
that is a
absolutely.
pretty deadly combo.
especially
blind
into the
Jarvan,
Varus
like-
with no mobility. Yeah, typically now your best answers into Jarvan are stuff like Lee Sin and Poppy. Anything with dashes as well in the mid lane rises up in priority. Ezreal would be
Ari.
really good.
you can't play
Lucian,
Ezreal.
Ari, exactly, and LeBlanc. These kinds of dash champs become very, very valuable. Vi, so picking away the two most prior junglers. Vi Rumble is a crazy duo. They just press R onto Varus and he will explode.
Yeah, but now with that they have Vi and they have Rumble, they can also go and pick up Ari that you've already mentioned being good into Jarvan, but also the
It would be a good
Vi-Ari
shout.
combination is going to be a good one as well. And they are playing into Varus, so it's a very immobile carry on the other team. They can catch him really easily.
Yeah, I just wonder if... oh, there it is, exactly. Good prediction, nice. I mean, that's a really, really good shout. The dash is into the Jarvan, fantastic, and... I mean, you match top here. Ornn's a pretty standard answer. Into the Rumble if you want to. Galio top is my personal favorite. I think that champion is really fantastic. Into
I
the
agree with
dive of
that
the...
one.
I think Galio here, man, I'm telling you, if Rich Gang want to win the game on the spot, they lock in Galio.
I don't see the yarn.
R3,
I don't
but
see the
they don't
yarn.
do
For
it.
Matix?
Yeah.
Come on. He doesn't want it. No, he wants to carry the game. You know he wants to carry the game. So it's different
He
carry.
has played a fair share of Ornn's back in the days, and he can play kind of a weak side-ish champion on the top lane as well. Does he want to? Probably no. He wants
There
Renekton,
you
he
go.
wants Olaf, he wants stuff like that.
Yeah. So the question is now, you probably pick away top lane. I mean, do you want counter pick top or mid here? That's the question. You probably want to ban out supports because you've R3 supports and DMG have not locked in their support yet. So Rich Gang, they're going to ban away the Braum. And then if they want to pinch support pool further, I think Nautilus would be a great ban as well. But there's the Ornn into the Rumble ban. It's just one of the best meta answers. I think you can pick Sion and Suffer, but personally, I keep reiterating, Galio is the best.
I don't think Maddox has played Galio in the top lane. I mean, at least in a pro play. I don't recall a single game of that, at least in the previous 2 seasons maybe. But
does he
who
play
knows what he
Aurora?
has prepared.
It would work well with his comp, and it's decent into Rumble if he played Aurora before. They could do an Aurora flex kind of angle.
Not in
Yeah.
a pro game.
Not in the pro game. Okay. Oh, there's the Galio.
There's the Galio.
Okay, they're not allowing
They
for it.
read
It's
you.
too good. It's too good of a
Yeah.
Galio angle.
I know for the lane might be complicated, but a Poppy to stop the Vi and Ari agency later in the team fights with the Jarvan.
You're just gonna die.
Hmm.
I'm
The
gonna be
line
real
is
with you.
horrible. Yeah.
Oh, well, wait. Do you mean support for DMG or top lane for?
No,
Rich Gang?
it was stop. It was stop. Because I know it's
Okay.
horrible for Rumble, but it's a way to
Yeah.
stop everything. Yeah, you suffer with
That's
Sion.
Yeah, but Poppy into Rutch Gang is a really good shout because it's a good matchup into the Rel. It's really good versus the Jarvan. So if you want to go that direction, you can too. Nautilus Kais is a rotation you could go here for the dive with the Vi Ari. I think would be phenomenal. But again, options. If you want dashes, Ezreal works too. Oh no, Ezreal's out because it was played last game.
Ezreal's
So
out.
Yes.
yeah,
And they need an engaged support here because they need somebody to
Lucian?
go in with Vi. Lucian and Ho. And you're pretty much... Vi is going to be left out when she goes in. Okay,
I think it's
Nautilus.
not Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
more happy
Kai'Sa
with
rotation.
Nautilus. Yeah, and with Kai'Sa, yeah, then you have 3 people who go into the backline of the enemy, and we still have an immobile carry on the AD carry, potentially also something immobile for Diaz, but we'll see about that.
It's time to showcase your AD carry. We've seen others like Zeri has been raising a little bit, but the Kai'Sa is just a perfect match with the Nautilus, at least to get that on hit as well and follow in the equalizer. That could be the pick, and it's
changed
Sivir
last
was
second.
banned on the previous one.
I mean, Sivir's OP. I completely forgot, to be honest.
Yeah.
Sivir's my top 3 AD carry right now. I think Sivir's incredibly broken, so I think it doesn't fit as well as the Kai'Sa compositionally, but they're going to look in Sivir. Now the question is, what do you go mid? Into the Ari? You could go Sylas. I think Sylas would be great with all these ultimates. But, I mean, it's up to Rich Gang and Dehest. I'm not quite familiar. I can't remember exactly what his pool is. Victor, I wouldn't be a fan of. Looks like it's going to be the Orianna.
I
the
prefer
Aurora
Aurora
lock-in.
so much here. Yes, because Victor, again, we have another immobile carry on the mid lane that cannot escape if Nautilus or Vi lock in onto them. Aurora has so much more ways to outplay the enemy, even if they decide to go all in into her.
Again, I think the draft coming in from DMG is solid. It's really
I think it's
comfortable,
really good. I think it's super easy, too.
but it's Rich Gang. So when you look at the power of the draft that DMG brought in and the first game versus Rich Gang, give me your thought process and what can we expect from the beginning of the game? First 5 minutes, predictions.
Okay, first 5 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, I think it's going to be slow for the side of DMG because when you have a Vi, typically you're just farming and scaling up. But the Jarvan can have a little bit more agency.
Yeah.
So in terms of the first 5 minutes, I would go with Rich Gang being favored a little bit in terms of playmaking.
Yeah.
I'm concerned they lock in Sivir versus Jarvan. Personally, you're just going to get ulted and stuck.
Yeah.
That's my problem. But I will say DMG have a very easy comp to execute. They just press R, they go in, they dive, and it's all on the same page. So this is a test of how good they are as a team right now.
Solana, do you agree?
I agree. I'm a very big believer of Jarvan plus Aurora combination. Yes.
Okay, it's time to fight for DMG, or else they go to the lower bracket of Rich Gang. Could be that team that keeps on surprising the leaders of Group B. Will they make it onto the upper bracket? I don't know, but Trouble Link and Hipbrain probably know. Hipbrain, unmute yourself, please.
I actually genuinely checked there. I, for a brief second, thought maybe I wasn't. Hello,
only
welcome to the
Solari
caster
left,
desk. Yeah, I
Only
mean,
Solari
just
left.
Solari, one to go. You are
I'm
ticking
chilling
us off.
today.
She's muted, by the way. No, so going into this game, there was the draft we thought was going quite swimmingly for DMG, and then as soon as they locked that Sivir in, I lost quite a lot of faith in it. I thought the Kai'Sa went real hard here. Sivir, I mean, Aragon nailed it, right? Like Jarvan, Sivir, not a big fan.
I'm like, okay, the only other thing why I don't necessarily really like Sivir in these iterations is like, you're going to be left alone. Ari dives in. Rumble, since he's old. Vi dives in. Nautilus wants to be in the engage over in the front line. What are you doing? Who is your front line? Literally, the whole TMG combo is, I don't know if you've seen like the Twitch mode where it's like scatter. Everyone's just going to be scattering, trying to find picks, right? Because this is what they do best. It's a pick composition from the side of DMG. I feel like Kai'Sa just fits the bill so beautifully right here. And I mean, you're playing into a poke virus anyway, so you are possibly going to struggle. I think this is what made Fadeski lean more towards that Sivir. It's more like the laning phase and how you deal with such a hard shoving champion such as Varus.
Alrighty, well, I think one of the things that we do want to talk a little bit about is these junglers, especially their pairings with the mid laners. Uzhan and Dehaste on the Aurora and the Jarvan. A lot of burst there. But again, on the same side, Phantomisto and Lulish, especially when these two hit 6, they actually have a serious amount of damage that they're going to be able to put out. So I think these jungle mids are going to be really, really interesting. And Ozan, he sat back last game and kind of got a bit of a free ride. So this game, I think he's going to have to do a lot of work.
Yep. He's going to have to do a lot of work. I mean, again, I always reference back to Tarzan when I see a lot of Jarvans, because the whole thought behind Jarvan is like, oh, you've got immobile carries, he's fantastic, he'll just lock you into the Cataclysm, and then a bunch of AoE and other spells will just fall into the Cataclysm, and then you're stuck, so if you don't have Flash, you kind of die. But he's actually a pretty good fighter as well. I feel like his 2v2s with a lot of pairings over in the jungle are pretty favorable towards him, so I can't wait to see what Uzhan is gonna cook up together with Dehaze. Sort of pin down the Vi. Vi is not necessarily a champion until about level 6, and I'm loving what he does right here. He might actually demonstrate what I literally just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this, I think it was actually Lulish on the receiving end of this last week as well. I think it was Yankos maybe invading him, where he picked the Vi, gets invaded early and heavily chunked out. And Vi, unfortunately, kind of gets stomped early. Really not a champion without, especially at level 1, when you've just got your passive on your W, nothing else to work with. Uzhan going to be able to take 2 camps away, reset, head towards his blue side, make sure that's covered, and he's going to be a complete menace. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Fateski's going very low. Good route from Karnsky, but Kevo can just turn his attention towards the scuba diver. Getting that Q coming up fairly soon. There's going to be the CC. Here comes a little bit of the extra damage, but Alaric just about survives. First blood to Kevo.
It's been incredible how Kevo and Alaric always find those 2 versus 2s very aggressively. Fateski and Kamsky were actually pushing, crushing in that wave. And this is where Alaric found the jungle. I feel like Alaric has been one of the more creative and aggressive supports that we've had in the league, especially when it comes to the early 2 versus 2s. And Kevo has been the recipient of the first blood for yet another time. Don't worry, guys. The overlay will update.
Alrighty, well, Lulish finishing up his Krugs. Uzhan with Smite is going to be able to finish this red buff up. I think before Lulish even sees it, there it is.
Oh, God.
This is actually awful to watch. I feel so sorry for the guy. Uzhan, he's still got his entire jungle to clear. He's done his red buff, and that's his clear so far on his side of the map. Let's have a look at bot lane once again.
Yeah, they tried to crush the wave, but look at where Kevo and Alaric keep the wave, so they have to overextend. Kevo instantly flashes to take a favorable trade onto Fateski, and unfortunately, because this is a Halo Blades Bowers, he actually takes trades really, really aggressively in the early game, and he hurts much more than the Comet Bowers that you see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at replay, we did see off on our screen, Lulush was getting his crab. Uzhan did play a little bit of contest, but is actually going to play it smart and back off. As he actually might just go for an upper invade. There's no way. Oh, Alaric actually finds an opening here onto Phantomisto. Phantomisto loses a massive chunk of HP. He's doing so much burst as Uzhan finds Lulush, gets a little bit of damage off with the slow from the Q. Hasn't really got too much backup. Actually, the support's coming up as meanwhile, Matix taking himself a fight here versus Chance. Chance gets the W off, a bit more damage in. They find the flag, they find the drag. The tower shot goes through and Uzhan's going low. I think he's dying. Chance finds the kill. Alaric's over. Phantomisto also in the area. Gets himself a bit of a stun off, but there's nobody to back up. Uzhan goes down.
I don't like that from Uzhan. He had his entire jungle to go farm. Topside, bot lane, Scuttle Crab. Like constantly just fist fighting with Lulush. He's just gonna put Lulush in an advantageous position because the more you fist fight with him, his camps will just respawn. He'll be done fighting you. He'll get back into his jungle. And as you can see right now, once Lulush is done with the Gromp right here, he'll be dead even in terms of CS with Uzhan. So being ahead from the early game, getting that invade, which was successful, and now just being dead even to that Vi is actually a pretty disadvantageous position since you just wasted so much time trying to create that opportunity for yourself. So Uzhan's now gonna walk towards the bottom of the map, finally get that Scuttle Crab, and then possibly get back into his jungle and start clearing.
Yeah, it's just going to be on to Dragon number 1. Nice early start here for the side of Rich Gang on that. Does mean they can also shift their attention towards top side for their bot lane if they want to contest grubs. I do actually think half of Uzhan's camps are still level 1 camps though. Like, he needs to clear his jungle fairly soon. As, Matix has to use the ultimate there versus Chance. Luckily for Matix, Chance overheated, so didn't have the ability to cast any more spells, and didn't have 6, but he has now hit that 6, so could put a carpet down on Matix's head, so he's going to be able to shove the wave off that.
I really like the usage of the Rumble ult right here. You're not necessarily really going to be taking any aggressive trades. You're not going to be playing for any dragons. Void grabs are in 2 minutes time, so the equalizer will be back up. So you're just using that to create pressure, get that Scion to back, TP back onto the wave, and if the Rumble chooses Soar here, he can just walk straight back into the lane, right? Because he does have a new wave to play with. He's going to be heading towards the bottom of the map, so they're going to swap really quickly. As you can see, Fateskin and Kamska trying to shove in that wave. But again, Kevo and Alaric have been keeping the wave of that awkward positioning. And now the Rumble that was going bot lane, because of the state of the wave, has to beeline back towards top and now waste that teleport that we talked about, him saving by using that equalizer. That was a disastrous rotation for DMG.
Yeah, that was really, really rough for them. It's like you were saying earlier as well, the hail of blades on Varus, you know, early the damage it can give is really brutal. I mean, you are also fighting Cole Longsword into Serrated Dirk, so you do have a little bit more base stuff to work with right now on the side of Rich Gang. But clear's coming in. Does look like they were actually keeping Uzhan in the area. He did a full clear of his blue side and is now just going to back off and look towards those grubs spawning up in 40 seconds time. Kevo's going to be able to get his reset off early, so he could potentially just go in for a slightly slower addition to this grub take if he wants to come over, or might be happy just to hold. But it looks like with the fact they sent to haste into bot, he's just going to lane swap into mid and be there to cover.
And I just wanted to look at these little purple bars next to the portraits of the champions. Jarvan and Vi are pretty much dead even when it comes to that experience, and it should definitely not be like this. Now, I want you to notice that grey hourglass in the bot side river. That is the second Scuttle Crab that spawns. That will usually, if you've cleared your jungle properly, that will usually give junglers that level 6 tick over that they need. So I want to actually see if Uzhan or Lulush should get his level 6, from that camp that he just cleared. And Uzhan
did as well.
The same. So there's not going to be much fighting over the bot lane Scuttle Crab because there's been so many back and forth with the junglers and clearing and back and forth. They actually managed to get that level 6 of themselves. So let's see if DMG have anything to say about walking inside that river and actually contesting for the Void Grabs right here.
Well, that's like Matix going to be potentially getting ganked actually in that top side. Turn their attention towards that fool, sending it onto Matix. Ultimate use, but he is cooked as he tries to ult to safety. Just going to have to catch the rest of the wave. Matix goes down. Nice little pick there from the side of DMG. 2 kills under their belt. Grubs should be taken by Rich Gang, at least the 2 they need. There it is.
All right. Very content right there.
Hold
Rich
on.
Gang again.
Let's
with
go
their
bot
2.
lane. It's a bit of trading. Okay, I thought it was a lot spicier than what actually happened. I saw the minimap and I saw health bars, so I was like, oh, hello.
All right, well, Ari didn't even have to use her ult, neither did Aurora, so we're pretty good here. I like how content Rich Gang are with their 2 Void grabs. I've actually seen a lot of teams sort of like pressure for the 3rd one, thinking it's free, but then your rotation is not your rotation anymore, so they get caught having to use flashes. Like a lot of the NLC teams have been caught trying to greed for the 2nd Void grab. You don't necessarily need the 3rd Void grab unless it's absolutely free, right? And usually will be after a rotation of you having reset, buying more items, getting back on the map. Oh, it's still there, let me grab it kind of deal. Next, Skull Grab will go also to the side of Usan right here. But again, junglers are pretty much dead even. That is a pretty good trade to take if you're Lulash, getting invaded level 1, losing your flash level 1, getting pretty much bullied outside of your jungle. So I'd like to see that Vi-Ari combo pretty much come to life once Lulash has his ultimate back up.
Yeah, it's nice to see that you're seeing, well, you know, Rich Gang, definitely a team who are playing very respectful towards their opponents, even with how big of a lead and how hard they won that game 1. They're still playing very respectful. And DMG, I think they've set themselves up here in this game for, you know, potentially a fairly decent performance. Got 2 kills onto them, and, you know, those 2 kills are onto your Rumble. Chance has got his Leandries already finished up. Like, that's a pretty major spike to start off up on.
Yeah, Rumble is going to be really difficult to deal with as well, especially since you're diving in with melees, and yes, you have the Sion to be in the front line, but Sivir, Rumble love killing tanks. That's the whole point of Fatesky locking in a hyper carry. Rumble's already 2-0, as you've mentioned, 1,300 gold up. No matter how much MR you build, he's got even more AP in his hands now with the Leandries and the Shred coming through his kit, right? So it's going to be really difficult to actually try and keep that Rumble at bay. So we'll see if Chance to Win can actually pull out that victory right here for DMG as Rich Gang are getting ready to set up for the next Dragon. They've actually been pretty diligent with their work around neutral objectives, and now DMG are trying to find a way in.
Oh, looking for Kevo. Kevo's going to avoid getting caught by the hook, but the Chains of Corruption come in. Great Magnet Storm to follow up. The carpet gets laid down, but between worlds, they find themselves. Kevo has to flash out. Matix jumps in onto the back line, secures the kill for the team, as there's Uzhan inside the Cataclysm, as it just pins the members of DMG in place. A triple kill for Matix.
Whoa, that makes a 2,000 gold lead over on the Rumble. It's about a 500 gold lead overall. And Rich Gang right here get even richer by cashing in on those 3 kills that they got. That fight was actually so awkward starting off from DMG, so I'd really love to see eventually the replay right there, because I felt like Lulash was around, but due to the chain of corruption from Kevo, he couldn't actually commit to the play. And mind you, that was a DMG that hadn't necessarily purchased the items before they fought. The Sundered Sky just got completed by Lulash, and now they're trying to fight again for a little bit of vision establishment in this river to try and play for that dragon that spawned.
Well, everyone's in the area. We could just see a massive continuation. Kevo's completely summoner spellless. Also completely burnt on both sides. They're going to jump in with the flag and drag. Force Phantomisto to go in for a flash out. Matix back onto the map with that Kainic Rukin. Very, very tanky and hard for them to really deal with. Scuttlecraft secured, so they have a point of permanent vision to work around as Rich Gang is going to sit in the bush, pull out this dragon. I think DMG are just going to have to give it up. Now, Trouble, I have a question for you. We don't really get to see all that much Jarvan from time to time.
They're tipping in. They're tipping in. They're tipping in.
Oh, nice hook comes in. They're actually going to find it onto Alaric. He just finds the stun on the way out. And I think Rich Gang are happy just to walk away. Yeah.
All right. Jarvan time.
Yeah, he's got opportunity. Is that normal for Jarvan? I know this item got buffed, but I'm like...
Actually, no.
I know it's a buffed item right now, but that is... That is different.
I want to ask clarification from Tiv that this is an actual opportunity in his inventory and he hasn't
overlay hasn't bugged.
The overlay.
That is crazy.
No, I do watch a lot of Jarvan, and I do know a couple of junglers who main the champion. Opportunity is not one of the items that you do.
I thought it was like Sundered Sky. Oh, Magnet Storm goes in. The chains, I believe, are thrown out. Calm Sky goes low. They're able to find the kills. The knock-up comes through, and that is just a brilliant pick. Double kill over to the side of Kevo. They thought they had the opportunity. They didn't.
I mean, Okay, so the composition of DMG, again, is like the Twitch emote scatter. Suddenly a fight starts and you have Vi and Ari trying to make a pick, then Nautilus is sort of peeling for the Sivir tries to run around, give movement speed, and then the Rumble has to sort of assist as aerial support, right? But because they do not have that CC for a long period of time, they have to fight through choke points, so I don't blame DMG for trying to find a pick right there, trying to make a play through that choke point with the equalizer. I mean, this Rumble is 3-0-1, right? You actually have to use him through those skirmishes to get ahead.
That is, by the way, confirmed. That is absolutely a opportunity, Jarvan. I respect the hustle, man. Like, you're not gonna play like a normal Jarvan, but if I was Fate Ski,
0-2.
do you know what's funny? Earlier, at the beginning of the game, this is almost out of spite, because I remember at the beginning of the game, I said, you know, what is the spell shield on Sivir actually going to do versus the Cataclysm? It's going to stop you from getting one shot by it. That's like, it will at least eat the damage. But yeah, it explains why he's a lot squishier and why he is getting picked. Don't try this at home, kids. Let a professional pull it off. See if he can pull it off. Yeah.
All right, so I did speak about the power of skirmishing with the Jarvan, right? But this is more in the on the more bruiser-ish builds that we usually see Jarvan sport around, especially at the international events and whatnot, and tier 1 leagues. Right here, though, you are literally playing double lethality champions: lethality Varus, lethality Jarvan. If Baus was in this game, this was probably going to be a lethality Sion as well, but it's not quite the case, as the Rift Herald has been started right here by Rich Gang. And again, I feel like DMG have been constantly pulled around by Rich Gang in terms of macro. Like, they find their openings, they set up for their objectives. If anyone tries to face check from DMG, which scams Sky at this iteration, they actually turn around instantly.
There's the Magnet Storm. They've got the Chains of Corruption in between worlds as they are just pinned in place. Nothing they're going to be able to do. Calm Sky, low HP, caught by the CC, taken down. Herald gets summoned in the middle of all of this as Uzhan still full HP, waiting for an opportunity, finds a bit of damage off onto Phantomisto, catches him inside the Cataclysm, forces him to Spirit Rush to safety. Alaric flashes away from the charm. And Rich Gang, they find their 2 kills and they get out scot-free.
Yeah, well, he was waiting for an opportunity, but it's playing for the enemy team, right? It's in Java's inventory, so it's not quite gonna do much for DMG right there, looking for one. Rich Gang, that's exactly what I've been saying, right? They're setting up for objectives, and they're looking to turn the second anyone from DMG tries to face check, because this has literally been the entire best of the 2 games that we've been seeing so far. I feel like DMG have not necessarily had the lane priority that they need, the actual vision that they need to walk into those rivers and put down some vision or actually contest for those objectives. And it's just been very difficult. You actually have to commit one of your members to face check. Right there was Kalmsky. The second he was seen, Alaric, one of the most aggressive supports that we have in the league. He sees champion, he engages champion, 4-0-4 on his Varus.
He is looking absolutely terrifying. Obviously, they've now got their upgrade as well from the Feat of Strength, so you know, when these upgraded boots come in, they're going to absolutely start to smash. There's a Brutalizer in Uzhan's build. I'm trying to figure out what item he's going to go off that. There's a couple it builds into, one of which is the Energizer one, which slows, and I cannot remember the name of it.
Oh my god, I can't remember the name of that either. Hold up.
Voltaic Cyclo Sword.
Voltaic Cycle Sword, yes.
Okay, well, together we got it right. Yeah, so I think that might be the build. You get big slows, big chunks.
This is a truly don't try it at home kids kind of build. As Lulas is looking for a pick right here, but you definitely do not want to be engaging onto that rel. DMG are trying to find the way into this river. It's going to be third dragon for Rich Gang, and they're looking,
Sion. They're looking for it. That's going to be the Magnet Storm immediately. Piecing out Dehaze, loses a fair chunk of HP. They get the charm onto Alaric. He is chunked. He's cooked. Damage finds the kill. That's going to be now a lockdown onto Matix, forcing him to flash out. Uzhan can't be the frontliner. He's too damn squishy in this build. Lovely little pick there for DMG. Chance was the one to take it. 4-0 on the Rumble. This game is all on him right now.
Yeah, great pick from DMG right there. They actually find the target. They take his shield first, and then they take him down. However, only the Vi ult is available, and Uzhan?
Oh, he's in danger. That is him going down, pinned in place. Finds the kill. Bit too optimistic there.
are on their way. They know that there's low HP bars. Kevo is looking, but he's not hitting the mark.
Oh, Dehace just jumps over the walls, able to secure himself the kill. Calm Sky now being chased onto. He misses a hook to safety. There's the knock up. There's the hammer down. Kevo takes the kill. 5-0 on the Varus.
Yeah, DMG were not quick enough, right? They took the pick, but they didn't instantly translate it into a dragon. They needed to reset first because their HP bars were not high enough, which means that when the rest of the Reach Gang members actually reset and came back up onto the map, they actually started chasing them away and found those picks. And I feel like this is what differentiates those two teams on the Rift right now, right? I feel like Reach Gang are a little bit more aware in terms of like resets and timers on the map and how much you cannot be wasting your time. Talking about wasting your time, Alaric is looking to waste Phantom Misto's time over in the mid lane, but being a nuisance. Lulash
is trying to... Oh my word. Oh.
Whoops.
Both the junglers are 0-3. They are both having a game where they just get one shot.
I mean,
Lulash is at least built in a way where he shouldn't be getting one shot.
You know my stance on Vi, so...
Yeah. You are an avid Vi hater.
I am. Now, what I'm not a hater of is Kevo, because he's been playing fantastic this entire series.
Yeah.
He did get his hands on his infamous Ezreal over in game 1, and right now on the Varus is doing incredibly well. I feel Alaric has been creating stellar opportunities for him to get his AD carry fed, and now he's sitting on 2 items, 6, 0, and 5, a 700 gold bounty almost on his head, and a 2,000 gold lead, individual gold lead over Fate's Kid. I just want to remind everyone that Fate's Kid's damage towards champions to kill was 0. In game number 1. He couldn't find any impact on the Jhin, right? And I feel like right here with the Sivir, even though yeah, you're a hyper carry, yeah, sure, you're gonna melt the Sion. Again, the lack of frontline for the Sivir is really hurting that DMG comp.
Yeah, it is a major problem for them. Luckily, they have a very, very fed Rumble. So they do have an angle in. They've got the Bloodletters, they've got the Leandries, they've even got the Seeker's Arm Guard now finished up onto him. So, I mean, his impact in fights is going to be pretty massive. DC Matix actually just went back and got the Randuin's Omen, so reducing Fateski's crit early. He's actually looking just to buy and finish up that Infinity Edge now. So second item on the Sivir, and it's a point that me and Aragon have brought up quite a lot recently with Sivir, starting to show in a couple more games. There is a point where Sivir can just randomly pentakill, and feels like they are setting up and preparing for an opportunity to deny that from even being a thing. I don't think DMG are going to be able to contest this, although Chance has made his way over. They find the hook, but Uzan, he's going to be able to finish this one up. Alaric's on that flank, and that is just going to be Dehace trying to find the damage as they are able to secure themselves one, finding the lockdown, and that is one charmed up Jarvan. His ult does nothing. Matix is just pinned inside the Cataclysm, and it's a triple kill for Chance. Fateski. He's alright, he's out.
On this Rumble, Matix is trying to find him, but he's not gonna quite hit the mark right there. 3,000 almost individual gold lead onto this Rumble. Finally, DMG are using the Rumble to win those fights, but yet again, they're missing out on the neutral objectives. I feel like we saw it in the Chaos versus LR series, where Chaos were constantly fistfighting, and they're winning the early game fistfights, but when they're losing all the objectives, and eventually the map sort of like starts coming over you, if you will. It starts getting really heavy because you're losing towers, you're losing vision, you're losing neutral objectives, you're losing the souls, you're losing the void grab. Suddenly, it becomes much easier for enemy team to sort of push into your own territory. As you see right there, Dehace taking that top lane tier 1. But this is a very, very, very scary Rumble. And I feel like Rich can kind of go dizzy there. They lost Alaric really early on because he was covering the tri-bush. And then they just committed into the fight, 4 versus 5. I think they think that they're much ahead in gold than they actually are.
Usan has a profane Hydra. He's... I mean, I want to see a collector. There is a point where an ult might just pop most of DMG, but there's also a point where this game ends and he's 0-8. Like, one of the two things is going to happen here. Very, very bizarre build from him, but, you know, he's feeling it. He's got the vibe to haste. And the jump forwards here as Alaric finds the lockdown. Magnus Storm was thrown onto Calm Sky. They do throw it out a little bit as Uzan 0-8 off the cards. 1 on the board.
Yep. That's the kill right there. Feeding that opportunity, if you will. That's Calm Sky trying to play a little bit too deep, if you will, right there. Didn't necessarily have any teammates around. They were trying to push towards the tops of the map, but they weren't really in position. And that was a pretty deep, greedy wound right there from Calm Sky. That will cause Reach Gang to just take that mid lane wave, seeing as Ari is over on the top of the map, and no TP to join. Rumble was seen over on the bottom of the map last, and off of the kill of one support, that is mid lane tier 1 and tier 2 down. Just as Soul is about to spawn in 50 seconds, it's going to be a very scary bolt side of the jungle for DMG to enter into.
Yeah, I think they are... They can't even give it up. That's the big thing, right? Like, if this was third dragon, they could just sit back and, you know, hope that maybe they can find a little bit more gold onto Fatesky, but he has got 2 items, so it's not like he's completely useless. But like you said, the biggest issue with the Sivir is the damage is there right now, or getting close to being there, but his team just leave him behind. Like, Fatesky is just playing on the back foot off that sense.
That's exactly what we mentioned, right? No frontline for Sivir. He's kind of like trying to run for his life, right? Put down as many ricochets as he can, and maybe with the double crit item that he has in his inventory, suddenly the ricochet is going to start hurting. Talking about starting hurting, though, triple item on Varus completed. And Kevo
look at the
has
Lulash
yet to die
flank.
606. Lulash is looking for an angle right there. I still need to see Phantom, Misto, and Lulash working together, getting that reset onto the Ahri, on the target. But it's just so difficult to get back onto Kevo, right? Especially with the Edge of Night that he's sporting. It's just so hard to have him as a target.
Yeah, upgraded boots, Edge of Night. This team are looking quite hard to pick. See, the haste is on that flank. There's going to be a huge Magnet Storm onto everyone. The Cataclysm onto the backline. 2 kills already going through. Uzhan will give his life, but Chance will go down. And that is the fight all but done for Rich Gang. It is a wipeout. It is a whitewash. DMG crumble at Soul. Lulash, the last man standing, will be picked apart by the Rabbit. That is a beautiful fight.
Their only chance to win from the side of DMG is if Rumble gets a big chunk of damage through with an equalizer and the flamethrower, and it wasn't quite the case. He was the first one to get picked off in this fight and going down. That's going to be Soul for Rich Gang as well. It's going to be Ocean Soul, and if it was hard already for DMG to poke them out, engage them, and kill them, it's going to be quite impossible this time around. Rich Gang are clearly showing that they're the better team on the Rift in this best-of.
Absolutely beautiful play from Alaric. I think, you know, bar a couple of picks here and there, he's been so on point with the engages here on this rail, making so much impact for this. And DMG, they're feeling the hurt. I am big fan.
Big fan. Supports don't really get a lot of praise, but I feel Alaric with his Leona in game number 1, he's rel right here. He's the reason Kevo is 7-0-7, right? And even though I know that Kevin might steal the show a little bit because his Ezreal plays were very flashy, and his Varus indeed as well. Hold up, I'm going to hold on to this because Fatesky is no longer alive.
Yeah, well, the haste there makes very, very quick work of him. Chance losing a fair chunk of HP. They're actually going to call in the... Was that the Scion ult? No, it's just about to come off cooldown. I just heard a noise on my screen, but nothing happened. Okay, but they do get a nice chunk out of him. Turn their attention potentially towards that Baron Nashor now.
All right. Well, I'm just looking forward to see the damage meters at the end and see how much damage Uzhan has done to enemy champions to kill, actually, which is going to be the colored part of the damage. As I'm saying this, color part, purple, Baron on the menu for the side of Reach Gang, and because it's a 4 versus 5, Lulash would have to pull off a miracle to try and still get past Alaric, first of all, and then maybe try to steal. He's made it around. He's over on the top side.
Got a nice little flank angle there for him. I believe he was spotted out, though. They're just going to look to jump onto him. Alaric's keeping the Baron angled up, but the equalizer is beautifully laid. That's going to be the Baron secured, but at what cost? Uzhan throws down the Cataclysm, able to secure the damage for his team. Chance, he did so well, but can he find the damage he needs? Matix is too damn tanky. Fanto able to flash over the wall to safety, but Chance is going to lose his life for this. Down he goes. Uzhan gets himself his 3rd kill of the game. Charm lands onto Kevo, and the 2 damage dealers need to run as fast as possible away. But the haste jumps between worlds and finishes him up. Fanto, Charm in the wrong direction there, mate. You are going down. It's the ace for Rich Gang.
Rich Gang just charge in with their extra items. They'll take the Baron, they'll take DMG's whole crew, and they'll start breaking the base through the bot lane. Only Lulash and Kamsky alive. They should be 1 inhibitor and go, but there's 35 seconds on that Ahri, so it might as well be the end.
Alrighty, well, I don't think there's much of a hold here for the side of DMG. Rich Gang, they were dominant in group stages and they're continuing that trend going forwards. Chance making his way over, putting the flamethrower down, but he is on his lonesome. He is taken out. It's a double kill for DeHaze. The Nexus has been left bare for them to finish up, but they are padding the stats. They're going for glory. DMG absolutely crumbled in this series. They lost to Lethality Jarvan.
I mean, okay.
That wasn't what
I'm
they
not
lost
going
to.
to say that the Jarvan was a big reason why they lost this. I feel like, though, for Rich Gang, this is such a big sigh of relief. We mentioned how they were 4-0 over in Winter. They did this again in the sitting stage. But once playoffs happen over in Winter, they just crumble. And right here, they don't show a single sliver of doubt in their place. Macro on point. Great setups for all their objectives, and I feel like their bot lane, I am such a huge fan of what Alaric really truly does for Kevo to get him to shine.
Alaric, honestly, MVP of this team. He is playing unbelievably well. I mean, the whole team seems to be firing on cylinders, but Alaric, special shout out. Anyway, very, very quick series one. We're going to pass it over to the desk to break this one down, so Archer, over to you, buddy.
Oh, this is 100% in favor of Rich Gang. They're looking so strong. 2-0 versus DMG. There was some sort of, redemption arc moving forward for DMG at the beginning of this match, but not enough.
I mean, it started off shaky, right? Like, it started off shaky. It started out as like a bit of a struggle, actually, surprisingly, for their opponents. Rich Gang, Jesus, I forgot the name. But the Lethality Jarvan, I think in the top side gank, that was problematic. But as the game went on, this team fight in particular was the turning point where, Rich Gang were struggling early game, and they really came back with the one shot. Kamsky, I believe, tries to make a prediction pick into the blind bush right there. But then the one shots over and over again. Osan, just want to highlight a lot of inspiration, clearly. I think the original inventor of this build was Agarin. He loves the Lethality Jarvan even over the Bruiser build, and he loves finding the one-shots. You play with the reset on the Opportunity, which got buffed to give a bunch of lethality. So, you know what? Despite the struggling early game, I think he had a great, albeit more volatile than the Sundered Sky build mid-game, where he found a lot of picks with damage.
Just two things that I want to mention about the early game that definitely looked very shaky for Rich Gang, but it looked shaky everywhere but for the bot lane. On the bot lane, Keho and Alaric are still providing that much needed stability for the team whenever the games don't really go their way in the beginning. They were consistently pushing in, they got a pretty early kill on Keho yet again, and Keho did not die a single time throughout the both games in the series today so far. Keho is like the beacon of light for the team. You can always count on this AD carry.
It was like 15 something 0.
First game was 7-0-9. Second game is I don't have it yet.
It's something like 7-0 so on. So
something about it, yeah.
It is
it's
looking
massive.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's huge.
Okay.
Are you taking a look, Artram?
No, I was exactly. I was just talking with production to talk about the replays. I think this replay we just saw from Matix brought him back into the game with that triple kill as we move forward. And Hyper was saying, like, Alaric is popping off, and there you go. Like, this is another really good engage of him. Like, even on the Atakan, he gave his life so the team could be able to do that Atakan unbothered. Like, everything is working for Alaric as well.
Yeah, I think Alaric, especially around the vision right here, the vision in this line bush and the banana bush just at the top of the screen right there is so important, because you need the vision to be able to snap engage from, but also you can get snap engaged onto from those bushes. And we could see Rich Gang controlling the vision very, very well. Alaric getting the 3-man ultimate and the dive onto the backline, highlighting exactly just how good he is at finding engages. And they played really well with the engages and the dive with the Aurora damage on the top. Wow, I feel bad for Matix. That's a lot of damage. Matix had Chance to win.
Yeah,
Chance. He had a 9-minute Leandries. That's ridiculous, and he still lost. It's rough.
Yeah. And he had a really good KD in this game, but the problem for the team was that all of the kills were pretty much bundled on their top laner, which means in a team fight, if their top laner is that early, or if he is not able to get to the enemies, there is no damage coming out of the DMG team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's a very big test when you play this kind of composition, right? The expectations from draft are that you have to be on point with your snap engage and target selection, because if you do not layer perfectly all your CC and spells on top of one target, you will not burst that one target and then get the reset on the RE for for example, right? And we saw this highlighted, for example, where in a fight in mid lane, Vi ulted the Varus, but there was no rumble on top of it. It was slightly missed. And it's just these kinds of little intricacies when you play this kind of composition that you have to get right. And unfortunately for DMG, they didn't quite make it there in time.
Yeah, the MG on paper has a team that could win. Chance has been popping off every single time they can. I think the previous one didn't land for him. The Xante for Matix was way too good. But you said something at the beginning of the show, Edgon, which was everyone on this team from Rich Gang can show up and carry the team. The problem is, for the opponents, they've been doing that all the time, the 5 of them. So every time they play, all 5 of them appear and all 5 of them carry. It's not like, hey, you carry today, I'll carry tomorrow, okay? It's a team effort. No, they're like, no, I carry today. No, I carry today. Everybody's carrying the same game every day. Yeah. So I do understand the statement that this could be a top 2 team right now for an NLC. I'm getting scared. When you have Nord and Verdant and you say this...
Yeah, it's a big... I mean, they smashed Nord, so it's not that big of a deal when it comes to Nord. The real talking point is... Are they good enough as a team to beat Verdant? And, I think Nord is better than Verdant. So, potato, the dominoes they fall. I do think Rich Gang is better.
Wait, you said Nord are better than Verdant.
Yes.
Right? But
yes.
Rich Gang defeated Nord.
Yes.
So by default...
by proxy, they're better.
Yeah.
Rich Gang, Nord, and Verdant.
Transitive properties. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. This is how it works. We're just waiting for the interview to be ready, and as soon as we can, we talk with the Haste, the mid laner, for this composition. I also think the bot lane has been extremely complicated to deal with. Alaric was talking with me through DMs, but with this in mind, let's talk with the Haste, the mid laner for Rich Gang. I do believe he's waiting for us. Hey, big boss, how you doing?
Hey, doing amazing after these somewhat clean games, I'd say. How are you guys?
Somewhat, because the beginning of the second one was bloody, wasn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but talk to me about this composition, like this roster Rich Gang. Nobody expected this from you guys, and you're just destroying everybody. What happened? Like, what's making it click?
I believe we're just screaming more than any other team in the NLC right now, and it's kind of showing off. Our fundamentals are really good in official games. Won't talk about our scrims at all. I want to comment on that. However, yeah, I think we just scream more. Our fundamentals are good, and we're not doing anything special. We're just all on the same page and just playing the game how it's supposed to be.
There's a lot of confidence as well, right? Because Alaric came to me on my DMs, just drop in the truth bomb, like, bam, told you. Like, there's a lot of confidence, correct?
Yeah, definitely with the youngsters. I need to keep them a bit in check, Sometimes they're overconfident and it leads to them playing a bit worse. But usually...
You got...
yeah, okay.
I know. There's a complication over there, I know.
Usually they're a bit overconfident, so you need to keep them in check a bit. I mean, they're very young players, so they have a lot to work on, but usually, yeah, that's about it.
I'm gonna talk about it. Everybody's saying like Rich Gang could be the second best team on the league, or at least top 4 versus Nord and Verdant. Where do you see yourself right now, and where do you want to see the team at the end of the split?
I mean, of course, the plan is to see each other in Sweden, right? So that's the plan right now. Go on LAN to go to finals to beat Los Ratones, or at least give them a fair chance. Fair run at their money, and I feel like we can definitely do that. Our coach is doing really great job at keeping everybody in top form, and I think right now we're probably the second best team in the league, and it's showing from official games.
Oh boss, I like this. Thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations on the work so far. I want to see that top 2. I'm really in the moment right now. I bought the lot. I want to read more of this team.
Man. It's gonna happen.
I'm clipping this. Thank you so much, boss. I'll see you soon.
Have a good.
There you go. They're confident, and it shows. But it's also confidence through hard work, and I love that. It's not unbased confidence. It's based confidence.
Did you guys watch the Tabe interview at MSI, where he essentially just kept saying they don't stop scrimming, they never stop scrimming, they wake up, they sleep 3 hours, they don't stop scrimming, and he said we don't stop ever working. And it kind of hit me with that kind of vibes. Respect, if they are practicing more than everyone else, it's impressive stuff, because it takes a lot to keep scrimming and practicing like that.
And it's showing. This should be it. This should be it. Solari, last words for this series.
Kahbo, kahbo, kahbo.
Okay, she knows it. Everybody's on a hype train for Bitch Gang, but they move forward, which means we have the second series of the day.
Yo, can I say my last words? What the heck was this? Yo,
No.
where's mine?
You already said it.
You
You're
were
talking about
muted.
MSI.
You're allowed.
Yeah,
Yo, I want to add some more. I want to say,
okay, give me the
Ozhan, what a
sauce.
team player. He does not care about his KDA, not like KDA player Kever. There you go.
There you go.
my final
The
word.
Biggest
Rich Gang lore is increasing, but now we have to change the book. Moving forward, it's going to be Venom Crest versus Verdant. Will someone go bald, or will we have a caster
dear.
with green hair? We'll talk
Okay.
about that soon enough after the break. No time to lose. Verdant versus Venom Crest. Let's look at the team from nature. Verdant, who they are and what they bring into this one. They have some big names. They're showing good results. But also, how do they play and how did they face LR and made a game of 54.55 seconds?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think there are two standout players on this roster to me when I watch them play versus LR and generally. It's Tori and SLT, but I mean, I guess we'll get started on SLT since we have the clips. He just 1v2s, doesn't he? He just beats up LR with Baus and Velia up topside and successfully 1v2s. He has insane team fights where he's healing hundreds and hundreds of health off cooldown, and he's just outperforming. That was a sick auto-cancel, by the way. So, SLT, he's pretty good, I think, is the TLDR. He's pretty damn good at these meta picks like Aatrox.
There is, for me personally, there is a player that I'm also looking at with a lot of respect. That is Senkax, the mid laner for Verdant. Back in the day, he was playing in Ultraliga, and that was Season 5, Season 6, I believe, of Ultraliga. First place is back with Agor Rogue, pretty much the legendary team for our roster, and he was one of the star players there.
Yeah, this a long history on Senkax for sure. I think a few of these players have long histories. I think SLT was in the LEC as well at one point. But yeah, this game, I'm just remembering it now. 55 minutes slugfest. 9 total if you include Elders. I think multiple Barons as well, with Verdant almost beating out. Off of the back of specifically, I think, Torre flanks on the Alistair. He made some crazy spellbook TP plays and flanks in general. Smite steals all the time, I think. In terms of the supports in the league, Tories are... I was about to say Tories are best with Reckless on the screen. Tories are top 2. That was scary. But definitely in consideration for being the best with how he's playing in terms of individual performance right now.
I don't know. I think it's like
big.
tied up. I would say it's tied up. Torre has been smurfing. Even Kedril, when he was watching the game, he was like, wait, is this guy smurfing?
Yeah.
Who is this guy? Like, Torre is smurfing. I think this team is extremely powerful. The top lane, as he stated, is one on the lookout, one to watch, not only on the damage, but also on the damage per minute. Verdant is terrifying. Venom Crest made the change as well moving into this game. They brought in Captain Sexy. You know him, right? Eragon.
You do.
Eragon.
Okay, listen. Look, sometimes...
Yes.
I have a confession to make. Look, sometimes I can be a bit of an inter in solo queue, and I have a history with a few players in League of Legends solo queue where, maybe I underperform. And I was called out for doing pretty poorly on Captain Sexy's team in solo queue. It is what it is. I'm caught, it's how it is. The tweet went a bit viral. It's fine. Like, he called me a good caster, but a terrible player to have in solo queue on your team. So, you know what? Captain Sexy, I'm hate watching you. It is what it is.
Champion select, just hit the screens. It's going to be Vibe, Poppy, Varos out with Rumble, Pantheon, Azir. Instantly lock in on the priority in the mid lane. Keep in mind for all of those watching back at home, if Venom Crest takes one game from Verdant, we are going to get Air Green, because he's going to paint his Air Green. And if it's a 2-0 for Verdant, Venom Crest coach has to shave his hair on video, being interviewed by me, where he has to state that Eragon is total domination, he understands everything, and he knows best.
Is he though a good player in solo queue? That's very important.
He's got to say that as well to make up for Captain Sexy's messages, doesn't he? I mean, that's his responsibility as a coach. I think he should do that. So, I mean, you should add that onto it when you're interviewing us.
So
because this is going to be a 2-0. This is going to be a 2-0, for sure.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Galio being picked, but where does he land? Ooh, I like this Wukong.
I am rooting for Verdant just to see Eragon go green, but also I like the Taliyah first pick here, especially since we still have picks like Xinjiao, for example, available for the jungle if we want to fish for those combos with Taliyah.
I'm really surprised Gwen has gone through this far. Gwen is just by far one of the most broken champs in the game at the moment. So, okay, never mind. There it goes. But usually you trade Taliyah Gwen, right? That's the level that these champions are at. You trade these champions. But instead, Verdant are securing Taliyah and Gwen on one team and now have the Gwens in there, which I think I rate quite highly. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Galio mid into the Taliyah. You can push and move. Like, you do get pushed in a little bit early on. And now we've got to see what they have as a counter into the Gwen. Usually Aurora's pretty fine. Aurora's a pretty good answer. I mean, we'll see what Bust has in terms of his pool. But range champions are usually the way to go. Champions like the Jace, champions like the Aurora are the best.
Yeah, but he's not thinking that way, apparently. It's going to be Gragas on the top lane into Gwen.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a fan. I feel like you're just going to get snipped, you know? Like,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You play with Phase Rush, you try and kite the Gwen if you can, but you're probably just going to get snipped by SLT, I think is the problem here.
A good Gwen
triple melees.
Could change everything
and
as well.
Could they potentially still send Gragas to the mid lane and Galio to the bot lane? Would it make it any
I
better?
don't think so. I think there's like these are like C tier supports at best. If you vary like if you send Galio to support or Gragas to support, it's like C tier at best. So I think you've got to keep these solo lanes now. You've drafted triple melee topside with dashes into Gwen to Leah. I think that's a problem. And we'll see how Venom Crest navigate it going forward. It looks to me like it's comfort over meta picks right now.
Okay, the champion pool being hit right now on the second ban phase, as the Alistar is going to be removed. Corki, so AD Cat is being on the lookout for Venom Crest. Let's understand also the play style coming in from the sub, the Captain Sexy, as Zaya is removed. What else do you pair it with? Verdant. What is your idea? Because you remove the Varus, the Corki. Are you going to be focusing down on more AD carries? Because what, Jhin?
No. No, please not Jhin.
I feel like you guys are massive Jhin haters. I get the sentiment though. Versus high HP, versus tanky targets, I kind of get it.
Yeah, no, you need something that is going to be able to cut through that front line, because there is already a lot of front line on the side of Venom Crest, and that is a front line that wants to be heavily fighting.
Oh my gosh,
They gotta
wait.
add something else on top.
He's hovering Renekton, by the way, for me, because I hinted him. Captain Sexy! I swear to God, man! You better not in this game, man. Guys, we are just bringing up Captain Sexy clips of him inting if he has a bad game. I am telling you, that is what we're doing.
I
You
accept.
are
Only
so
clips of-
angry.
This guy, man. The Renekton hover, okay. This is severe. Super broken. Front to back. In terms of answers into the severe, we see stuff like Senna, see stuff like other scaling picks like Smolder. I mean, we'll see which way Devin wants to go, but you have a lot of options into the severe as well.
To me, it's also the question what Venom Crest want to parry that Sivir with, because right now with how much frontline they're having, I'm starting to ask the question whether or not they want to maybe add an Enchanter to the bot lane just to speed up and buff up that Sivir a little bit.
Yeah, and with this, usually you're something like Nautilus as well. If you want more peel for the dive, you can go Tahm-Kench, but usually your only real pairings are Nautilus, Realm, Tahm-Kench, in terms of the bot lane pairing with Senna. And then to counteract that, you have Rakan into, for example, the Tahm-Kench. You have maybe Braum for the Rel. So that works too. Alistair's gone. So Rel is actually a little bit empowered. You could go Braum into this, but then you don't really have great dive. I think Braum is probably what Eskip is going to go towards, but you could also pick the Rakan to synergize with the Wukong.
It's a good way to follow up on the engage. You know it's gonna be a bloodbath in terms of team fights, unless Verdant wants to play more on the sidelines with the champions they have. You want to get that Sinner to scale, and this just happened. This
Tarek
just happened.
Okay, so Tarek is like nichely picked into dive, right, and to engage. But it's not like Verdant are completely hinged on dive and engage. It's not like they're playing a Vi composition we saw last game. So whilst it's a good early game matchup for push, I worry about Tarek versus range. That's generally what he struggles versus, and they have a Senna. So Tarek, I admire the creativity. It's a cool R5. We'll see if they can pull off the anti-dive.
It is. Well, the draft is done. Eragon, I don't want to talk to you right now. Solari, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, the team that does not have Tariq with them. I am not a
Base.
Tariq believer.
Eragon, your hair is on the line.
I'm going to say Verdant win 100% of the time. It's like a place they can play 100 games in a row. And I want to also add the caveat that I believe Captain Sexy is going to run it down. So let's get into game.
Not personal at all.
Gone.
Traveling.
Unbiased.
Hip right. Take it away. Oh, this is getting hot.
What is this Captain Sexy propaganda? Like, what's happening?
I assume he's run it down in one of Aragon's games, but let's be real. All I've ever seen is people saying Aragon's the one who runs it in his games. So
I was about to say the whole of the US has been run down by Aragon. So.
yeah, I know. I'm not even playing his Elo and I've been run down by him. Yes, so a pretty spicy draft for probably a game that is going to slow cook. It's going to take a while to get into it, right?
You know what? I'll tell you what. Verdant is the slowest team out of any team in the NLC by far. Like, their average game time is close to like 40 minutes. I think it was 43 minutes or something. It's like crazy long. And right there, they had the chance to do something really funny and looking like a Kai'Sa down bot lane, a Lucian, like play a bit more. No, they locked in a Senna. So, I'm going to tell you, we have a couple of seconds until we jump into the game. Go grab your popcorn. Go grab your blankets. Go grab your beverages. And sit tight.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a very, very chill game, unless Venom Crest kind of play high tempo. But you got Civic, they got a Tarek. Like they're not gonna be playing high tempo. Yeah. They're gonna be sitting back. And I do think I think Venom Crest in their heads have gone, right, we're not going to be able to take over early because Verdant are very good at stalling it out into late game. Let's just play something that can match that late game and hope we beat them in those late game fights. I mean, Sivir on 3-4 items can really take over a game, especially with a Taric. And one thing I do like is, while there's a little bit of dive in the sense where you've got a Wukong and a Galio, all of the tools they can use for dive can also be used to peel for Captain Sexy. So we'll see if Aragon's prediction reigns true, or if Captain Sexy is given the space to take over this game.
As we go straight into our first game of our second best of 3 of the day. Mind you, this is upper bracket. No one gets eliminated yet. Whoever loses here will go into their second lives down onto that lower bracket. And if they lose that, then they would be out of playoffs. For now, Verdant has been one of the teams that we have sort of built up to be one of the rivals, if you will, for Los Ratones, and one of the only teams that got super close to actually taking them down in a 50-minute nail biter, coming down to a steal. Smite steal from Velia to end the game in favor of LR. Of course, only Nord has been able so far to take games off of LR in the NLC. And Venom Crest right here have a chance to do something really great if they can take not only a game off of Verdant, but also an entire series. I like the draft. Nameplate's off. I like the draft. They've got a lot of stalling tools with the Gragas, the Wukong, the Galio, you mentioned it, the Taric also in the backline with Exhaust and Guardian. Like, there's so many protective tools for Captain Sexy. It's more about like getting out of this laning phase and playing those teamfights correctly.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to how they manage the kind of early to mid to late game. I just literally stated the entire game there. What I meant to say is how they kind of manage themselves getting to the late game where they're going to be able to, you know, actually be able to function as a team. Both teams, you know, are playing for that late game. So I think early, if we're going to see anything, it's going to be from Cobbs and Danka. Their job right now is to find windows to maybe accelerate the game a little bit for their team, secure early objectives, and maybe set up early win conditions through Dragon Souls and split push power from Grubs. It's very much a Cobbs and Danka game right now. Now, I will say both of the mid laners are champions who are able to set up and join in those 2v2 scenarios. However, Cobbs on the Wukong, we talked about it. This champ kind of needs level 6 to function. Danka on the Xin Zhao, you know, the 6 is nice, but it's not 100% mandatory to be able to fight with.
Yeah, he's one of the best skirmishers in the jungle right now. And what's more important that I want to mention about Venom Crest and the way they're going to fight, they can actually split into two as a team. You see the Taric and the Sivir, and you're like, oh, this Sivir really needs that front line. She has a bunch of front line with the Gragas and the Galio. They're pretty beefy. You've got the Galio extra, like, falling on top with the ultimate extra defenses, whatever. But they can actually, like, split into two. It can be Wukong, Galio, Gragas looking towards that Senna, the mobile support over in the backline, which they can close the distance zone to, right? With the Gragas and with the Wukong. And then you've got the Taric together with the Sivir sort of defending versus potentially a Xin Zhao and a Gwen that's going to be trying to dive the backline and take them down again with the exhaust, the barriers, the Guardians. You've got so many protective tools on top of the Taric ult as well. So I feel like Venom Crest really do have avenues that they can actually play these teamfights a little bit more disruptively than straight up front to back.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how they handle and how they manage those team fights and, you know, all the angles that they're going to be presented to them. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. As my screen's frozen. I hope you guys at home don't have a frozen screen either. There we go. Back into the action. Nothing's going on. Funnily enough.
All right, pretty chill early game. We're not expecting much more. It's going to be Danka trying to fight for his Skull Crab right here, but I'm pretty sure Danka can actually push out Cobbs and Air.
Oh, yeah.
Roam from top lane.
They got the knockback as well from the seismic shove. Cobbs loses a lot of HP. Monkey goes invisible. SLT goes over the wrong wall, and Cobbs will fall. Senkux is going to be gifted first blood.
Yeah, unfortunately, these are the mistakes that you can do in the early game.
Skipper. Woo! Wait, he got hit by the center. There's not enough. The pop doesn't do enough damage.
All right, so this was clearly a mistake right there from Cobbs. He walks into the river, but it's SLT who roams down that river first. Senkux then joins, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Verdant. This is why when we're looking at Skullcrabs and which side the jungler is actually clearing towards first, we're looking at what priorities exist on the map, and this is why it's like always, oh, it's like priority, everyone talks about priority. That's what priority really, truly does, right? That was the first blood onto a Talia. and double scuttle for Zinza. So that word priority that we've been crunching about as analysts is really, really important for that early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing as well about taking that extra scuttle crab. Man, my brain just gets cooked by the time I move on to a second series, apparently. But what's nice about it is, it slows down Cobbs' level 6. That Cyclone, obviously, like we mentioned, a key part of the Wukong's ability to impact the map. Now, Dragon spawned up. Does look like with Cobbs clearing down, it does actually look like Danko is clearing upwards right now. So he may be having to either, kind of mess up his jungle timers a little bit if he's not going to go full clear and head towards that Dragon. Where
I don't think he's going for full clear. I think he's playing to mark enemy territory right here. You see Tor over in the middle. They were also pinging that river. They do have the Scuttle Crab from before as well. So you see Devin is going to push towards bot lane, instantly starting the Dragon from the sort of Danka. Lovely from Toro right there to also guard the entrance from that mid lane. And with Senkax just hitting that level 6, Air not having it quite yet.
Oh, hello.
Level 6, hold up.
Boss, the tower shot's not enough. That was damn close as in jumps the Galio. Tor forced to flash away. Dazzle hits onto 2 to stun them up. Senkux continuing to fire a little bit of additional damage out here. So it looks like Devon's been brought over. And Venom Crest is still not done contesting. Dragon's in steal position, but his skipper's been forced to flash away. That's going to be the clone that's sent out, and Dragon should just be secured. Taunt lands on a couple of members. Cops, remember, still hasn't got level 6. Air's put a little bit of additional damage out. They put Eye on the Unraveled Earth. Dragon secured for the sake of Verdant as in jumps onto E. Skipper. Danko goes. They get the lockdown from the center as well onto Cobbs as he's been forced to run away. Gets a slight heal off. Tries to bait them with a clone jutsu. Not going to be enough. Verdant take 3.
1 kill onto Talia, 1 kill onto the Senna. Really, really mandatory to get through that early game, get that Senna slowly but surely online. And this was a very funny team fight for me because it's a team fight where 4 people are constantly fist fighting and no one has any damage. So a lot of key abilities did land, but no one was able to kill anyone until the very end. I feel like the Dragon was being hit for about 3 minutes at this point and still not going down. And that was Verdant sort of like losing their cue right there, right? Devon could not necessarily crash that bot lane wave, which meant that Zinza was all alone onto this Dragon, and eventually Venom Crest found the way into the river once Air hit that level 6 to try and play through and engage, right? So it was a little bit messy from both sides. However, Verdant are coming out on top of this one, and a lost chapter already in the inventory from Senkax, which means that he can permanently shove that wave and try to look for roams on the side lanes.
Oh, nice little taunt there from Air onto Senkux. It's the tail end of the trade. Not going to go quite so well for him, but still up in farm. Oh, sorry, up in health. And up in level now. Things level 7. Senkux should be relatively close to that himself. Now, Grub's spawning up. Are we going to see Cobbs get his hands onto that? He doesn't have any camps in the area, though. Danker's level 6. Cobbs is still only level 5. Remember, losing that Rift. There you go, that's the one. Thank you, my brain is just completely cooked. Air's heavily chunked out. Dazzle comes in. That's going to be Cobbs over the wall. Gets a little bit of damage off. Forces him to throw the ultimate down at E-Skipper. Goes a little bit low. Air breaking away. A massive ultimate from Senna, though. Does a fair chunk of HP. E-Skipper will fall. Senkux takes the kill. Cobbs, just finish your chickens. Hit 6.
I mean, this was a level diff, right? Level 5 on the Wukong, can't really follow up. Tori gets the time to actually roam up, even though S-Skipper was there first. And this is going to be a pretty free Void Grub duo. I'm expecting it will be from the side of Verdant. Now, this is one of the very few opportunities where I will say, actually stay and take the third one. You know that the monkey is not going to be around. Mid lane cannot join. Top lane is really low on HP and mana, so you can actually stick around and take the third one for yourselves and actually get the whole trio.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he is. Yeah, exactly what he's doing. Cobbs now hit level 6. Is actually invading, so he's going to play a little bit of denial here. Try and catch up a little bit on that farm deficit between him and his opponent, jungler. Are they going to steal the red? They see it's there, but I think it's too greedy.
We're looking for a dive right here, right? Devon doesn't have his ghost, only his flash. So if they do manage to push out that wave, Tora will be around just in time to defend that one, but currently he's into the red buff.
Oh, looking for the dazzle. They actually just bait Devon's flash out. E-Skipper didn't have flash, so there's no way he could do that. That was just really, really nice little bait there. I'm
not sure in what world that would have hit, Hiprain. I'm not gonna lie to you. Devon did get a little bit scared because Tora was quite far away from that one, so he just didn't want to give any chances away, right? Of dying. There was a big fat wave just about to crash under tower, so losing that experience and gold when you're playing on a very hungry AD carry that likes to go for a late game could be a little bit disastrous for the wonderful early game that Verdant have been having so far, right? 2,500 gold in the lead, 4 kills. They've got all 3 void grabs. They've got the first dragon of the game, 1.5 minutes until the next one as well. And first of all, slowly but surely, like the first time will start coming through for the set of Verdant. And actually, I would say that their champions on one item are actually pretty strong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They have some level of kind of get some fight out here. It's like, for now though, just going to sit back a little bit more. Danka maybe looking for a gank angle. Hobbs he's just, I think he just power cleared his jungle a little bit there, trying to catch up on the experience deficit. And if you do look at that little purple bar that you talked about in our last game, junglers are mostly equalized out now. I know jungle catch-up XP is a little broken, as it looks like Hobbs was thinking about jumping onto Senkux. Senkux, his spidey sense was tingling though, so he's not going to get caught out by that one, as he skipper gets caught there, actually, by the a lockdown from Senna. Captain Sexy just going to throw out a couple of ricochets out. He is not doing damage yet. I mean, that is a pickaxe and Grievous speed boots, attack speed, Swifties. No, what are they called? Berserker's Greaves. Okay? Berserker's Greaves. Honestly, I think it's because there's new champions and I'm trying to remember all of the old ability names, and it's just like, my brain has just got so many things running through it right now. And
I
it's
thought
also
you said they were
melting.
playing new champions. I'm like, what's the newest champion released out of all these bands? Is it Gwen or Senna? One of the two. Anyway.
Gwen.
Hobbs. He's looking to use his ultimate somehow. Again, Dragon up and available. And Verdant definitely wants the second one.
Hobbs is in. He gets himself stunned up, but that's going to be a good ultimate from Danka to tank all the damage. Massive Magnet Storm to follow out, as well as the Monkey Spin. Barely hits onto Devon. The ultimate comes through. He secures himself the kill onto the Monkey. And Captain Sexy and his skipper are sent packing.
And most importantly, second dragon goes over to Verdant. Full control on the map right there. I want you to notice that little booklet thing on Torre, bottom left on the portrait. That is a spell book. He swapped onto that exhaust. The second Hobbs jumped into this one. He instantly got exhausted. That Wukong did very, very little damage in this iteration. And then Verdant were able to turn this around and just actually chase him away, take the kill onto him as well. 2-0-2, 3-0-1. Both the carries from Verdant are actually thriving in this game.
This is a scary game here for Venom Crest. They're, 5 kills down, 21,000 gold to 17,000 gold. And dragon stacking already quite early. We're 12 minutes in with 2 dragons taken for the side of Verdant. This is like, what, a 22-minute soul potential here for the side of Verdant? Venom Crest, yes, Verdant plays slow, but they are significantly ahead right now.
I will say they are playing slow. However, they are playing mainly around the 2 champions that they can play aggressive through the early game. Like they're using Senkux, they're using the Xin Zhao. This is why we're calling champions like these bridges, right? You've got the Senna and the Rel and the Gwen for the late game, heavy damage and engages. However, who's going to get you to that late game? You actually have to be active through that early to mid. And what we're calling for a bridge, this is what Taliyah and Xin Zhao do. Xin Zhao really likes to fight in the early game. He's actually pretty strong. Standard Sky is actually one of his spikes. The second he finishes that, he's actually pretty good to go and actually fist fight most champions on equal level, right? And at the Taliyah on top of that, a lot of setup, a lot of CC, big spike in damage early on, and with the Seraphs already completed 311 stacks as well, getting close to that Seraphs actually. From that Archangel, don't worry, he's gonna find himself out. No worries there.
Gotta walk away from that one. Skipper gives over another stack over to the Devon. 49 stacks on Senna. So slowly getting there. But this is it is just a sit-back angle. Keep scaling, wait for the next dragon. And there is a point where Venom Crest, they've been trying to contest. But I actually do think giving up third dragon might just be the angle for them. The problem was third dragon into that could also be Atakan if they give it up without a contest. So it's a really rough one for them here. As Tevin just continuing to get some extra damage off Toro. He's feeling really, really spicy here.
It's a 2v3.
Gets a massive ultimate off 2v3. They are just winning this one. The Cosmic Radiance comes out. Cobbs goes for the monkey spin. That's going to be the Daunting Shadow. In comes Galio. Taunt lands in, but Danker's ultimate just tanks all of the damage. How with the numbers advantage of Venom Crest losing this one? Devon fakes the kill, and with 3 members on
Sankex is here.
blinking health bars, they have nowhere to go. A double kill for Devon as he throws out the E, secures the kill. And Venom Crest are crumbling at the seams. That's a triple kill. That's the quadra kill. This Senna is huge.
2.5 thousand gold lead individually over his counterpart at 14 minutes in the game. This Senna is buzzing. We talked about how money hungry a Senna is, and actually time hungry as well. You want more souls on that Senna. 15 minutes, 62 souls. That is a lot for the state of the game right now. Venom Crest, we're constantly numbers advantage, but Tori does not care about this. Look at that. The 80 carry, 1 level over the jungler, gets the double chain as well, catches it through the tribos. They know that Captain Sexy cannot join this, and that Devon can actually auto-attack through the wall, right? So Devon is technically never really threatened from any dive coming through for Venom Crest. So Tori keeps going onto the 2 versus 3. Once it becomes a 3 versus 3, Galio slams in, which makes it again go towards Venom Crest advantage in terms of bodies, but Verdant just don't stop. And then when Sankex comes around, well, he wasn't really needed because Devon got a quadra kill, but hey, at least he showed up.
I don't know, man. This is terrifying, facing a center that big. Base, by the way, was Pickaxe, Phage, and I believe another component. Devon is...
So very close to second item. 40 minutes in, Senna almost 2 items.
Unbelievably close. Yeah, I don't blame them on pausing. They're like, hey guys, the enemy team are basically about to perfect game us, other than a tower. I can't believe this, because we talked about this last week actually quite a lot, me and Aragon, where like, with the amount of like mini objectives and things that are going on in the game, getting a perfect game is almost nigh impossible nowadays. And in the last like 2 weeks, I think I've seen almost a perfect game like 3 or 4 times now. It's crazy how many teams are pulling it off. We're not seeing it now. There is a tower down. But like, this is closer than our first game of the day, which had a tower, a kill, and a single grub given over. This is right now. Yeah, right now it's just a single tower. That is scary. We do have a little issue on the end of one of the players having some ping stuff, so just gonna get that sorted out as we come back to us. It's been a stompy day. A stompy couple of days, actually. I did yesterday as well, and we had Lost Returners and Nord playing their series. They both went 2-0 in their series.
And we're back.
I want a series, man. I haven't had a series all summer. Here we go. We're back in the game.
All right. Well, I will tell you and everyone that there will be Lost Returners versus Nord in the
Oh, that's going to be so good.
That's going to be a series if you're looking for one, hopefully. As Nord look very, very promising this season with the addition of new and old players, if you will. However, in this particular series, I think when it comes to series like this, there is what I call a class difference, right? I feel like you're looking at all the Verdant players and you've got 1, 2, 3 ex-LEC/EU LCS players with like, or I think has like almost 10 years of experience, same as Senkax, right? Like they've been around for so long. And they've got that experience, they've got the hands, they've been through all the big teams and whatnot. And right here, again, they know how to control the map. I think Tora has been an excellent addition to Verdant. His Alistar last week was absolutely insane into that Los Ratones game that they played. Didn't quite end up winning this, but again, I feel like if we're talking about rivals for Los Ratones, Verdant and Nord, I feel like have solidified themselves on that number 2 and 3, trying to grab onto Los Ratones and take them down. And Venom Crest are just like, feels like a step on their way to doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does. I really, really want to see Venom Crest just gift this dragon. Cloud Soul, not up yet, but this is dragon number 3, so we soul point over to the Verdant. I say the Verdant, over to Verdant. But they can't fight it. Venom Crest just can't fight this at all. They just have to sit back. Here's the SLT. He's getting pretty heavily chunked out there.
This is the Gwen. She presses ult, then she'll be full HP. I
yeah,
assume.
true.
kind of like a really difficult sort of matchup for the casket to land. I don't remember which player we saw it from, but they kept using their casket and then just Gwen kept using W and then nothing happened pretty much. So it was really fun iteration, not for the Gragas. And right here, they're going to use the refill just to tank the tower. Senna can literally attack it from 3 screens away. She's barely visible on the screen and she's auto-attacking the tower. 75 souls only. The more souls, the more range. So it's going to get that much more difficult for Venom Crest to actually attach onto her as Senkax. Find yourself maybe in a difficult situation.
Yeah, gonna throw down the Unraveled Earth for a brief second there. Just working forwards as Bust gets the damage off. Pops Senkax away. That's gonna pop the Archangel's shield onto him, but the problem is Tor's still sitting in the pocket. Actually, that wasn't the Archangel's shield. That was just the Locket shield. There's still one more shield to go. I don't think Bust has the ability to survive or even look at getting a kill here. Snip, snip, he goes down. SLT secures the kill.
That's another kill going over to the third carry, if you will. Over to Verdant. SLT has been quite quiet the entire game. Of course, playing into the Gragas is bouncing waves back and forth, right? So, not a big issue for that one. This is almost an 8,000 gold lead. I'm saying almost it is an 8,000 gold lead in favor of Verdant. Only 18 minutes in, not even 20 into the game. So Verdant are pretty much cruising through this game. All they have to do is just wait another minute, play for Atakan, and it's pretty simple. It's as simple as you just play with the extra items that you have. You force fight. They've been so good at pushing lanes. They've got the mid lane tier 1, they've got the bot lane tier 1. They can just lead their attention into the jungle. Saying that,
Thorn comes out, but the Weaver's wall's there. I don't think you're going to be going far here. Devon, I don't even know if he got an assist off that, but he did. But he did get a soul, so he'll be happy regardless. 79 stacks onto the center. Cleaver and that static shift finished up. And that is a tier 2 tower, so that's a massive injection of cash flow to both Senkax and Devon. Atakan is up, but, well, coming up in a second, but right now the attention is just on the fighting. Cobbs is unable to play the game as Tor finds the kill. Cheeky Dazzle comes out from a skipper. That's going to be just to save his own life.
wow, and they're going straight for the base. Not even 20 minutes in. They're basically almost touching tier 3 towers mid and bot. So, looking for the Atakan right now, 19 minutes, 20 minutes in, just about spawned. They're going to start it instantly. This would be what we call the T1 Baron, but it's not Baron, it's Atakan. So, it's almost as equal if Baron was spawning back at 20 minutes, which Old Man Heapern will remember from back in his day.
Yeah. Old man. Gonna be 32 at finals, by the way, so come join us. Oh my god,
We're in
I'm
Sweden.
actually... Where? I'm gonna actually be so old, aren't I?
Yes.
Earlier I said you were gonna have a midlife crisis soon, so I don't know. I don't know why I'm bullying you on it when I'm equally as bad.
Why am I catching strays out of anywhere? Okay, let's stick to this game. Fantastic. 10,000 gold lead, 20 minutes in. Tori's looking for another pick. He's found Skipper.
Yeah, he's gonna get dazzled up though. Thor actually doesn't really have the full backup right now. Senkax finally makes his way over. Nice seismic shove could come out, but good little side step off there. Jumps away. And there we are. I'm just going to give everyone a little look behind the scenes. Trouble's trying to get me fired right now. She's speaking to HR.
At Arserum at nlcspam.com.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have a HR department. They don't answer. There's a nice seismic shove on to air. Senkax could get caught here by Cobbs. Good flash out from Senkax to evade most of that, but it looks like Cobb actually might be able to find the damage, but SLT coming over as in comes the Galio. Doesn't connect onto Senkax, but the backup is over. Here is Devon, and the damage onto Bust is absolutely catastrophic. He is cut down. SLT is able to find one as Devon is just ripping the health bars off the members of Venom Crest. A triple kill over to SLT as the monkey will fall, and the ace goes to Verdant.
Complete ace for Verdant right here, and unfortunately there is no big objective for them to claim on this victory. But I just want to say Senkax's wall was so disgustingly beautiful, hopefully, and if the replay drops right there, he just pinched Venom Crest into a very, very tiny choke point where SLT, all he had to do was just press R and he pierced through all 5 members that were going down that path. I don't know if we can actually get the replays right here, but that was beautifully done by the mid laner of Verdant.
Senkux, I mean, no surprises really, playing incredibly well. In this game, unfortunately, I hate to say it when you're only 20 minutes into a game, but this game's kind of done so, isn't it? I think it's going to be all about DN2 for Venom Crest. Need to look at an angle to come back.
You know how Kedrill's always talking about 20k gold leads? I think this game could lead to a 20k gold lead. Because Sivir is a really good wave clear champion, so they can't break open the base until they have Baron. Now, of course, they're going to claim the soul, right? But in 2 minutes' time, the Baron's going to come up, and they actually have maybe the opportunity to play for that 20k gold lead. Suddenly, it's a 14k gold lead. It could break open further.
I think you're right. I genuinely do think you're right. They've got enough wave clear. I mean, the Galio, obviously, his wave clear is situational and based on, you know, him being in the wave effectively to get his passive off. But the Sivir alone should be able to hold. Only got an Essence Reaver at the moment to Devon, who has Cleaver, Rapid Fire Cannon, upgraded Swifties, and a Static Shiv. That is a disgusting gold lead onto Devon. 3.5k. 3,100 gold over to Senkux in his lane as well. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, right now, Verdant are stolen, right? They're waiting for the Baron, 1 minute time. You can't just break open a base like this because they don't necessarily have... they don't have the engage and the burst required to kill someone quick enough. And with the Galio, the Taric ult, and the Gragas being there, it just becomes very tricky, right? You overdive, you might end up giving away kills. But that is 5 levels. Talia lead over the Taric on the other side, and a bunch of level leads overall on the map right now. What Verdant are primarily doing right here is just they're trying to choke Venom Crest inside their own base, right? Push top, push mid, put down some vision into their own jungle, fall back for the Baron, potentially re-engage them as they come in to try and get some vision, and then take the Baron completely.
Alrighty, well, it's the hold angle, but yeah, I mean, without Baron, I don't think the kill opportunity is there. I say that, and then Bust gets turbo chunked out. If he hadn't had his E there, he actually could have died. Oof.
10 seconds. SLT, that's the last wave he's going to be pushing in until I'm assuming Verdant is going to try to turn around for the Purple Worm. That's the only thing that's left, right? They've got 3 Void Grubs, 4 Dragons, 6 Towers. There's nothing else really on the map. They've got the Atakan as well. I'm sorry about that. I forgot it because it's not currently on the overlay, but they got that one too. And now they're taking down the Baron. The gold is just going to grow and grow.
And I think with Baron, this is the angle to actually crack the base. Because we talk about this a lot with Baron, but like your first Baron's for taking all the outer towers, they're already gone. Your second Baron's for kind of cracking the base. So this first Baron actually could crack the base. And we could be looking at...
They're not even going to reset!
They're just going all in.
Resetting, they're just going!
Oh, well, he's the person you need to kill. Sexy! Able to get the ult off and run to safety. They have the gold lead. They don't actually really need to spend the money, as that tower is not going to be long for the world. Slowly but surely, they're going to chip away. You can even see air chunked out on the top side from SLT and Senkux. Tower number 1 inside the base will go down. Skipper does get hit by Danker. Danker gets a little bit of damage off, but doesn't full send it. That's going to be the Cosmic Radiance captain, not caught in it as the Galio jumps in, hits nothing, and is immediately popped. A double kill going over to the Gwen, as SLT just looking too strong right now. Not a hope in hell for Venom Crest.
I mean, Sivir has wave clear, but that's 5 members strong from the side of Verdant versus 3. Do they have any hope of defending this?
Well, maybe if they get SLT, he's able to escape. No one on the side of Verdant goes down, and a record is set. This may be the fastest game we've ever seen Venom Crest play. Sorry, Verdant play. Huge victory.
18,000 gold lead, not quite the 20k we're looking for. But Leo Birdie told me that maybe they were looking to go for Elder. They didn't. They just ended. I mean, again, that was a big class diff, right? On the Rift. Hands diff, macro diff, neutral objective diff. We all saw it on the map. Now, I'm wondering if Venom Crest actually have what it takes to come back and just cause a little bit more havoc in that early game, because I just wanted a little bit more fire from them, having that Wukong, using that at level 6.
Yeah, unfortunately it was a bit of a BG, wasn't it? Right, we're going to pass it over to the desk to break down like game number 1 of this series. So over to you guys.
I bet you're happy, Aragon.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what can we say except what a gigantic AD carry gap. I think that at the forefront, that is the most important piece of analysis that I can provide, is that specifically Captain Sexy on this Severe. Just poor spacing, poor micro, poor CSing, poor positioning, poor team fighting. I think poor any verb that you can associate with League of Legends. I think Captain Sexy performed that poorly. Hope that helps.
Thank you. This is a way to start the desk. Well, at the end of the day, it's a 19-0. So a lot to talk about. I do think Devon just skyrocketed at the beginning of the game, and when you get to see the Senna, danger.
Yeah. That Senna got 2-0 when she only had shoes completely. Only boots and nothing else. 2-0. After that, you pretty much look at the game and like, this is a comp that is supposed to be turbo scaling. That is a comp that doesn't come live until they have like 2-3 items on everybody. And they're already stomping you so early in the game. Do you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna lose. I mean, I expected that lose to happen maybe a little bit quicker than that, but a lose is still a lose.
19-0. I mean, it was almost a perfect game. You could just see how suffocating it was early in these clips. They were just getting... This feels like what we just saw as the game was ending under the fountain, right? They were just trapped in the fountain or trapped under this tower off cooldown. I feel like Cobbs in general, right? In all seriousness, I think Captain Sexy actually played out a lot of situations really well in terms of micro. In this fight in particular, he like spell shielding, timing, like managing to spell shield the center ulti in time and just trying to do his best with the ricochets. I think Captain Sexy did well, but I feel like Cobbs in this game, struggling to scale on the Wukong, and in general, bringing it back to what we were talking about, the draft win cons for Verdant. The Gwen 1v9, the Gwen v9, I think Gwen was really set up for success this game versus 4 melees, and he really snipped through. SLT played phenomenally.
Yeah. Not much to add. I think everybody popped on the individual level. I'm going to say it again. I think Tore is probably one of the best players in the league right now. I find him disgustingly good, and he's the front wall that everybody needs. This should be the fight they should win, correct?
I mean, they don't manage to burst out Senkooks, and then it's just a disaster after that because they get chased down.
Yeah, they don't have enough damage, not that they don't have enough survivability to actually get out of this fight, and they're being body blocked by Tore a lot, and they're split up on top of that as well. Like, this fight, once it doesn't work in the very beginning for Venom Crest, it is not winnable at all.
Yeah. It gets the rundown, and I feel like that's the story of this game. We can analyze, but that was there's not much other things to say other than that was a stomp. I think fully in control from start to finish. Huge lead on Senna. 3 items, 2 items at 14 minutes. It was just ridiculous, right? Yeah, every single thing they got.
3 item Senna versus a 1 item Essence Reaver for Silver. Not even close to the Infinity Edge.
Yeah. I mean, they tried. I like props. Right, props, 100%. They picked all their comfort, they locked in the Gragas for top lane, they picked all their comfort picks, and they tried to come up with answers versus the meta. They gave the Gwen the Talia, which is very ballsy, but they tried their best with their comfort. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. I think Verdant, of course, are one of the best teams in the league, so valiant effort, but not enough.
But it's only game 1. We still have to see what's going to happen, so there's still game 2. Aragon, now you shush. Solari, now you speak. How can Venom Crest come back from this and change the table? I know, rough one. Aragon, I know the voices are there, but yeah.
But that's exactly what I've been thinking about, and I'm struggling to have a good answer here, but the only thought that comes to my mind is looking back at the player we have been highlighting today already, looking back at the mid lane, at the Air, because Air has been performing for the team really well before that, and maybe giving him something with a bit more agency on that mid lane, something that can actually impact the side lanes and the flow of the game more than Galio is able to, which is, you need to find somebody like that, but maybe that could be an answer to that, because they play around their most veteran player a lot.
Well, at the moment, it's Verdant winning and leading the cities by 1-0. Can they clean it and make the coach from Venom Crest shave his head? Or will we get Aragron or Aragreen? I'll see you soon, don't go anywhere.
Aragron? What is Aragron?
I have no idea. In the north, where the ping is low. Shut up this. Shut up this rap. Shut up this rap. Shut up this rap. Ooh. Ha ha ha. We back at the dream in a dodgy old strap. Got chaos in my trunk and a rat in my hat. The GPS in danger, but I proxy like a chef. It's bossy time, baby. That's a good death. Got chased by bulldogs, no bark, no bite. Told to touch some grass, but that's on Verdant side. Could have gone but I followed my feeling. Guess what, baby? We're in Sweden. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game, but it's more than a feeling. We're breaking the silence, volume increase. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Release is Wrapped. We fight through the pain, cause we call that healing. From Solo Q to the northern region. They fight for the glory, the thrill, so just shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Release is Wrapped. Ooh. Wait, you're not convinced yet? Okay, let me tell you why you need that ticket. Double time. Reddy's got a plan, but it's looking kinda sus. I'm toxic like cities, like ping as I run. We're from the north with the dodge fights. You might say our draft is weird. Hey, we won him here twice. Los Ratones quick sneak on the run on the heights. We got Chronics cooking with a snap, so precise. Belly be lurking in jungle, so sick you might think it's the other game when he shows that puppy pick. Lucky the north snowstorm in July. Young cuz gets first blood, blink once and you die. Bring rushes back, shares like a Marvel arc. Visit such a split, pushing and we call that art. I'm spitting like ass, got skill in my shots, critting harder than Jinx when she pops. So it says the IDLs are on a decline. Esports usually get views with us as a headline. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game. Buy your tickets for Leagues is Wrapped. We have more singers and things being announced in the next week. So
If
tell me.
that doesn't summarize the NLC region in one video, I don't know what does. It is perfect to summarize it and capture it in its essence.
I've been getting messages of people asking me for more songs. We need more songs.
Yeah?
Please?
I have an idea.
What genre are you going next? That was like 80s rock, and you had some
That was
rap.
80s
What are you going
rock,
next?
yeah. I think I'm
Yeah?
going Shakira. Yeah.
I think that works.
I
think that
can't
works.
say anything,
Okay.
but Los Ratones don't lie. This is what I'm cooking right now. With that in mind, though, Venom Crest, how can they make this happen? I think we need to look into how they won in the previous one, which is Air. Where's Air? There's Air.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, right? So the thing is, right, in this game, this last game that we saw Venom Crest lose, Air was on Galio, right? More of a facilitative pairing champion that works well with your team as an answer into different champions. Now, I think Air is their best player. And the problem with Air on Galio is that he lacks individual agency. So I would love for him to get more of a counter pick. You know, if they choose red side, give him R5, give him something that has more agency to make plays individually, like when, for example, he locked in the Anivia. And he is in a counter pick matchup. He managed to utilize the Anivia into the Cassiopeia, I believe, and find a lead individually that way. I don't really want to see him on a facilitator pick. I want to see him on a carry.
Yeah, the thing is, the pick that we've seen the most from him throughout this split, his Tali is not available anymore because he was picked in the previous game and it's a Fearless. But historically, he has been playing a lot of those champions with a lot of agency, like Azir, like Tristana, like Hui. So the choice is there. The pool, this guy has it. Just pick something from it that can actually lead the team.
I think it's quite annoying for him right now in this patch with Azir being so broken that he's always banned, right? So you can't secure him. It's really, really difficult, I think, for Venom Crest in that regard, not getting your best pick. Lots of pro players are suffering with this in LPL as well, specifically, I think, Karis. But yeah, I think it's a problem point, but finding a carry, completely agree with you. Azir is his best champion. I hope they lean into it.
Okay, when we look into this, what should be the other champions that should be prioritized? I think the Gwen was a complicated situation moving into the previous game. The Gragas was not the best reply as well. Maybe the comfort reply, but not the one that could have worked. Oh, Hey, we're in. Rumble is out.
Okay.
Draft. Yeah.
Good.
I mean, maybe the plan was
boy.
let them have all the OPs so they can't pick them again. That's like gigantic cope take, but they gave them Gwen Talia, which is ambitious. And now I think Varus might be... Varus Azir are probably the best picks that are available. Saying now
They're
that
gonna be
goes.
banned.
Yeah.
They're gonna be banned, both of them. Varus is already banned, so
Azir has
most
to be the
likely.
third.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
I
be,
agree
yeah.
with you.
But we were looking at
yeah.
the counter pick for Air, right? On the blue side, maybe giving him a little bit more time. Take away the Azir
Yeah.
and then wait for it.
Yeah, give the Azir, maybe Verdant have an answer into the Azir, but I think the easiest thing you could do to beat Venom Crest is just to shut him down with that ban. After that, some more OPs are Trundle. Never mind. That champion's gone now. That's all like the big OPs that are there. It is just Azir now. And I don't think there are too many others that really, really are OP here.
Yeah, and nothing that you can open the draft with as well. At least nothing
Yeah.
comes to my mind. So if Azir is banned right now, most likely they're looking. Yeah, there it
Annie?
is. Most likely they're
Maybe?
looking into other lanes to open up with, probably jungle.
Yeah, I mean, you could first pick jungle as the most blindable role. Aurora Flex is something we see sometimes.
Okay.
Archram, you were talking to me about this a lot with the mage flexes between top and mid. Aurora's doing that a lot. I mean, that's what they're going to open up with. And that's a carry for Air to play with. So already steps in the right direction. Into Aurora, typically you pick control mages like Orianna, Victor. These are the best answers. You could answer with Annie and play a burst comp, but Wukong's gone, so maybe not. I think Orianna is probably in isolation the best answer here. I agree with Senklix's and SLT's Hover. And maybe they play from more front to back. Champions like Skarner are still up if they want to head in that direction. Jarvan and so on. All options.
Yeah,
All Vi, too.
Jarvan could look really good on the Venom Crest side, to be honest, or Vi
Yeah,
as well,
really
especially
good.
now that they're adding Jhin right now here, who
Yeah.
doesn't have any escape, and you need to find some ways to get into this backline and to shut this Jhin down. Yeah, either will do good. But I like the
Yeah.
idea of Vi here with the Aurora.
I think both work really, really, really well. And I think Jarvan in particular, I really like the direction you were going there into the immobile mage and the AD carry. We'll see if Cobbs picks it up. Had a bit of a stinker last game, I'll be honest. So hopefully with a really good angle and draft and a bit more agency, they could play for it. They're going to lock in probably the strongest AD on the patch, to be honest, in terms of laning and early game strength, with Corki locked in there. So jungle pick. Jarvan.
It has to.
Yeah.
I think
Usually we
Jarvan
see
and then
this
maybe a
on-
Poppy after.
Oh. Okay.
So Jarvan locked in here, and then R3 Poppy into that sounds pretty good to me. I think that sounds like a reasonable draft sequence that could happen.
Yeah.
You already know the carries on the other side. You know they are immobile, so instantly go for that. Alistar obviously take it away from Torre, but you don't take the Jarvan. Maybe that can bite you back.
I wonder what Verdant's plan for the jungle here is, because with Orianna you might want to see something like Nocturne just to have this combination from them, but honestly if they decide to pick Jarvan, it will also work for them as well, because you have somebody to lock in there, even though it's gonna be harder, because both Aurora and Corki can try to get away from it, but you also have the follow-up from Jhin and the bold delivery from Orianna.
Rakan, they're dropping jungle completely on both sides, so jungle pill is going to get pinched quite a bit. They lock in the support role, and Rakan into Alice is a pretty good matchup because you don't get locked down that hard, right? Rakan gets to do essentially what he likes. Now, I really think Vi is looking... Any AD bruiser that can enable the Rakan to be super mobile on this dive looks really, really good for Verdant to pick on R4 here, and then to give R5 to top lane for SLT is probably the way they want to go. I'm looking at champs like Nocturne, like you said, Solari, Jarvan and Vi. These are the three picks that I think are really broken, and Verdant already getting rid of that Jarvan into the immobiles is a great step.
Maybe
Did
the
we
Nocturne
have-
can follow. Tell me, Solari.
Yeah. We had Zinja. I'm trying to think what else we can see in the jungle happening for both of the teams. And I'm running
my
out of
God.
options because both Wukong and Zinja could be so good here,
Yeah.
but they're both not available from the previous game.
With Poppy being banned now, Vi's getting that much more OP, right?
Yeah.
Poppy's a great answer into Vi, so now Vi is getting even stronger as Venom Crest won't be able to answer the Vi with it on R4 here.
There's a
I think
Nocturne.
it should be a Vi ban. If it's not a Vi ban here, I'd be a bit concerned.
Okay, Poppy out. What's your last one? Venom Crest pink, and think carefully about this. Last opportunity to try and make this a 1-1, or else you're going to the lower bracket. It's a Nocturne we were
Nocturne
talking
ban.
about, so Vi maybe gets a priority right now.
I love the Nocturne ban here. Just reading a little bit into the possibilities that Verdant could have had and the access to the backline and the possibility to shut down rather quickly Corki and Aurora, and especially Corki.
Maybe I'm blanking. Skarner's open. Sejuani, this isn't the option that I like. Actually, you know what? This screams Verdant to me. So slow scaling. This is just the style that they like to play, right? Just to play very slow, sit back, control mage and frontline. I think Verdant drafting Vi is probably objectively better, but it is a more Verdant style to go
now we're talking. I was getting confused.
And frontline and control mage. For goodness sake, Captain Sexy, man, I'm gonna get you. I swear to God. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see what they lock in. There's the vibe.
That is the vibe.
I think a blunder. Honestly, I think a little bit of a blunder going for the Sejuani instead. Sejuani Rakan's pretty good chain CC, but now we gotta consider what's the blind here. Kasante's pretty good blind for top lane here for Bust if he wants to go that route. Sion as well.
Is there gonna be... No, he's not bad. Is there gonna be Renekton for SLT by any chance? I'm smelling Renekton here, especially with the Sejuani in the jungle.
Imagine.
Pretty good.
Imagine.
Oh, it's Flex Aurora to top lane.
Yeah.
Wow, so they got
Flex.
Aurora out of the mid matchup because they didn't want Aurora into Orianna, and then they put Aurora top lane, and now you have to answer the Aurora. What do you answer the Aurora with? I think Ambessa can be quite a good answer in general in side lane. So if you could survive the lane, Ambessa can be fine, but you know it's on SLT. What does he have cooking for us? Renekton.
Oh, that was close.
Just gonna pick a
you
tank.
need something that auto attacks. Yeah, you need something with the Sejuani. Ambessa should be the key.
Ambessa.
I can see the Renekton angle, but Ambessa should be better. Yeah.
Nah, Ambessa
There
is
you
better
go.
here. Much better.
Yeah. Really excellent scaling with the Sejuani passive procs, but also the big thing about Ambessa into the Aurora is that later on in side lane, Ambessa is like one of the only champions that can chase Aurora in side lane. Because you know how Aurora does that thing where she places ult and then pings back and then gets away 10,000 units? Ambessa can chase that. It's ridiculous. So it's a really good answer. I like the R5 here. It's a great answer from SLT.
This is it. Predictions for this one. Solari, let's start with you. Giving time for Eragon. Is it a 2-0?
I think somebody... Nah, I think somebody... Yeah, I think somebody's going to bowl today. I think Verdant just have such a good draft. And especially with this Ambessa last pick on the top lane. Yeah, I think it's a 2-0.
I think Eragon is so confident that the green paint he showed us is not even real.
Yeah, this box of green paint right here, it's fake. It is fake. Maybe I shouldn't have even ordered it, honestly.
Wow, so it's a
There it
2-0.
is.
That
I was
easy.
trying that entire time to think of a bald pun with Coach Hades in the name, but I just could not think of one. It is impossible. I think he's going bald. You're going bald, mate. Everyone 07 his hair.
That's simple. 07 as we toss it to the casters. Hip right in trouble. What's the end score at the end of the day?
I don't know which one I want more. That's the
I think
thing.
you should just do it. I think you
Yeah?
should just do it. Just do it.
You only
It's
live
not
once,
green.
buddy.
I mean, Verdant won. Verdant won. No,
Both
Verdant
teams
might
are green. Both teams
Yeah,
are green,
exactly.
to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, let's maybe talk about this game and see how nervous we can make Aragon. Right, what are your breakdowns here for Verdant, and you know what is their game plan? Is it scaling by chance and just sitting
And
back?
this is like, this is so classic for Verdant, right? Like Venom Crest are going on the walls, Akali, Vi, everyone committing their bodies in. We usually talk about mid jungle, but then you have Aurora jumping in. Then you've got an Alistar, so it's everyone, all hands on deck from the side of Venom Crest. That's right. Ring the bell. That's right. Cling, cling, cling. All right. And on the other side, Verdant's like, sure, we'll see you in like 30 minutes when we have 2 items each, 3 items each, and we can peel all the damage you sent our way. So it's such classic Verdant, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with this comp, right? Well, with this team, is it's so formulaic, their playstyle. They play for late game, they take over. I think last game was a bit of an exception to that, just because Venom Crest kind of gave them a lot of their scaling very early, like getting a quadra kill onto both your Gwen and onto your Senna, especially the Senna one early. That's just a recipe for losing, unfortunately.
I don't know, man. I was kind of happy with the Aurora versus the Orianna over in the middle, especially when you have like Vi plus Aurora. It's like a really good combo. But now you're sending a melee into the backline with a Rakan. And sort of like, it's kind of really hard to get in touch with like Jhin, because usually during the team fights, right, you're kind of setting up for your team. So you're kind of standing pretty far away from the team fight. So if Air maybe manages to find the angle to try and get onto Devon, maybe that is the angle right here. But I feel like Akali's still gonna have a lot of fun playing around Sejuani and Orianna.
Well, early, I think Air gonna have a Akali isn't famed for having her fun laning phase, really. Except when she launched. Do you remember when she launched? And first of all, she could turn towers off for a W. Also, Duskblade existed back then, and it was like the original Duskblade. I had this tech on Akali, which a couple of people were playing, where it was like Triforce Duskblade Akali, and it was playing off invisibility on. Do you remember I had that like invisibility passive? And you'd use
I remember that thing on Pike.
Yeah, you'd use your invisibility on Duskblade, and then you'd pop in and out and just do loads of damage. It was a sick little tech. Anyway, that was the last time Akali actually got to play a laning phase. Nowadays, it's it's sit back, hit 6, hit burst, and try and one-shot someone. To be fair to Air, they have actually been able to force a pot out from Senkux, so I'll give it to them. A better laning phase than expected from them. They are still chunked.
Actually, like, a lot of different paths that you can go with your build as well. We've seen the Rocket Bells, we've seen the Leandries, we've seen like all different kinds being built onto the Akali. I'm wondering what the path is going to be here for Air, whether he's going to go for more of like a lot of AP scaling late game, or is going to be the displacement with the Rocket Bell to try and reach the backline. Again, I feel like Orianna and Jhin are two champions that are pretty hard to get a hold of, particularly the Jhin. So maybe the Rocket Bell actually helps a little bit, especially in the early game skirmishes when the Vi also dives in, to sort of like close the distance and try to go for those early kills.
You have to also kind of mention that, with the fact that it's a Sejuani on Danker, you don't get that same playstyle we saw in our previous series where, the Jarvan gets to free invade and take over that jungle matchup. Like, Vi's going to be quite happy. Danker doesn't really have, all that early damage. Both junglers do go spot each other out. However, I really like those wards that have been placed by the side of Verdant. They are going to have full information on Cobbs.
I mean, it doesn't really matter for the time being, right? Both of these junglers are looking for their level 6. I feel like what's going to really dictate the pace of this game is how that bot lane matchup is going to go, and whether or not Captain Sexy and Eskipper are actually getting a little bit of push down that bot lane. Currently, they are being pushed underneath their tower. We're looking for potentially a fight around Void grabs for Venom Crest. You need that level 6 to actually play around that top side combo, if you will, and then later on you get assisted by the Corki, right? But primarily you're looking for that level 6 between Worlds, Akali diving into the backline, the Vi R, that's going to actually enable Venom Crest to make plays early.
Well, let's see if Cobbs can pull it off. Obviously, Vi not as reliant on level 6 as something like a Wukong. Obviously, still very nice for them to use, but you do have a little bit of a self-engage using that Q on the Vi. Dragon spawning up fairly soon. Just having a quick look at where the lane states are right now. Bot lane was shoved in by the side of Verdant. They have now gone for a cheeky reset. Serrated Dirk now finished up for Devon, and he is making his way over. Senkux control over mid lane, comes in, fresh reset, teleport. Same for Air though. Air is going to join him, teleporting into the lane, but I think the lane state is going to be in favor of him right now. And Cobbs, I think he recognizes that he doesn't have pressure on his mid or bot, so he can't contest Dragon, so he's just looking for something top.
That lane is so rough for SLT right here. If he overextends to try and crash the wave or help crash the wave, he actually gets punished by getting ganked right there. Luckily, he did have that Tribush ward. That ward is down, right? So you have to play it 50-50. Does Cobbs waste his time to try and get a kill? Onto SLT. There is no level 6 for Bust, right? And there's no level 6 for Cobbs either, so it's kind of difficult. So he's going to get back to lane CS as Verdant play towards that bot side of the map. And now this is where the bot lane prior comes in that we talked about. You see how Captain Sex and Eskipper have actually pushed that bot lane. So they're looking to play around mid lane for the side of Verdant since they can't do Dragon for the time being.
Yeah, I was just going to back off, although I'm surprised that they knew that Cobbs was bot side, top side, but I'm going to have to hold that because Devon, with barrier used, he's going to have to flash away, but Captain Sexy's keeping the damage on, and that's going to be the jump in. Double knockout comes down, but I don't think Tor's got the survivability for his ADC. First blood for Captain Sexy. They find the stun, they find the displacement. It's a double kill.
And somewhere out there, hold up, Danka in trouble as well.
Yeah, Cobbs going very low here. One more stack on that passive here for Cobbs. SLT's making his way over to defend as Bust gets a massive chunk of damage out from SLT. They find the flash. Danka goes low. That's the perfect execution into the ultimate from SLT. Air dashes away to safety. 3 kills for Venom Crest, and they lose nothing for it.
3 kills from Venom Crest, and I can hear Aragon shaking somewhere in the background right there. They get 2 kills onto the Corki, which is very, very important. Again, Trinity Force champions really thrive with some extra juicy early game gold to get to the Trinity Force spike early on. Particularly a Kali as well, where you want your first item, specifically if you're going towards Rocket Belt, and it's a big 1-item spike. Venom Crest right here that don't necessarily need those level 6s to make those games. However, I do think from Devon, that's a bit of a blunder. Torre's not around, he overextends into the lane, he just gets Hadba pulverized just like this, and then sits into the stun from the Alistar as well. Doesn't flash out, flashes out way too late. And by the time Torre is there, he ends up going down anyway. So maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, a misstep right there from Devon and Torre. However, Venom Crest right here, about 1,000 gold lead. The kills exactly where they want them, right? The Akali and the Corki.
Alright, well, looks like Dragon not going early here. We could have a bit of a scaling angle on for us right now. Yeah, 3 kills over the Venom Crest. Aragon definitely shivering his timbers right now, isn't he?
Absolutely. He's looking at that hair dye. He's actually opening up the instructions manual to see how to actually do the hair dye.
All I'm going to say is if he ends up losing this bet, dyeing his hair, and then he loses his hair because of the bet, that would be so funny. Are we ready for Bald Aragon?
Boldagon.
Boldagon.
It's a trade. It's a trade. 3 Void Grubs for first Dragon. First Dragon going over to Verdant, and Venom Crest taking the 3 Void Grubs over on the top side of the map. And that's a very nice and steady early game from the side of Venom Crest. We said that particularly against teams like Verdant, Los Ratones. Taking a little bit the lead in the early game really does help, right? Specifically because Verdant really likes to play for those late game team fights, and they do have a bunch of scaling in their team, right? With the Ambessa, the Jhin, and the Orianna. You definitely want to be fighting for those later on fights. However, Venom Curse right here, getting that money, the extra money in the early game onto their carries really helps them get to that first item power spike for themselves. And also, like, breaks apart a little bit of what we saw in that first game where Eric just takes a little bit of a beating from Senkax. Senkax has to commit that shockwave. But nothing further than that.
Yeah, just a little chunk out of him there, but he is able to survive that for now. Let's have a look at where we are on the item front. 10 minutes approaching. No one has hit their first item yet. We've got a few people slowly working their way towards it. Bobs. He's going to grab himself the Dragon. Oh, nice actually. SLT gets the headbutt pole off. They've got Tor coming over. Danker's making his way over as well. Has the ultimate. Glacial Prison goes down. Makes his connection onto the cow, but in between worlds, Venom Crest find themselves flashing forwards. Massive amount of damage coming out from Bust onto everyone. Air misses the perfect execution. He's low HP, and somehow everybody limps away from the fight.
And it's so funny because so many of those champions have dashes, right? So everyone kept dashing back and forth. Then the buffer on the ult from SLT, then Cobbs ulting backwards. Absolute insanity. No one ends up dying right there. We're going to get a replay. Thank you, observers. So they're looking for SLT. SLT buffers the ult to not get hit by the Vi here, right? And then Torre joins. He's going to knock up Cobbs. Then Cobbs actually going to pre-buffer that with the Vi ult onto SLT. SLT gets exhausted. And then Bust comes in. Huge damage, but not quite enough for any of the damage to stick. And SLT also flashes the R2 from air to get out.
It is terrifying how much damage Aurora can do when she hits that burst. 3 people all get the passive procs on them. Brutal. Nobody goes down though, so Verdant going to be happy with that one. Already having to give up 3 kills, and Venom Crest probably a little bit disappointed. Hoping to be able to pick that one up. Now, obviously they have got these the 3 grubs in their pockets, so you put them on a tower, those plates are going to slowly evaporate. I mean, having a quick look at the state of the towers, I think it's only bot lane that's given up any plates yet. I can't see if it's 1 or 2 plates over.
It's very difficult, right? I feel like SLT has
other tower, sorry, observer.
Winning top lane, right? Yeah. That's how.
Actually, no, there we go. They're both.
Thank you.
Thank you, observer. They're both on 4, so actually, it's only 1 plate apiece has gone down for both teams.
I will say it's actually very difficult to play for the mid lane or the top lane tower if you are Venom Crest, because if you look in the mid lane, like Senkax is 300 gold up. He has been farming a storm. He's actively chovying right now on that Orianna, which makes it really difficult. And SLT has been really good at CSing over the top side of the map, even though he's playing into a ranged matchup as well. So Both of those towers very, very hard to touch from the side of Venom. It's all about the bot lane. You've got the 2 kills onto the Corki as well. You can actually play a little bit more proactively through there. Now, of course, min about and
hello! Vi's coming in. Great glacial piston from Danka. He gets executed away. Air's heavily chunked out. His skipper just saved his mid lane, but in comes Tor. Can't find the damage off of the quickness or the lockdown. Again, no one dies.
That was a fantastic cover by Danka. They look at Cops, he commits the flash, goes for Senkax, but they just cannot commit the Akali onto the Orianna to kill Senkax off. And on that Sejuani ult as well, Senkax puts his shockwave on top of that, so Air gets really, really chunked down. Fantastic stuff right there from the jungle of Verdant.
Yeah, honestly, Danka did a really, really solid job of that. Now, what has that actually done? It has blown Nobbs' flash, Cobbs' flashed. It's getting late. Senkax used his flash as well.
Sleep time.
I know, it really is. 2 flashes burnt either side. Well, 1 flash either side. Dragon spawning up in the next 36 seconds. Ooh, no, Senkax doesn't get his recall interrupted.
Dramatic zoom in. I love that.
Yeah, that was nice.
All right, very importantly though, Trinity Force completed on Corki. Sundered Sky completed onto the Vi. I'm looking for the first item to come through for Akali as well. And this is where really Venom Crest should be looking to make some plays on that first item spike that they do have. Having that Trinity Force on Corki that early on is really, really helpful for the next Dragon as well. It's going to be spawning in about 7 seconds. They need to look to push that bot lane out, which is exactly what Captain Sexy and Eskeeper are doing through the bot side of the map. And then look to bleed a little bit of that vision and control towards that river.
All right, now it is Venom Crest who are in control of the area for this dragon. This would be a denial. Dragon number 1 for the side of Venom Crest if they can get it. But right now it is a vision clearing job for them. As they're going to start this one up. And actually, let's side Verdant thinking about making their way over. Tor. Still got the wards to work with, although just place down that pink ward just to make sure he gets control of the area. Verdant making the way over. Double knockout comes into the deadly flourish. That's going to curtain. Cooled. SLT comes in on the flank though. Dragon secured for the side of Venom Crest in the middle of all of this one as they're going to find themselves a massive chunk of damage out between worlds used from Bust. And that's going to be our first fight with an actual victim going down in a while. SLT chunked out. Air able to just about survive this one. Perfectly executes to safety. Verdant get 2. Venom Crest get 1.
They just couldn't quite find from the side of Venom Crest the key targets. Again, Orianna, Jhin, 2 of the carries that are very, very safe and can play from super far away. Let's watch again the replay right here. Venom Crest are going to start the Dragon, and Cops is actually fishing in and out of this bush to try and see if he can make a pick, right? You see Devon is always over the wall, and then Orianna is coming through that mid lane holding the Akali. So Jhin is never a target. Orianna's not even there. She's holding the Akali hostage. So while this fight is going on and Cops has committed his body in, both of the carries are just so safe on the side lane for the side of Verdant, on the side line, sorry, on the side of Verdant, that it's just impossible to see that execution on the squishes that we talked about early on from the side of Venom Crest.
Able to walk away with the Dragon though, at least for the side of Venom Crest. So it's you know, it sucks that they didn't get, you know, more kills than that. As always, Skipper forces SLT's flash away. Lovely little use of the Hex flash there from his Skipper. And Air is now dealing with SLT in a side lane. So looks like they are changing up the lane assignment for a brief second here. Although I don't actually know too much about the Akali versus Ambessa. I feel like Akali wants to be versus someone a little squishier than an Ambessa. So
Absolutely, right?
Probably just a bit of a farm fest for him.
Also, I doubt you really want to take an E into the Ambessa.
Absolutely
that would
not.
end really roughly for any melee champion. However, I feel like right here, Verdant is giving this Rift Herald away, right? They just lost Flash onto SLT. There's no ultimates onto Sejuani or the Jhin, so they can't really play for the setup. Instead, they're going to choose to play towards push and bust out of that bot lane tower, giving a lot more money onto Senkax. There's actually a lot of experience that's been lost underneath the tower now. SLT is sitting underneath his without Flash available.
Yeah, they got the Herald as well. They're just going to full commit for this one. Tower will go down, but we need to go top where the action's breaking out. Danka, though, looking for something in the other side lane. Oh, and Bess is dead. There we go.
Oh, well. You blink and you miss it, don't you? 3 versus 1 plus 3 Herald. 3.5 versus 1.
They get charge number 2. Oh,
wait,
they are.
Air?
Oh, they find him with the knock up. Air gets caught by the quickness charm. Devin's here, though, to make sure they're okay. Oh, they say that.
Danka!
Danka comes in, gets the Glacial Prison. That's going to be air. Gets the E back. Gets a whole chunk of damage out onto that Jin. One more flash forward. Copper, the knock up the heel for the Gleaming Quill. Devin takes the kill. And a bow. What a beautiful escape.
Torre, MVP on this fight as S-Skipper is going to get chased down and killed by Senkax. The last second W from Rakan that knocks up Akali mid-air, landing onto
okay,
Devin
don't
as a Bus finishes the deal. He will eventually kill Devin. He was literally on 1 HP, but a kill is a kill at this point for Venom Crest. And again, you see Verdant fight starting to look pretty good together. Let's watch this one more time. That was the 1v3 that we kind of missed, right? SLT, we mentioned it. He had just lost his flash in the previous skirmish over on the top side of the map. They'll just pin him down and execute him. And then here's where things get really interesting. Air will ride that Rift Herald onto the next tower. However, the jungle wasn't potentially cleared properly because Sejuani is coming through that. The Devin walks up. Danka gets a fantastic ult onto the Akali. And this is where Devin gets baited to actually walk up, and Air sticks back into the E. Devin gets knocked up by the Vi. And that dash gets interrupted by Torre's W onto the Rakan. Hold up.
Oh my word, he just taxis out onto the cow, but Captain Sexy is here. SLT gets the blast code to safety, the big one, the flash, one more auto, SLT remains alive.
That pot that he pre-used while being chased down literally saved his life. That pot ticking. Oh my god, so what is Ambessa? What is Ambessa? All of these dashes. Literally Silas on steroids right there. As Venom Crest, though, will use the time that they have an extra advantage, numbers advantage on the map, to actually push that mid lane they needed because Dragon's coming out.
The Skipper's been forced to use the ultimate, though, as Torre gets onto the backline. Captain Sexy remains untouched for a moment, though. They got the curtain call. Cobbs, further far forward, throws down the ultimate, but he is chunked out. Air slides into the fight. They throw down the Between World. Air gets the Shuriken flip onto Devin. No follow-up. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the Deadly Flourish hits and Bust is going to lose a lot of HP. Good knock up from Skipper. Chunked out, though, as he's able to evade the orb from the Orianna. Oh, these fights are so dicey, Trouble.
And there's no junglers, right? There's no smite available for anyone right now. Both of those supports have the spellbook, but none of them is sporting the smite for the time being. So it's actually really difficult to start this dragon. Air is wrapping around. Resets coming through from S-Skipper and Captain Sexy, as well as for Devin. And they're just going to pull the dragon right there just to make sure he's not end up going down from the other team. Danka back on the map. Collector just completed by Devin coming out of this base, and it's a rinse and repeat, right? And I really, really appreciate right here how Senkax has gone for Hourglass second item as there's so much dive and damage from the sort of Venom Crest. SLT might get caught.
Well, we've seen this one before. He just taxis out with the ultimate, and Bust goes low. Air continues to put some extra damage in, though. Bust throws down the damage and secures the kill this time. They're able to make it work. E-Skipper now getting chased on too. Torre finds the knock up, and that's Devin securing himself the kill. They just need a run. Devin no ultimate means Bust should survive.
Absolutely, and Bust stayed around from the previous fight that we saw, right? Which means he hadn't reset to come back onto the map, which means now the Verdant were able to chase down after Venom Crest committed everything almost to get onto SLT on that bot side of the map. Now what Verdant should be doing here is look to get some pressure over on the top side of the map. This is going to be the second dragon that the Atakan has spawned on the top side. So push that mid, push that top, start establishing some vision into the top side river, and same thing for Venom Crest.
Well, resets coming in. SLT still sitting on the Eclipse, still a bit of a way to go before they hit their next item. Bust is going to get lane control or push of top. A couple of roses to pick up as well off the back of that one. See if they even think about starting it up yet, or they want to wait for a better opportunity. Dragon not up for 4 minutes, so there's nothing else really to play for on the bot side.
The items right now look really good. You've got 2 items on Akali, 2 items onto that Corki as well. The 2 main carries are really equipped to get this fight going, and the gold is dead even between Venom Crest and Verdant at this point. So you should really be looking to potentially try and make plays. Get your vision a little bit deeper. I really love how the sneak
Oh, they
in.
commit ult. Force the ultimate out there from a Skipper. Get a massive chunk out of him. Deadly Flourish is going to make the connection. Senkux getting a little bit slowed down now off. They throw the quickness. A lot of ultimates committed, but they do secure the kill onto Skipper. A little bit of pressure there. No teleport on air, and I think Verdant perfectly find their window to get a kill.
Yeah, both SLT and Torre had to commit their ultimates to catch the cow. And might be catching air as well.
That's a Shuriken flip backwards inside the zone. Oh, very low HP. Perfect execution from air. Shuriken flip connects.
Do it.
Come on. Nah. He's smarter. He's smarter than us.
That's the difference between me and pro players. I would have done it.
Yeah.
Zero patience.
Well, the difference between me and pro players is I would have missed it.
So you wouldn't even have the opportunity to do something stupid.
Exactly.
All right. Unending Despair now completed for Danka Sejuani as well. Gold a little bit towards Verdant right now. About 500 gold. Not much of a difference as second items are starting to come through for every champion in the game right now. And the most important thing is actually getting some vision into the top quadrant of Cobbs' jungle to actually try to make plays, right? You don't want to be diving into Fog of War. But the most difficult part that Venom Crest has to deal with is access towards the Jhin or the Orianna. That's the whole point of the Vi, right? Finding one of the two targets, then diving in together with the Aurora and the Akali to try and assassinate.
I'm surprised to see that Devon went for Collector second. Typically, it's Ghostblade into Rapid Fire Cannon. You just play at max range, and then things like Vi can't just ult you without having to like Q or flash forwards to be able to get in range. I'm surprised he went for that Collector. Obviously, the payout of that is the damage is really high, and you know the ability to finish up those kills is there, but Devon has to play it quite smart now and rely on the move speed from that Ghostblade. Don't want to go for that, but Venom Crest have been able to bully all of the pressure on this top side of the map, and they are setting up for a potential look at Atakan, but they are hesitant to go for it, and I would be too. The gold is only 1,000 difference between them, which Verdant right now are the ones in control of the gold lead.
I mean, I will say it's much easier for Verdant if Venom Crest started first and then they come in and try to team fight rather than them starting and then Venom Crest suddenly can be able to get through flanks right with the Akali and all the other champions that they have. Oh, Hobbs. That's the friendly Q forward.
Yeah.
It's the friendly Q forward towards SLT. Nothing crazy. Again, Senkux versus Bust. This is not the mid lane matchup. This is mid lane versus top. Everyone. And it's just a constant back and forth, I feel like, until the next dragon comes through, right? Which might be a case of Venom Crest trading potentially that dragon. They don't want to play for it. For an Atakan and vice versa. Or Verdant as well. Knowing Verdant, they really like the team fights. So they're probably going to go for the dragon here.
I feel like Soul Point for Atakan is not a worth trade. Because Atakan is nowhere near as impactful as it used to be. It's still a nice little buff. Like, it gives that big AoE slow in team fights. You can get a chunk of experience off it. But it's not like, Atakan we had at the beginning of the year, right? So...
take me back. Give me the resets.
No, honestly, don't take me back. I like Atakan. I think it could do it like a slight buff, but I don't like it being a game winner.
I like Chaos. Give me Chemtech Soul at its original state. Whatever, man.
Oh, no.
All right.
No,
as we're talking about it, it's going to be Soul Point if Verdant manages to secure the next dragon that's coming up in about 28 seconds. And I really like how Air is taking his time, trying to build the wave, trying to push in, but he can't push further than what he is right now, especially with Senkux and Torre showing up on the wave. That's an Alistar that's actually sneaked in quite deep. If they find Devon right here, this could be huge.
Gonna be seen.
They're looking.
Teleporting forwards, they're going to headbutt him off. That's going to be the ultimate pop there from Skipper. Devon trying to play the space right now as Air on that backline has to force him to flash away. Deadly Flourish hits the mark. The curtain gets called, but Bust can just look for the assassination onto the Jhin. Down he goes. Captain Sexy will be next up on the menu. Both ADCs fall. Skipper goes down, and Verdant have the kill advantage. Air being chased off from Torre. Don't think Rakan's going to kill an Akali, though.
That was such an awkward fight to begin with. Hopefully we'll see it on a replay as Air is being kept hostage in this bush by a support. As Verdant are taking the third dragon of the game, putting them on Soul Point. But again, that was a very awkward fight from the set of Venom Crest. I feel like the shot calling wasn't quite clear. Skipper found an angle, but the second he was seen on a ward, okay, we're gonna take it all from all the way back. I like this. So they spot Devon right there, but the second Skipper walks into this bush, he sees that he's seen, right? So he throws Devon away, but then Cobb skews forward, but then he doesn't press R onto Devon. So when Air dives in, Cobbs is nowhere near following him, and then when Devon's all the way back there, he starts ulting. Sure, he dies to Aurora. Maybe he wasn't looking at his screen, right? He was looking a little bit further, but at the end of the day, that was again Venom Crest not necessarily on the same page. I feel like Cobb should have actually committed getting onto Devon, particularly because he didn't have that flash available to him to react to this.
Absolutely bonkers there, that fight. Does look like right now it is just a quick back off angle. Atakan still up. Dragon Soul on Verdant. The fact that they didn't trade Atakan at all is so big for them as Cobbs picks up the Scuttle Crab and just sends Tora back.
It's just really scary territory for Verdant, right? You need just a Juani there to face check for you to get some vision into enemy territory, as Tora is going to do it right now. He's very slippery, but he's only doing this because the wave is pushing right now from the side of Senkax, right? And this is where Duncan's going to come in to try and get a little bit more further vision. He's actually going to coast around where Tora is. Bust. We'll go invisible and get out. But yeah, getting a little bit more deeper vision right here will help you with the Atakan, as SLT has been looked at. Well, that's all that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to send him packing. SLT's been a slippery customer. Now 3-3 on the Ambessa. Got the Shojin finished up as well. I mean, most people are now building their third items at this point. Jin getting towards that Infinity Edge, and, you know, Collector, Ghostblade, Infinity Edge.
I mean,
that is
you just said
absolutely
it.
terrifying.
Death Cap just completed for Senkax 20 minutes in, right before the Atakan. This could be huge impact on the fights.
And level 16 as well. There are 3 points in that shockwave. This Orianna could absolutely ruin the day here of Venom Crest. Remember, if Venom Crest lose this, they're knocked down into that lower bracket.
Yep. Saying that about the shockwave, though. Very, very slippery champions on the side of Venom Crest. However, very, very slippery, also very squishy, apart from the Alistar when he's in that ultimate form, right? So we'll see if Senkax can actually find the mark right there. Again, this is a very Verdant-ish game. We keep waffling around, but that's because Verdant are taking this very, very slow. They know the Venom Crest is very close in terms of gold, and if you make one wrong move, you make a mistake, if you make a misstep, Akali, Aurora, Vi, are those type of champions that will punish you, and all of their damage, majority of the damage, are on the Jhin and the Orianna, right? You cannot afford to make any missteps, particularly now that Devon doesn't have his flash available.
I think Senkax just chunking out his skipper there was the go sign for Verdant to start up this Atakan. Devon can quickly shove the way forwards. Cobbs being zoned off.
Oh, they know. They know what's going on.
Yeah, they can't do anything. They can't do anything about it. Senkax and Tora just playing gatekeeping right now as he skipper. He's probably about to get chunked again, yeah. Knocked up. No, just about evades it. Actually throws the ultimate in. Atakan gets secured for his team. And Verdant, I mean, they're happy. You know, they didn't have to commit it much there. They just chunked out his skipper and used the pressure that built them to take the objective. Dragon now, the next major one. This is Soul in 1 minute 22.
I mean, you're saying this major one, Baron has been up for about 5 minutes. Skipper with a flash.
They're going to put some damage into Senkax, but the Redemption's going to heal him up. He's Skipper. Remember, he has no ultimate available to him. Q charged up from the Vi, doesn't find the opening as Bust jumps forwards. There's the Zhonya's from Senkax. Knockup comes out. Senkax hasn't found that shockwave opportunity or the big one yet. Air joins into the fight. Danker's low HP. There they go. Air on the backline. Looking for Senkax. Danker's low HP. Can they finish him up? Shutdown secured for Captain Sexy. Air slides through the back. Assassinates everyone as this is now a fight on equal footing. SLT no ultimate available, but Captain Sexy continuing to fire the damage out.
And these are champions that have remained that can't really close the distance, right? You've got Jhin, Orianna, the Ambessa. With no ult on Ambessa, it's just really difficult to get back into it. But this is a pretty even, good trade for the set of Venom Crest. They managed to get Air into this backline. He kills Sejuani, he kills Tori onto this Rakana as well. Let's watch this one more time. Skipper with the flash pulverize onto the Orianna, throwing Senkax almost back. I think he missed a little bit on the headbutt right there, but you see how much damage Orianna does. And here where Bust comes in, he gets caught by the shockwave. Lovely hourglass to follow through, and then Danka with another saving ult onto the Vi to stop the engage. However, Air slides into the backline, forces the flash, right here from Senkax as well. Kills the Sejuani, connects the E onto Torre, and ends up killing him too. I mean, I don't think Air could have done more in this particular fight.
That was honestly such a clean fight from him on the Akali. Really, really nice stuff. I was wondering where the Shockwave went in the replay. Like you said, hit onto Bust and got a nice little chunk out as we are back into action. There was a brief pause, but that has since been fixed. Dragon in 23 seconds. Whew.
Right. It's gonna be Soul for Verdant. This is
Both
what they've been
ADCs.
training for. I'm not being over dramatic, but this is literally what Verdant do. Slow and steady wins the race. They're setting up for the next Dragon. They haven't got that mid lane wave pushed. Nora's gonna TP mid to try and force that one out as well. And then slowly head into the river as Venom Crest are there first. Starting to set down their vision for that one. They need to steal that one away. Still gold. Almost dead even. 3 items completed on majority of the champions around here. And if Air can find that backline again, no flash for Senkax, he could be the key target.
Senkax did just lose his Verdant barrier as well as... Oh no, that might be a very, very chunked out Cal. They do throw a redemption on him to heal him up. 7, Senkax, the target here for the side of Cobbs. Flank angle on Air. Look at him. Right on the back. Thank you very much, observers. See him just taking out wards. They know he's on that flank angle. So Verdant are going to peel back and try and find this Akali. Still sitting in the fog of war. That's going to be the headbutt pole onto SLT. Nice little chunk off. Charm comes through. But actually, Venom Crest are heavily chunked out. Air can't find his opening because he's zoned off by Danker. Massive ultimate coming through. Able to find the lockdown, but Bust is going to lose his life. Verdant, they were able to find the poke. They were able to find the damage they needed. As Cow is on the menu, a double kill for SLT, a double kill for Senkax. Only Air stands.
All I'm gonna say is that get you a guy or a girl that does for you what Danka does for his team. He waited for Air to show off a fog of war, saved the fight. Senkax gets a massive shockwave and Verdant are looking for the 2-0.
He's going in, but I don't think he's got enough to maybe do more than 2 kills here. Jumps onto SLT, able to evade away, but the ace comes in from SLT. The Nexus will fall, and Verdant will take the series 2-0. 33 minutes on the clock. I have to admit, Georgia, that was quicker than I expected from Verdant.
I mean, Blinking, you missed it. Senkax got an insane 3-man ultimate onto 3 squishy members from the set of Venom Crest. This is why the fight was done instantly. If Air had jumped into the backline and actually assassinated Devon right there, it could have looked different. But Danka zoning last minute and the 3-man shockwave that actually hit was the nail in the coffin for Venom Crest.
Yeah, absolutely devastating performance there from Verdant, to be honest. They, game 1, took over that game, just looked incredibly capable, were able to, blow that game wide open and snowball a game where they shouldn't have been in control until like 40 minutes. Game 2, I do think we saw more fight out of Venom Crest than we did.
Oh, for sure.
Honestly, that game could have been on his back, but Danker stopped him from being able to, play in that last team fight, and it was huge. Anyway, we're going to let this go over to the desk, and they can break down this series and the rest of the day. So over to you guys.
So close. So I could see it. I could see a little bit of green on her hair.
I wasn't even scared. Look, I definitely didn't open the box in anticipation of having to go and dye my hair. I definitely didn't open it thinking that maybe there was a chance Venom Crest could win. Like, I wasn't shaking at all. 100% confident.
Sure, buddy.
Salati, we were so close to greatness. But Verdant, even though it was a slow game, eventually they got ahead of it. But Venom Crest did a wonderful job as well.
Yeah, so Venom Crest did pretty much what we wanted to see from them, especially with the Air being on that Akali. Finally, the pick that we've really wanted to see. The pick with agency, the pick with the backline access, the pick that has a very high kill potential. And he was constantly looking for those flank angles. He was constantly trying to go onto Jhin specifically, and a couple of times it actually worked out for him. Here, of course, props to Danka for zoning that Akali out and not letting her go in. But what I want to say is both Air and Bust did a fantastic job in this game and really tried their best on the champions.
Yeah, definitely. I think the solo lane performance is definitely one to be highlighted. And in the lower bracket run, maybe we'll see them do well off of the back of there, as they match into, I believe, LLS and Ruddy down there. No, but for sure, I think it was a much more admirable effort. I think last game they kind of drafted full scaling, rolled over and died. This game they drafted agency on the best player, and it worked. They definitely played a lot better.
Yeah, I think that Akali was close to greatness. A lot of times she was able to find that little spot, that little opening of, hey, Jin, let's have a conversation. And yeah, we got those replays where Jin was just, hey, I have 4 shots, I have to make use of them. But also I think Danka, even the Sejuani, Eragon, you were talking about the Sejuani was not the perfect pick. It still filled the role that it needed to, right?
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't the perfect pick to me, but it allowed them maybe to bridge from the early to mid game. I suppose if they picked Vi here, they would have had 3 scaling weak lanes and then also a Vi who wants to scale up. So having the Sejuani for more firepower early to bridge them and essentially pass on the baton of scaling, so to speak, to the rest of the side of Verdant, it made a lot more sense the more I thought about it. So yeah, and that's exactly what happened with the jungle pick. I mean, this fight was crazy. Devon here, I just want to highlight, if you pay attention to Devon's HP bar, he barely lives. With heal and barrier on this dive, there's the barrier pop, and then watch the health bar on the last Q. Oof. 1 health into the heal. Ooh, Devon nearly popped. But this was really the turnaround for Verdant off the back of this place. Now, granted, they did have a gold lead this entire time, so you could say, they weren't really that far behind. But Venom Crest, they were doing their best, and they were actually competitive up until this point.
Yeah, the 2-0 at the end of the day still comes through. And Verdant moves on to win the bracket, which means they will have to face Rich Gang. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on, as we still need to go look into the graphic. I want to inform everybody back at home that you shouldn't leave that soon. Let me tell you why. This is the post-game graphic, and you can see the goal difference. It's just massive as soon as we get to the end point. But it was kind of even for a while. Let me tell you something, everyone. We had a bet. And when men are men of their word, they follow through. So we are currently working on bringing the Venom Crest coach, Hayes, on broadcast so he can shave his head on live. We are currently working on that, okay?
I didn't know this was going to happen. I thought it was going to be an off-screen thing. Yo, respect. If you bring him on and he actually does it, respect. Now
I just received a DM with I have my razor. So I'm going through this. Production is working on the clock to try and bring him, but in due time. We still have to talk with Verdant and also get that interview. There's a lot of things to still talk about this. But yeah, Verdant still looking like top branch team, top 4. But when you put them against Rich Gang, which is a fast, clean, synergical team on the early game, is it enough? Anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking us who will win between Rich Gang and Verdant, right? Like,
yep.
Second and third best team potentially in the league, or fourth best team for Verdant. I think it's incredibly difficult to call this. I'm going to go Rich Gang win. I think Rich Gang had overall looked a bit cleaner, looked a bit faster. Verdant have weaknesses in playing too much scaling, and I think Rich Gang are more well-rounded. And I said cleaner twice now, but I strongly do believe that.
Okay.
Honestly,
scaling.
this last game was not like the cleanest for Verdant. So I would say between them and Rich Gang, I would have my votes with Rich Gang.
Yeah. Today they looked extremely clean. Verdant, we were going to have the opportunity to talk to Danka, as I think those are one of the questions we need to put up for Verdant. And we're kind of anticipating the interview already, which is how can Verdant play a little bit more faster at the beginning of the game? Akali is their coach, and they usually play for the late game.
I will say, like, in these games, they played, like, at least in game 1, I think they played about as fast as they could, getting dragons off cooldown. Like, they did get a really early soul, and because it was so one-sided. My concern is when they play against potentially stronger competition, is that, they don't take every single opportunity they can, like in the opening series. And I think it was Trouble who said their on-average game time is the longest, and that's partly because they draft so much scaling too. So. Yeah. Maybe versus early game comps, we'll see how they pair, how they play against these.
Let's bring that question to the team itself. Verdant Danka, welcome to the interview. Pleasure. How we doing, man? That background, you just won. How are you doing, boss?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
I'm extremely happy. It's a 2-0, but it wasn't the cleanest 2-0 of the day. What happened on the second game? Talk to me.
Yeah, it's a classic, doing it for the content, right? No, but I mean, I don't know. Like the game one, we played pretty good, I think, and maybe we just dropped the ball a bit in game two. Maybe it's the draft as well. We were not quite happy with that. It was a bit freestyle.
Yeah, was that Akali? Should we flame Akali? Because everybody was saying like, Danka, you go for the Vi, you go for the Vi, you go for the Sejuani. Makes sense at the end of the day. You were the wall, you needed to block everyone from getting access to the back line, but what were you not happy with?
I mean, there's like 1 or 2 champs which we like practiced in scrims, and they would have been pretty good versus their comp. I'm not gonna say which, but
Yeah,
I was maybe looking forward for that one, and then I think Tora said, "Yeah, pick Sejuani." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." You know, in this team there's like a hierarchy. If Tora says something, yeah.
Boss, tell me something. We've been talking about the slow early games coming in from Verdant. Late game, man, you guys are good. But the slow early games, is that not going to bite you moving forward in the bracket?
Are there like any other good early game teams or what? Who
Rich Gang Rich Gang is your next opponent. They're kind of fast.
I'm pretty sure we'll be fine versus them.
Finals, not even straight up finals, Sweden.
Of course. I mean, that's the goal, no?
Okay.
I think we showed a pretty good game versus Los Ratones, which we probably should have won, right? And realistically, them and probably Nord and I guess Rich Gang are the only opponents really in this league. And yeah, I think if we don't make it to finals, would be quite a shame.
There's like a little bit of noise in the crowd that Verdant might be the team to stop LR and stuff like that. What do you want to say to the viewers? What can we expect? You already said finals, but imagine I'm looking for a team to be a fan of. Convince me.
Yeah, we have really funny people in the team. For example, Tora. Just look at Gamepedia, look at Google Tora, see his face, and if you don't love looking at him, then I don't know. He's just a funny guy. We're the funniest team in the league. Just look at everyone.
I'm actually I'm really intrigued by the way Tora is playing. His Alistar is kind of absurd. So wait, Danka, thank you so much for this. Best of luck. Let's see if we can see each other in Sweden. Let's see.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Okay, he's confident. Hey, this is what we need. Rich Gang is confident. Verdant is confident. Nord is confident. We only have slots for 2 teams.
Yeah. Ooh,
I think it's a toss-up,
this is gonna be a good battle. I mean, we already have the Los Ratones Nord on like August 7th, I believe, on the upper bracket. But then when the Reach Gang and Verdant reach that, that's gonna be even more spicy.
I feel like the NLC is really kicking up. Like once we get to these semis, this top 4 is super spicy. I'm excited to see as well.
Okay, I'm just getting information about the continuity of the show and what's gonna happen right now. I know I promised you all that we might be able to see Hayes shaving his head. So, hey, it's really hard to get a lot of people at the same time on the show, and he's gonna come up and shaving his head. I'm just saying, he's gonna follow through.
Respect. He's actually following through. So there's no issues. We've got it for sure.
Yeah, I'm getting confirmation that we got him. He's coming in. We're gonna do an interview, and something is gonna be gone. We're just setting up the interview so we can make sure that we can see him. And since he has to shave his head, he needs like a big angle and stuff like that. Because he has the most baby face. We were talking about this, Eragon, the coach from Venom Crest.
He doesn't have a baby face, but he's jacked, right? Apparently, you said he's jacked. He's a
2 meters tall. He's a power lifter. He does American football.
If anyone's gonna suit being bald, it's him. 2 meters tall powerlifter. I think he'll be fine. Fine.
He squats a lot. I'm just saying. I don't think anyone on the league can squat more than he does. It's kind of sad that I have to say this, but I think he out squats everybody. But okay, it is what it is. Are you back on the gym, Eragon?
Yeah, of course. Ask him his numbers. Ask him he's part of the is it the 1,000-pound club? No, there's no shot, but like
no. Maybe, I don't know. He's 2 meters tall. He's a unit.
Just ask him all his numbers, every single one, and then he can shave his head, and that's great.
No, he's gonna do it as he shaves his head. We're just waiting for it. We're also going to go through bracket, leagues disrupt as well, and a big goodbye. Tomorrow we're gonna be watching. Let me check if I don't know if we can bring the bracket already, production. If we can, while we're waiting for the setup of the interview. If not, oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Chaos versus LLS is going to be the game of tomorrow. Quite important. LLS needs to win this one or else they are in danger. DMG versus Ruddy is going to be on the next week. And just as you stated, Solari, LR versus Nord, August 7, with Rich Gang and Verdant, August 7.
Oh yes, baby, that's gonna be a good day. Mark it up in the calendars because you cannot miss that.
August
Archer.
7. Yeah.
Archer,
Yeah.
there has been a 1v1 organized between me and Captain Sexy now. And I've decided we're going to bring that on. I'm going to make sure to do that before Venom Crest play again in the lower bracket. I think
Okay.
we'll highlight it then. We'll
Call
organize
me in, I'll record it, and I'll bring it as content. I'll be the judge, okay? Hey, it's time. Hayes, welcome to the show.
Hello there. Hello there.
Yes, the tower! Yes, the tower! Oh, good believe this. Okay,
Oh, dear.
okay. Camera a little bit lower, or are you standing up?
No, I'm not standing up.
Okay, lovely.
No.
Hayes,
Not standing up here.
are you part of the 1,000-pound club in terms of
Yes, sir.
lifting? My goodness, he's a unit. This guy's a
Holy
unit.
crap.
When are you ready to do the deed of shaving your head? Let's bring
Oh
it
my
up, man.
God.
No time like the present. Oh boy.
I will not hear you.
Here we go.
But I hope you
If
can
I
hear this.
scream like this, can you
Wait.
go? Go! Go!
Oh, he's doing it. Yo, I've never casted someone shaving their head before.
My goodness, he goes for the side lane right now. Look at him. Look
He
at
went
him
through
go.
mid lane. He went through mid lane, side lanes now. Oh, it's all gone.
He's doing it. Oh, proper shaving on the side. He's not missing any spots. He knows he has to. When you lose, you totally commit.
Holy crap. Yeah.
You are the
Have you ever
goat.
wondered?
Yeah, because now
I
we
mean,
get
he
a good
hasn't said the
angle.
word. Yo,
Yeah.
he's got to say what he promised he'd say, no?
Oh yeah, Ace, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Hayes? Well, at least the wind is gonna be on your
He's
side,
locked
you know.
in, hey.
Oh
So, for
my
those who don't know,
goodness.
he has to say, "I'm a genius." No one should ever doubt, because I won
Yeah.
the bet, and he still has to say it. Oh my God, it's
You
all
want
gone.
more than this,
I
Aragon?
do.
You want more?
Aragon,
My
you
No,
want
goodness.
he
much.
shook on it. He shook on the deal, like.
Understandable.
You're an evil man.
Understandable. Hayes, I love you so much. I know you can't hear anything, but this is it. Do you understand, chat?
What a legend! What a
This
legend!
is NLC. This is what people are capable when they
Honestly,
put their word up and they actually follow
Massive
through.
respect.
Massive respect. Looks good
And
though,
you
to be
are
honest.
We're supposed to go green for a day.
Hey, to be
You
honest, Hayes
chicken.
was the one setting up the stakes, okay? He was the one setting up the...
Okay, okay.
It looks good. It looks
It looks
good.
good.
You look good. I don't know if he can hear me. I don't think he can hear me, but I think you look really good.
Yeah, honestly, it's not a bad look.
Yeah, with the eyes, with the blue eyes and everything, squatting.
Oh, he's precise, by the way. He's precise.
He's actually
got
yeah,
all
he's
the hair.
clinical. He's clinical.
He's
Man,
doing this without a mirror, I'm guessing.
You
Just
know
with
what?
a
If,
webcam.
if his team played like this, they would have won. I'm just... No,
Hey, what the hell, man? It's
Wow.
clean, I guess you're right.
this is too good.
Well,
Alright,
Are you back?
yeah.
no, massive respect, man.
I know.
Massive
Yeah.
respect.
Now,
A little bit.
what do you need to say to finish this? Remember what you need to say to Aragon?
I mean, Aragon, not gonna lie, I should have never doubted your genius. And your predictions. It's part of the bet. I'm gonna also say, Captain Sexy sends your regards. Stick to your 3-6 Remington. One last thing.
Hey,
Huge shout
yeah,
out to my
tell me.
team. And last but not least, shout out my American football team, Mustangs, up the herd. It was a pleasure. See you guys in the lower bracket. Yeah, thank you for having
We
me.
love you very much, Hayes. We love you
you.
very much. A man of his
Applause.
words.
Applause.
Wow, applause, man.
I'm stunned, actually.
Wow.
I still didn't expect. I wasn't ready. I actually still wasn't ready.
Wow. I don't know what else
I
to
think
say.
is that the craziest bet we've had on the NLC? Have we had any bets before?
We had, but not at this level.
Yeah.
No,
Not
not
at
insta
this
balled
level.
for a
Nah,
playoff series.
that
I
was
don't think
too
anyone has
fast.
ever done that.
Man,
Respect. I said that
he's
4 times.
the Van
seriously.
Diesel of NLC. I'm just saying. For family. With that in mind, if you want more of this and even better bets, go on to Leagues Disrupt at the end of the split in Sweden, Stockholm on the Hovet Arena. We're going to be there. We hope you are going to be there as well. We just want to have fun and watch League of Legends because at the end of the day, we're all gamers. We're all just kids who like to watch things on the screen blow up with like cool lights and stuff like that and say, yeah, we're actually good and not washed up. With that in mind, any word you want to deliver back at home? Because I'm speechless.
I don't know what to do with green hair dye now.
Have another
Give me
bet.
time, boss. Give me time.
Have a bet with
Okay.
Venom Crest.
I mean,
Another
yeah.
bet with Venom Crest.
You have
Hey,
another
you have a
green team to go
1v1.
for.
I do
Oh,
have
yeah.
a 1v1.
Oh yeah.
Alright, we'll see. We'll cook
And if you
something up.
lose
We'll cook
that
something
one-
up.
We'll
We'll cook
Yeah.
something up.
Salari, what's your goodbye?
I am disappointed that Aragon did not go green. I was looking forward to it. It was supposed to be the highlight of my day. It did not happen. And even though we had amazing games, I am disappointed.
Eragon,
Yo.
anything else to say? Because you just saw someone go bald on broadcast and you say, like, I'm disappointed. Wow.
I'm in disbelief, honestly. That was
Yeah.
I've never had someone go bald for a bet I've been part of. It's just
That is
ridiculous.
the coolest thing to do.
I'm just happy. I'm happy to be part of the NLC and come back tomorrow at the same time because this without you back at home is not the same. You know, it's this we live for and this is why we love it. Until then, until we meet again, keep climbing. My lord, that just happened.
Yeah, I did.
In the north, where the ping is low and the eagles are high, there is only one rule, baby. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Ooh. Ha ha ha. We back up the dream in a dodgy old strap. Got chaos in my trunk and the rat in my hat. The GPS in danger, but I proxy like a chef. It's bossy time, baby. That's a good death. Got chased by bulldogs, no bark, no bite. Told to touch some grass, but then some bird inside. Could have gone bot, but I followed my feeling. Guess what, baby? We're in Sweden. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game, but it's more than a feeling. We're breaking the silence, volume increase. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Release is Wrapped. We fight through the pain, cause we call that healing. From Solo Q to the northern region. They fight for the glory, the thrill, so just shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Release is Wrapped. Ooh. Wait, you're not convinced yet? Okay, let me tell you why you need that ticket. Double time. Reddy's got a plan, but it's looking kinda sus. I'm toxic like Sis, like ping as I run. We're from the north with the dodge fights. You might say our draft is weird. Hey, we won EMEA twice. Los Ratones quick sneak on the run on the heights. We got Chronics cooking with a snipe, so precise. Belly be lurking in jungle, so sick in my thick as a water game when he shows that puppy pick. Lucky the north, so storm in July. Young cuz gets first blood, blink once and you die. Bring rushes back, shares like a Marvel arc. Visit such as split, pushing and we call that art. I'm spitting like ass, got skill in my shots, critting harder than Jinx when she pops her. It says the IDLs are on a decline. Esports news only get views with us as a headline. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game.